Welcome to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your hosts, Steve Mathis and Daniel Blair. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming at you! It's Monday, June 24th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Look, man, no race on the weekend. I get it. No MXGP on the weekend. I get it. But that doesn't stop us from coming in producing quality content here on this Monday. Thank you for watching and or listening. Lots to get into tonight. We're going to look at the 4 races so far in the motocross series, talk about each individual rider and with my co-host, and take some calls at 702-586-7857. Got a great group of guests lined up to call in. Justin Cooper, Monster Energy Star Yamaha, Alex Martin, TrollTraining.com. We have our friend Darkside calling in as well, and Supercross champion Denny Stephenson. Yeah, good lineup. So thank you for watching and listening. Thanks for supporting the sponsors. If you want to save on things from Luxon Clamps to Wiseco to Atlas to W, Guts Racing, Works Connection, use the PulpMX.com in your browser and use the codes to save, man. And support us, support the show, and everything else is great, all right? So we appreciate that. We are okay, and lots to get into tonight, for sure. Don't forget, also tonight, he's back, the Mandarin. The Mandarin has sent in a transmission from wherever he's from. I don't know. Some cave, some third world country. And he's got some more motocross truth bombs for you tonight on the show, the Mandarin. My co-host here tonight, he is a Arena Cross regional champion. He runs the Orange Brigade program. He's got main event moto. He used to work for Supercross, they say, anyways, on TV. I don't remember. The Daniel Blair. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm here.
Thanks for coming in.
It's hot.
It is hot.
Dude.
It is. I was on a bike ride at 8:30 this morning on a road bike, and I was like, holy shit. Like, yep, it's here officially.
Yeah, it officially hit. It hit back east, too. I think the Florida folks have had it for a while, but South Carolina just got some, and I got out of the airport today, and it was like walking into a wall of it.
Yeah, and, just like a hairdryer blowing you in the face.
So freaking hot, and
wow.
It's weird, too, because I'm a West Coast guy that moved east, so humidity has become a little bit more normal. And the dry heat, I don't get as much. I don't come out here in the summer that much. So when it hits me now, I'm like, oh, there's that old feeling.
I'd rather have this than what you guys deal with back east, that's for sure.
Yeah,
but
it's
as hot as it is outside, this show will be hotter with the
It
Mandarin. When the Mandarin comes in,
Who is this guy?
nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Mixed reviews on the comments.
No. Everyone loves him, and he drops truth bombs, and I don't want to hear it.
All right, I'm excited to meet him.
702-586-7857. Give us a call. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension Engines, Renthal, Michelin, Acherbis, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Wiseco Piston, Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, Ethica, Luxon, MTX Braking, Troll Training, all on board with us tonight. And again, use the codes to save at PulpMXShow.com. Really appreciate you people doing it. Making the pictures, working the YouTube. He is back tonight. He is the Padawan of Travis Marks. It's Nick Powers. What's up, Nick? How are you, man?
Hey, doing pretty well. Are we going with Powers or DeWolf?
We can do DeWolf. Did you mind that?
Well,
the other guy was mad because he was the Wolf, and now there's another Wolf. And
oh, I don't want to step on toes then. So yeah, let's go Powers.
I'm saying last week because I went to Italy, right? Kai DeWolf is a fucking cool name.
One of the coolest names of all time.
Without a doubt.
Dude, 5 years ago, I found him on Instagram. I didn't even know if he was good. I was like, sick name, dude. Follow.
So I was saying, like, I would wish it was Steve DeWolf. It's not. But we could call him Nick DeWolf.
I'm into it. But what's the problem?
Well, Talon is Wolfie, and so now there's more wolves. And
it's a bunch of wolves in here.
A lot of problems. Ow!
And where's Marks going? You fire him?
Not yet, but
getting there.
Yeah, a lot of write-ups, a lot of HR visits by Marks, and
Does he know?
No, we're gonna try to keep that on the down low.
It's good.
Working the phones in the corner there, holding things down, coming in bright and early, bushy-tailed. The Tits Legendary. Hi, Tits.
Hello, Mr. Mathis.
Hoping for a short show tonight?
Always.
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Yep.
I flew all the way here. I'm thinking we go 6.5 tonight.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
We got the Race Tech Rant. We got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. We also have the motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment as well. Justin Cooper, Alex Martin, Denny Stephenson, and Mr. Side, who raced his regional in Colorado.
Oh.
The only reason I'm getting Mr. Side on is we got to get to the bottom of this start.
Dude.
Did you guys see this on Twitter? Did you guys see the start? No?
It's
negatory.
It's unbelievable.
I only him though, man. I mean, honestly, and it's funny because it goes up, and I'm like, what's going to be the big deal? And it's one of those wait for it, right? Wait for it. And I waited.
Yeah.
I waited, and dude, it was worth the wait, man.
Yeah,
Poor
so
guy.
we'll talk to Dark about that. We'll talk to him about the regional effort and everything else, and the Mandarin will come in again. Also, by the way, Daniel Blair, brought to you by the kind folks at Decal Works. Ron and the boys down there in Illinois. Official graphics of the Red Bull KTM guys, Husqvarna Off-Road. That's Orange Brigade people. Yep. And decalmx.com, PulpMX24 is the code to save. Thank you to the folks at Decal Works, and they'll take your number, make you custom graphics, put your sponsors on there. Whatever make and model you got, they do a great job of it. Chris Kiefer uses them as well. So.
Speaking of Darkside, didn't he have a thing where he had like 100 front fender stickers?
Yeah.
That was okay. Yeah.
When he had another sponsor do it, the Lord of the Berms.
That's right.
He went hard with the front fender stickers,
and he learned right away that.
I think he learned.
That's not good.
Not great. Actually, Nick's on one. He's got a rant about High Point. I mean, High Point's old news, but let's listen to Nick's rant. What's up, Nick? What's your rant?
Hey, yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we go to Unadilla every year, and I've always complained that we never get to ride the pro track on pro weekend.
Uh-huh.
So this year, we're like, we've never been to High Point. Let's go. So me and my buddies, we pack up, we drive 5 hours, we go to High Point, and it's $45 to sign up. And to me, I think they just are packing too much in on these Fridays between the women's races and press day and amateur practice. I think it was $45, and I think I did 8 laps on Friday.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
and then Sunday, we sign up. It's $25 for a transponder, $90 for 2 classes. They didn't even start second motos until 4:15 Sunday. I don't even think we didn't even roll out of the parking lot until after it was like 7:30.
I mean, yeah, like you're not the first guy to say like the amateur racing is expensive, and they get it. They get you for it, right? Yeah, I don't know. I've never done the amateur day stuff at Pro Nationals, so I don't really know. Actually, no. Sorry, in the late '80s, I did.
The track was fun. Like it was fun, but we drove all that way, and we get, you know what I mean. We got 8 laps. Like, they just between the women's practice and the women's racing and the pro press and the 8 rotations of practice, it's just like. Maybe we can figure something else or do it on a different weekend.
Listen, what you're talking about, and Daniel knows more, this is in general why off-road numbers, J-Day, GNCC, are through the roof, and motocross numbers are going down. Exactly what you're saying here. Too many classes, too much money, not enough time on the track. Daniel, this is what I hear, and again, I'm as removed as I can be, but this is what I hear from people. Tell me where I can go ride for 2 hours and go home. Like J-Day or GNCC.
Those are doing well for that reason, because the participation side, you get to do a lot more of it. I'd say as far as local racing and amateur racing, it really just depends, because I've done Hangtown Amateur Day with my son, and I felt like it was really good. I've done other ones I don't want to name where I didn't think it was very good. So I think it's track by track and race by race, promoter by promoter, but I feel what you're saying for sure, because it's you don't ride a lot for how much you spend.
Nowadays, Zeb Armstrong or one of these guys told me that their new model of racing, I don't know if Zeb or someone I talked to, is their new model is cutting back on classes and giving you more time and paying a little more money to race.
Yeah.
And it seems to be more of a hit than 4 laps, $40, and whatever Nick here is saying on the phone. So,
and I could see that model working too. Just you can combine a couple classes here and there. I mean, you do it anyway with the gate drops, gate 1, gate 2. I mean, if you made 7, 8, 9, 10 classes total and did 3 moto format with long motos, I think you could do that. In a day.
No, listen, Nick, I get what you're saying. Your rant about that. Your rant is valid, but I think that there's many reasons why some people are going away from motocross and going into the off-road stuff.
Right. Right. And then one last just quick funny thing. I mean, I know maybe they kill people now, but my wife and I were walking through the pits on Thursday night just to check it out, and she's 6 months pregnant, and there's just mud everywhere, just water rolling down through the pits.
Oh yeah. Wash bays. I just went to the MXGP wash bays. They're all there. Although now turns out maybe that water mist can kill you, from what I hear. But it's a long story, Daniel. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, I can't believe. And when I talk to the powers that be, Nick, they tell me the teams say there's not enough time to go to the wash bays. There's not enough time to do all that. It's too much of a problem. And I'm like, too bad. Like, it's ridiculous to walk through the pits and just be soaked. Your shoes, your footwear, whatever, your dancing, water, all of it, Yeah, I agree. Yep. So.
All right. Well, thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. 702-586-7857.
I say outside of that, I thought High Point was awesome.
Yeah, great racing. I mean, Phil was on here talking trash about the track. Cade was on Twitter saying it. There were more than a few people upset about the track prep, and I wasn't there. I get it. But the racing itself, Daniel, the racing itself.
Yeah, and if you're a rider, I get it. You're the one that has to ride it, so you're going to be a little bit more nitpicky if it's not the way you like it, or if it's done in a way you don't like. But from a viewing perspective, man, that one was so fun. All four motos to me were really good. When the track is like that, it was slower, mile per hour, because it was just so hard.
Yep.
I like seeing them when they struggle like that a little bit. Like, I'm not a big fan of rut cross where they're just ripping through the ruts, but when they're fighting and making 4 or 5 mistakes a lap on a good lap,
you can
that's
see
cool.
the times varied, right? And then Deegs is 6 seconds a lap quicker, because he's finding lines and he's also faster. And
there was lines, and they were moving around. The guys were moving. There was a lot of passing, and you would think these guys would learn, like, hey, at the bottom of that one hill, but there it is. 5 minutes later, another guy gets the guy who just used the outside loses it. I just was entertained by the racing big time.
I agree. Cole Davies later on in the show. Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
Mark Finnis. Can we talk about that?
Yeah. I'll be transparent.
Tough week for Daniel Blair. Tough week.
I've had a tough month, but we can talk about it.
I'm busting your balls, but I do want to ask you about it.
No, I'll talk about it. I get really frustrated when I'm on the other side of this, and it's like I know something.
Yeah.
And, like, no one will say it, and it's like this thing where no one's allowed to say. It's like, just say it. We all know. Like, there's already Instagram videos, but, yes, he signed with Star Yamaha, and he's not with us anymore. So we can get into it. I'll be transparent.
Awesome. Yeah, great. I do want to get into it with you. Again, Darkside, Denny Stephenson, Alex Martin, Justin Cooper, all joining us. I thought something really cool. We'll maybe touch on World Supercross if we have time. I don't know. I thought something really cool we could do is I would grab the points through the 4 rounds, right? We're a quarter way through this thing, a little more than that, obviously, but I want to get your thoughts on some of these points, some of these standings. Meeting expectations, exceeding expectations, or below expectations.
So 3 options.
Yeah, that's it. I don't want to hear nothing else.
Okay.
Don't be like JT.
No, okay.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
All right. 15th in the points, Casey Cochran.
Ooh.
We got a fast qualifier. We got lots of passing points.
I'd say, really got to waffle the first one. Here's what I'd say: exceeding in speed. I didn't think he was going to be as fast. He's thrown down some crazy speed, but the results. I mean, he's had some crashes and he's been on the ground. He's okay from that last one, thank God. But I'd say below. Because I believe he's a 10 to 12. That's where I believe he should be, and I think he's working it out. So results-wise, though, no, below. But the speed's there, and it'll come around.
14th in points, Cody Shaw, PulpMX. He had 1 DNF. He's gotten a lot of 12ths and 13ths-ish.
Yeah, he's warming up. Maybe a little below because I just remember him on the 450 that one summer just being a mad dog. So I thought, oh, dude, he'll be really good in this. But it is a 250. It's a little bit of a transition for him to be that fast on outdoor when he's that wick. So, but I would say maybe a little below where I thought. Again, probably 10 to 12 most of the time.
13th overall after 4 rounds. Barak Suzuki, Dylan Schwartz. Where are you at with Dylan Schwartz?
Meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, he's solid right there. I could see that.
If there's ever a guy that's just like, it's Dylan Schwartz.
He's just like really good. He's
nothing wrong with it. Nothing great. Just Dylan Schwartz.
Right there.
Yeah, right there.
National number 40.
Yep.
13th. Yeah, exactly.
12th place, TLD Gas Rider D. What do you think?
Meeting. I'd say about meeting. I will say his speed and his starts are really good. I think he's got a lot of speed, and he's a great starter, but the results haven't really matched. But I'd say he's meeting it. Again, he's 12th. That's kind of where I expected him, 10 to 12.
11th overall, Joey Savacci.
I mean, what do you say? I mean, below because he's had things happen, but like, I don't know.
That's why you. I mean, there's so much. I'm giving you the point standings, but like you got to think about the individual races and the motos. That's why I say he's meeting expectations. Not the 12th, but the speed.
I had him as a sneaky possible title guy winning races overalls. That's where I had him. So it's below where I had him, but at the same time, I think he's had issues that were outside his control a little bit. So it's unfair for him a little bit, but below. He's 11th in points.
Okay.
It's not. That's I would have said 5, 6, 7. That's where I would have had him.
But he's cool. Oh, you know what? It's your rankings. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's your rankings. Okay. Next up, Jordan Smith, 10th overall right now.
Meeting. That's. I mean, to me, he's an indoor killer and an outdoor, speed guy that'll have good motos and some bad. I mean, it's exactly where I think he would be outdoors.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. 10th overall, Juju Beaumer. Sorry, Jordan was 10th, 9th overall, Juju Beaumer.
Exceeding, big time. Like I'm a big believer in him, but most of my belief would be pivoted indoors because it's where he broke. He had flashes this year in Supercross where you could tell it's like it's going to come around in the result column. But outdoor, I thought would maybe take a little longer than this to be this solid. Like, I mean, he's fast.
Because coming up, it was more of an indoor guy, right?
Well, he always had outdoor speed. I mean, there a couple years ago at the Combine, he was fastest, and I mean, he's won Loretta's, so he's an outdoor guy too. But I thought the outdoor thing would take a while for him to be an every week guy. But dude, he got 6th the last round, and he's gotten a bunch of 9s in a row. And I just. Again, he would have been in that 10 to 12 range with that same group of kids, and but he's in 9, so he's exceeding.
Okay, Pierce Brown, 8th overall.
Meeting. Oh, the next one too. Like meeting.
7th. Meeting.
7, 8 guys. I mean, that's right where they're at. Yep.
6th overall, Ty Masterpool. I mean, exceeding.
I mean, bro,
he just won.
That was
and he had
so sick.
An hour on the bike before Paula.
Exceeding, and you know what's crazy is if you actually look at his results before High Point. Like the actual finishes, they weren't super great. Like he had a lot of problems. He was getting 10s and 11s.
Well, he went after Deegs in one moto in Hangtown, so he showed a little flash there. He got a 6th, I think. I had him in fantasy, so
I think that was his good moto. He had a good one, but it was kind of like it was actually starting to look maybe like, hey, this guy's really fast, but he's not really putting it together. But you could see all the signs were coming around that like this is going to stick one of these weekends, and then High Point was just magic the way it worked. I mean, it was. An incredible day for them. So I'd say now with that day alone, way exceeding.
So this was a topic on the last week's show. Next year, PC. You got Marchbanks, McAdoo, Kitchen, Hammaker. That's 4. Probably Faulkner, 5. Maybe not. But does he already have a ride?
I mean, it's insane to think he wouldn't. It's insane
it is,
because a winner is a winner, man.
And Mitch Payton loves winners.
He loves winners. I mean, he's been waiting around for all 300 there for a bit, right? So, anyways, I don't see how he doesn't stay there. But at the same time, man, I mean, as I've just learned in the last month, some things that seem pretty automatic change like that, depending on what comes in offer-wise or who's interested or what the landscape is. And if you're Mitch, you just signed Seth, you just signed Cameron to extensions, you just signed Marchbanks, and then this dude shows up on your lap and wins High Point. Like, it's a good problem to have, but it's a problem. They have to figure it out because to me, it'd be insane. He's a winner. I mean, straight up, line their entire team up right now. Him and Kitchen are the 2 best outdoor guys if the whole team was there. I mean, the other guy.
Seth Hammaker's online, sir.
Seth Hammaker's winning High Point?
I mean, no, but he's
okay.
Up there.
And I'll say right now, if Kitchen doesn't wake up here in the next few weeks, Ty will be the singular best guy on that team, period. And we're talking about him not being there next year. Crazy to me. So, and even though the Supercross thing, I know would still probably take some time, and you wouldn't get what you want out of him there. But dude, he's a legit outdoor winner now. Like it would be insane to me to even think about not keeping him.
We saw what he did last summer. He's always been better outdoors. He's on a good bike. He just won. Hard not to see him now, to me, hard not to see Ty taking that leap to top 5 guy most times.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, the speed, I mean, even if you look at his qualifying, I mean, he's 3.8. He's the second best qualifier in the class right now. So you know the speed is actually there on average. Yeah, now he got a win. He pieced it together. He's home. He's comfortable. Yeah, I mean, to me, he's in that top 5 group all the way out from here on out.
By the way, who you got in Game 7 tonight? Panthers, Oilers.
Oh, Oilers just because the chick.
Oh, the boob chick?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it, though?
I mean, yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I don't know anything about either team except for her. And man,
Connor-
her and that other what's the one going on the last 48 hours? Hawk Tua. Those two girls, man. Oh my God, they are like world legends out of nowhere.
I just found out about Hawk 2 2 days ago. I had no idea.
Hey, my wife was so pissed because I'm scrolling on Instagram and every single just on the on the search where you just kind of scroll through, every single one was that, and she's like, "Stop watching that." I'm like, I'm not watching it. It's on every. Every meme is coming up.
It's like bed bugs.
Yeah, she thought I was watching it like over and over. Like I'm not watching this girl just say that.
Yeah.
I mean, I did the first 15 times, but then from then on it was memes.
That's right.
So, but anyways, no, those two girls have, they've stolen.
Yeah.
I like the world's attention.
The Oiler girl was, so I whipped my tits out. Big deal.
Oh, she didn't.
Like,
Yeah.
she was just like, beat it.
I mean, if anything, she's blowing it. She could be capitalizing on this better. Like the Hawk 2. I think that girl's making money, from what I understand.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Anyways, sorry.
back to the.
So Oilers.
Oilers. Okay. 5th overall, Joe Schmoda.
Meeting. It's right about where. I mean, right?
Okay. All right.
It's right about where. But hey, I will tell you, he's about to turn it up.
He's turning it up?
Yeah, this next little run, I think, because the series goes in waves.
Mm-hmm.
This next one's tough. It's Southwick, Redbud, Millville. Those are 3 brutal ones in a row. And then you get a little Washougal gift at the end. Cools off a little bit.
Yeah.
I think these next 4, he's going to be pretty good. And based on where he's at in the points, I could see him getting up to 2 or 3 by Washougal.
Okay.
The way the rest of the field's riding, right? I mean, dude, they're sporadic. Like, that's why
I think if we were
Deegan's got a big points lead because of that.
If you were to put Lars on a polygraph, he'd say he's below expectations.
Oh, he's below probably where their expectations are, but I think we've all come around to the fact that those expectations have been too high for a while. So this is right on par, I think.
4th overall, Levi Kitchen.
Started out above and below after High
He had
Point.
one bad race.
Here's what it is. Not everything is caught on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. 35 minutes, these guys, you don't catch it all. The Lakewood second moto, when Ty got him and kind of passed him and get him there late, that was like that's a bad look right there, kind of. The fact that the next one was bad in a row, we're talking 3 motos in a row, it's trending the wrong way. And that's why I said he needs to wake up and turn this thing right back around quick before.
Okay, but we've had 8 motos, 3 bad, 5 good, meeting expectations.
I had him.
I mean, it's your show. You're
I had
co-host.
him maybe winning the title.
Okay. 3rd overall, Tom Viel.
Below.
I think I'm with you.
Same thing. I mean, I had him in Kitchen not letting Deegan do what he's doing.
He won Southwick last year, so this is big for Viel.
It was his first win here, too.
Yeah.
So
this is big.
and it's needed right now. He needs to turn this around because High Point was his worst, too. But I felt like Vial and Kitchen and Hampshire were going to give Deegan a real run. Then we lost RJ, so to me it was those 3, and it was those 3. If you look at the first 4 motos, it was clearly those were the 3, and then Deegan's kind of just gone gnarly the last 4 motos, and those other 2 have just kind of had a tough batch of motos.
He's really gone ham.
Yeah.
All right, 2nd overall, Chance Hymas. I mean, exceeding.
Way exceeding.
I'm way exceeding. Yeah.
Way. And I'm a believer in him. But I would have had him more 8 to 7 to 10, 8 to 10. To be honest.
Yep.
And so, he's absolutely, he's the big surprise of the summer for me in that class.
First place, Hayden Deegan.
I mean,
I'm not surprised he's first, but he's exceeding. The way he's riding, the second moto, or the first moto at Hangtown, the 2 motos at High Point, he's exceeding.
Which is ironic that I think the loss in the schedule, he won the first 3, then he loses High Point, yet that's the one I think everyone went, okay, I think we haven't properly analyzed him because then he's good. We all know he's good.
Yeah.
I think he's showing that he's great. I mean, it's his sophomore season. He just turned 18. He's still pretty young, and he is absolutely killing them
Better
in multiple
outdoors
ways.
than indoors, huh?
Better. But he said that. He actually said that before the season. Everyone pegs me as an indoor guy, but I'm an outdoor guy. And it's true. He's always been a good outdoor rider, and it's a little more natural to all of them. So he has blown away my expectations. I thought he'd be a title guy and he'd be in the battle, but he has stepped out on everybody.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And I don't know how anybody beats him other than him getting hurt.
Yeah.
He's ripped through the pack. He's got the whole shot and taken off. Whatever you want.
He's done both. And he's the one guy that has proven now he can do it. He did it multiple motos from way back. So I think the rest of the field is probably on this off week going, well, okay, a little bit of a realization moment that he's better than we thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Daniel Blair brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, by the way. DecalMX.com. PulpMX24 is the code to save. Also, thanks to the folks at Firepower Honda. Dean Wilson down on the Firepower Honda, riding in Brazil, and FirepowerParts.com. They got a lot of hard parts going on at Firepower. So whether it's chains, batteries, clutch levers, that kind of stuff, hard parts, FirepowerParts.com. Please check them out at your local dealer. Really appreciate it. And Rocky Ridge Trucks as well. Your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history. They've been building custom vehicles since '83. They partnered with all the OEMs, Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and best of all retains a factory warranty. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Say goodbye to the hassles of do-it-yourself customization. No more waiting for parts. Compromising ride quality, all of that stuff. Join RockyRidgeTrucks.com. I saw one today. I saw a Rocky Ridge truck today. Had branding on the front hood and the side and everything. So thanks to the folks at RockyRidgeTrucks.com for coming on board. Daniel Blair here. All right, that's a 250 class. We'll go 450s after Justin Cooper because it'll make it easier. I don't want to break it up. But yeah, safe to say we got a different red plate wearer than we thought we'd have. Let's go to the phone calls here. Mark's on one. He's got Max Volan questions. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Steve, just got a question. What's with Ty winning, and I think what's the future look like for Max Voland? I saw Max's mechanic is now Ty's mechanic for this outdoor season.
Yeah. Max has had a hard time coming back from his pelvis injury in Supercross, and I understand he had some complications and all that, so I wouldn't look for him to be racing outdoors this year. And I don't know for next year. I've heard PulpMX rumors. I heard a Triumph rumor. Mitch wants to keep him. I know that. Mitch told me that himself. He'd like to find a spot for him.
Dude, he won Anaheim Heat 1.
Yeah.
Ripped.
Yeah. But with Ty's win, if you have a spot, you keep Ty Masterpool over Max Volan, I think. I don't know, but it's really bummer he got hurt and the complications and everything else. So, yeah, Mark, I don't really know, to be honest, A PulpMX ride seems like a natural fit.
I think so. And you hear Triumph and Club in the same breath a lot.
Yeah.
Just the discussion points of who's going where. And
yeah.
I could see that, and I think it'd be a good fit for him. I mean, honestly, I feel really bad for him again on a personal note, just being tight with the Volans and
he's a good dude.
Oh yeah,
Talon's awesome.
And I mean, he was looking for a reset. I mean, these guys do it. That's what happens in this sport. Guys go through a reset. They're fired up, and he came out and was swinging at the first one, and then you get a weird injury, and the next thing you know, you're out and you're forgotten about, and it's like, dude, he won Anaheim Heat #1. So. Wherever he ends up, I think hopefully, like you said, on the physical side, he's fine because I think he'll be fine because he is older now. He's more mature. He's grown up. He's been through it. So if he's physically fine, I think he's going to be all right.
Yeah. All right. There you go, Mark.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs coming up, too, as well. Race Tech Rant as well. And, lots going on here on the show tonight. 702-586-7857. Ethica. Love Ethica, guys. PulpMX 20 is the code to save. Ethica underwear, socks, hoodies, shirts, all of it. It's great stuff. Quality products, premium brand experience, authentically connect to the broad group of consumers over there at Ethica. And since the inception of the brand, Ethica and his team have become determined to live life, innovate, and work hard. And the best part of Ethica.com is the code to save. PulpMX 20. Code to save with Ethica. Thank you to those guys. And, again, great socks. Really good socks. Maybe
I ride in them. When I do ride, I ride in my Ethica socks.
In Ethica socks?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Because they're thick and they're comfortable.
See, I like thinner socks to ride with.
I like thicker, and theirs are just really nice.
All right, sounds good. Our first guest of the night, Monster Energy star Yamaha, Justin Cooper, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Pulp24 is the code to save at Wiseco. They've been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years. They partnered with the Honda HRC guys. That's not working out too bad for them, right? They got the Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components. And again, whether it's cast, whether it's forged, 2-stroke, 4-stroke, Wiseco, you know the name, you know the brand. Pulp24 is the code to save with those guys. And they're bringing you Justin Cooper tonight on the show. Let's bring him in now. What's up, Jay Coop? How are you, man?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. You enjoy the weekend off?
Yeah, I did. We went to the beach, so yeah, just try to take some downtime. We do a lot of. I think we're at like round 21 of 24 weekends. So
yeah,
gotta take advantage of it, man.
That's right. This is his first go through from 1 to 31.
Yeah, exactly right. So 2 weeks off in Supercross. And then, well, actually, no. I mean, I'm sure you were grinding on the week off after Salt Lake before Paula, right? That didn't count, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Justin.
I think on the other weekend off, I got really sick, though, in Supercross. So that kind of, I think my first or second weekend off. So that was terrible. I mean, I was really looking forward to that break. I think we had 6 in a row, and then I was just sick as a dog all week. So,
did you take Saturday and Sunday off, like 2 days completely?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Actually headed to the beach. Yeah, headed to the beach Friday. So
okay, great.
Got a two full days at the beach, and yeah, it was nice.
And now you're going to the beach this weekend.
Yeah.
Getting ready.
Did you go to Southwick with some of the other guys or no?
No, I had the option to. To be honest, I really need the time off, and I really feel like traveling 2 days after.
Dude, it's a lot. Like Osborne, Adam, a lot of good friends of mine, ride 250 class for a long time. They jump into 450s. And, dude, that's what they tell me, Jay Coop. They're like, it's so much harder. The travel, the bike, the work, all of it. It really is.
Yeah, when you're on the 250 and, like, you have your whatever race weekend off in Supercross, you're, like, watching the racing and whatever, but, like, you don't really think about all the traveling that, goes into it. And that's really the part that gets, I think, tiring.
Yep.
It's not the racing itself, but it's just the week in, week out of, like, traveling Thursday, flying, it builds up, and, we don't really have too many weekends off, so you definitely got to take advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Justin Cooper here on the show, brought to you by the folks at Wisco. Hey, man, good season. You have to be happy with everything. Coker was on the show a few weeks ago, and he's like, we expect podiums. And I'm like, okay, easy, Coker. But you've gotten one, and you've run up front. You've led laps. I think you got to be happy with the way the season started so far through 8 motos.
Yeah, for sure. I think Thunder Valley I was kind of banking on that track to be really good for me. I really had a lot of success there in the past on the 250. So I didn't know if that would translate as far as, being on the 250, the star bike, it's all the advantages, whatever. So I didn't know if it was going to really even it out once I was on a 450, but it seemed to work pretty well for me. So
yeah,
it was definitely a good race for me, at least leading laps and kind of getting that experience up front, which I really felt pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, and High Point was okay for you. Like you said on your social, it wasn't like an amazing weekend, but like if that's your okay weekend, I think you'll take it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably my worst track, and I had a big one there last year, and that kind of ended my
that's right,
my championship hope there. So that was kind of, it started out the same way. Like it was muddy.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little bit timid in the rollers, I'm not gonna lie. But we got through it, and I felt like we got better throughout the day, and it went really, really good, I think.
Nice.
Jay Coop, when you came in on the 250s, you were really successful right away. Good starts, podiums, super consistent, and a lot of the names that you're racing now, you raced with. Aaron Plessinger, Ferrandis was in there, of course, Hunter, Jet, Chase. Like, how does this feel now, being all these years later, grown up, not a rookie, not a young kid, just figuring it out, but now in the 450 class, a rookie, but just having all this experience now with these same guys and being in that class? Do you ever kind of have flashbacks to, man, these are the same boys I was battling in the 250 class? Because the top 5 right now is all guys that have dealt with each other at some point. So, how is that now, being grown up and still battling the same dudes?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You always watch the guys moving out and, see how they adapt to the 450 class. So I think the most important thing really moving up is just kind of establishing yourself as one of the guys. It's tough. You can't really... I feel like you need to prove yourself pretty quick, and if you don't, I feel like you kind of can lose sight of where you can go in that class. And there's so many guys that are good. So it's just, I kind of took it as the same thing as going into the 250 class. I came out hot, and just tried to do my best right away. And Supercross is definitely a lot more challenging. I feel, as far as like the track conditions and the full 17 race series, that was tough to get used to. And man, I just feel like this class is a lot more competitive, obviously, and you definitely have to bring your A game each weekend for sure.
702-586 Pulp. You got a question for Justin Cooper, Monster Energy Star Yamaha rider, brought to you by the folks at Wisco Piston.
Jay Coop, did you come into Supercross with the idea that you just said it, that would be a little bit more difficult? Did you treat it that way and just try to get through the 17, took advantage of some opportunities when it was there speed-wise, but really kind of just banked on this summer being more of the launch pad for the 450? Was that by design, or did it just kind of work that way?
Yes and no. I didn't want to like bank on the MX series, but I knew I'd probably excel a little bit better there. I knew there'd be a little bit more of a learning curve in Supercross, but I would say I came in taking it easy because there really wasn't any pressure on me. I wanted to just, kind of learn some stuff, the class and track conditions and stuff like that. But there was definitely a point, like probably 5-6 rounds in, where I knew I wanted to get going and I wanted to, start battling and trying to get a podium at least. So, it took me all the way to the last round to actually get that. So now that we're in motocross, it's kind of just Supercross was the big learning curve for me in the 450 class, and outdoors is just it's the 21st race. I feel like so it's not really like a new series and seeing where we're at. I mean, of course we have the first round, and people aren't what they are in Supercross, but yeah, you still have a lot of good guys out here in motocross, and they all still want it bad. So it's been tough, but I think the hardest part has just been the 21 races and how many weekends we've had. There's not been much break, and it's the motivation is definitely hard to come by.
I can't remember any specific things in Supercross or motocross, but Jacob, have you been welcomed by Anderson or Barsha yet to the 450s? Have they said hello at any point out on the track? Have they been like, hey, watch this? Anderson, not so much. I've had a few run-ins with Barsha. Okay. Just like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
And you heard it coming too, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, it all started last year. He hit me a couple of times when I did the 5 races.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I got hit so hard by him in Oakland one night, or in the main. It was first lap.
Oh, yes. I do remember this.
He hit me so hard that we both skipped the whoops.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
So I was like, man, I don't know how necessary this is, but
but it ain't going nowhere.
Well, like Jet and High Point, obviously they got beef, him, Hunter, and Jason, but Jason's just like, yeah, I don't even care, man. We're just going to go to the fence.
Yeah, I'm taking you so wide, and Chase is like, okay.
Yeah, like things like that where like I think Jason and Barsha are a little like DGAF.
They like it deep down. They would not do it for 10 years straight with a smile if they didn't like it.
I guess. But do you know how frustrating it would be to race against them?
Oh, I know. That's. I'm glad you asked this question. So, Justin, so not much. Nothing from Ombre yet.
No, not much. Yeah, I hope to keep it that way.
Yeah, well, he's getting better starts now, too, and he's kind of waking up, too. So
Yeah. Daniel, I don't know if you listened to the show last week. We were talking about, maybe the week before after Thunder Valley, and I said Jay Coop's my favorite rider now because for the first time in history, a rider just admitted they got a little tired. Like it used to happen.
Told the truth.
It used to happen all the time. Like, trust me, I'm a historian of the sport. Like Stanton and Rick Johnson and McGrath and these guys would be like, I got tired. And somewhere around Carmichael era, no one wanted to admit. Yeah, not allowed. I got tight, setup, arm pump.
Lost my flow. Couldn't hit my marks.
Right. Jay Cooper Lakewood's like, yeah, man, I just, I got a little tired. Like last 5 minutes. Like I know what I need to work on. So thank you, Justin. Thank you. I mean, it's not a crime to say you need 5 more minutes of fitness. We know you're an elite athlete already. Like
it's not like you're slacking.
Right. But just thank you for that because, for 20 years we've never heard riders ever say they got tired. So.
Yeah, I mean, I got the whole shot in both motos, and I just went. I mean, at least the first moto, like I built up a pretty good gap, and
you were sprinting.
The opportunity.
You were sprinting Moto 1.
I mean, of course, I'm going to take advantage of it. I'm going to try to get away, and I definitely got tired in both of them, but I knew that was my opportunity to go and try and win at least.
Yeah, and look, like you said to me after the race, you know what you need to work on. You know what I mean? So,
Steve, do you know why I like Jay Coop so much?
Why?
He's a fellow Lights Regional Arena Cross champion.
Oh, he is? I didn't know this.
Yes. You were East Coast, though, right?
East, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
East, yeah.
Was this before Star?
After. This is after me and Janolfi.
Okay.
But before, what year was it?
2017.
17.
You got the Star ride already, but you had to get Supercross?
I got it later on that year.
Yeah, so he won the Arena Cross Lights Regional title in the winter, and then I remember hearing about you because you were in the North Carolina area with all the Star Pros, but you were still maybe just A? Is that the story? But you were riding with them?
Yeah. I signed somewhere in there. So I signed like 6 weeks before Loretta's. So probably like 2 weeks after I got down there for that trip.
Okay. But that year, yeah. So he won. That's what got him his factory ride. Was it Lights a regional Arena Cross title?
No, from what I understand, what
it.
got him the ride from Webb. I think Webb told me this story, or maybe Rarick. He was living in a camper, eating the same thing every day, and just doing motos and like just grinding it out. J. Coop. I don't know if you told that story, or I don't know where I heard that from, but everyone at Star's like, this guy's for real. Like no bitching. He's living in this camper. You know. Yeah, J. Coop. That's what I heard. They were impressed by your dedication. Yeah.
Yeah, I got translated a little bit. We basically made plans to go down there. I think after Mammoth it was. I got a call from Bobby, and then he wanted me to go train down there with the Star Boys. They were down in North Carolina. So I went down there. I rode with them for a few weeks, and, yeah, I think one day, I was just riding really good. And
You're being humble. I know the story. He gave him all the smoke one day. And I think that was it, right?
Yeah, I was trying my ass off for sure.
Yeah.
It was a big deal, and I had to make something happen. I think I was 19 at the time, turning 20, and that was kind of my time to shine, and I guess I was better than I thought.
Yeah. So Steve, I remember hearing this going down, and they're like, "Yeah, that Justin Cooper kid, man, he's pretty fast. He's riding with all the Star guys, and and I'm like the kid that was racing Arena Cross, because I was, doing the TV for it.
Yeah.
And he was little dude, whole shotting, jumping the whoop. So I was like, I like that guy a lot. That's how I did it.
Following in the path of Blair, Janolfi.
Just following in my footsteps, and you turned out to do a little better in the long run. But no, I've always had an attachment there, bro, because I was in those trenches too, just as an old man, not as a young kid coming up.
J. Coop, when you're riding, do you, like, especially with Coop out and Eli's not there, obviously, are you having to pass all the 250 guys? Like, are you going last in these motos, and you just got to grind it out past Romano and past Thrasher and all these other dudes all the time?
It depends what kind of mood my trainer's in.
Basically.
Oh, okay. Basically, we kind of do a hot lap, see where the times are, and we kind of go in order.
Yeah.
Usually I go first, but there's some days where if they want me to pass and stuff, I'll get put in the back. But put the Taros on and go after him.
Right. Yeah.
Coop's back now, right?
Coop's back today, right? I don't know. Did you ride with him today?
First day back today.
Yeah. How was he?
I didn't see him. He was at the farm.
Oh, okay.
We rode somewhere else.
Ah, okay.
I heard it went well.
Yeah. Listen, he's Cooper Webb. I'm sure he'll be all right.
Is there a timeline for it?
Coker said maybe the end of the Nationals, like that break after Washougal.
Like Unadilla Buds?
Yeah, Unadilla Buds Ironman or SMX for sure.
Nice.
I think that's for both is what Coker was saying. So, but you do have Hayden in the truck now, J. Coop. So at least you got some company. What's that like?
Yeah, it's cool. The other 240 guys have RVs usually, and he after the first round he made the move over, and we don't really see each other much. We're when he goes out, I'm getting dressed, and then we kind of flip flop. So it's it's been good. It's been easy.
You got a lot of 16-year-old girls more at the truck now, I guess, screaming.
They still think that he's over.
Oh, they do?
Yes, you just blew it, Steve.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
The news is out.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's 702-586-7857. You got a question for Justin Cooper? Give us a call. Brought to you by the Weisco. Pulp24 is the code to save. All right, J. Coop, I was talking about this on one of my stupid shows that I do, and so your contract's up, right? The end of this year?
Contract's up, yeah.
You have some incentives, certain points you can get renewed, but like Eli's going back from what I understand, Coop's definitely there. It works so well with Star, though, but again, you can correct us if I'm wrong, but you're probably not paid what you're worth because you're third guy there with some heavy hitters. What do you want to do? Do you think about that much? Do you have your agents working on it? Like, I don't know where their home is for you right now, but you've had a great year, and I think you're just going to get better and better. This is something we've been talking on all these dumb internet radio shows, but tell us what it's from your point of view.
Yeah, it's obviously tough with Eli coming back. He really doesn't. He kind of goes on a year-to-year basis, and so that's been tough. Like kind of thinking the spot's going to open, and then it doesn't. But I think what I'm doing this year has been solid so far, and that's really what I've been focused on. We've made a lot of progress with the team, and just trying to put that to good use, and keep going out and putting in those results.
Have they said, hey, we're going to have 3 guys if we need to? Or, has there been any indication? Again, it's working so well for you over the years.
Yeah, I think, obviously, if I hit my incentives, I'll definitely be back. But I think it's going in that direction. I think they've been, pumped on what I've done so far. And, I think they see a future in me with the team. So, we'll see. We'll see, bro. Right now, it's just focus on racing.
Sure. Yeah, I just think that you're an up and coming guy, and again, you probably, if there's an open ride at Honda or Cowie somewhere, it's probably worth a little more money. And I would think they'd be right up around stiffing you, but it looks like spots are full, and I'm like, what the fuck? So that's all.
Yeah, it's tough. All these guys are going longer, and
that's it.
It definitely isn't easy to get a ride in this class.
No,
it's like a log jam, really. How often do we have this level of 30, 31, 32-year-old guy out there still? We don't have that typically, so it's this big log jam that's kind of holding up. Move to 450, and a lot of move to 252. I think the next year or two, the whole thing's going to just completely look different.
Look, I was just in Italy watching MXGP, and Jorge Prado's amazing rider. But if I'm Cowie, why don't I sign Justin Cooper instead of Jorge Prado? And I'm not Cooper. I'm not trying to put you in a difficult position, so just pretend you're not on the line here.
Yeah, we just keep talking.
We're just talking. Why wouldn't you listen? I'm a foreigner, but why wouldn't you want the American kid who's going to be better than Jorge Prado in Supercross, almost guaranteed? Okay, and then the same in outdoors, if a little slower, but much better in Supercross. Daniel, what are we at with this?
Well, typically the shinier penny is what everyone dives for. You know what I mean? And
so
for Prado,
he's the shinier.
Well, yeah,
penny?
and that's a terrible. He's not a penny, okay? Silver dollar. All right, let's make.
Cooper's on the phone right now.
I know. I'm gonna get to him. But Prado is Prado, so it's a dangly carrot that everyone would want to go after.
Yeah.
What Justin's done is just nailed it from day one on a 250 all the way to now. And I'll just say it right to you, but I think you're extremely underrated. You just continue to always do good no matter what, quietly, durable, and to me, it'd be a super no-brainer.
Guy doesn't get hurt, right?
But if you're looking at it again, it's not necessarily Prado that's the problem with this. It's actually Anderson because he's still there.
Yeah.
So 1 year from now, maybe it's Prado and Jay Coop. Sorry, we can let him back in and talk
Jay Coop, maybe
hire
hire us as your agents. I don't know.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think next year is going to be everything's going to get flipped upside down. A lot of contracts are going to be up, and
they're like all up
right now.
26 is going to be
you have a point.
Look.
You're right. There's going to be a lot of. I think there's some of these guys are 32, 33 years old, right?
Even up to Kenny, and Kenny's getting in there now. Even Coop's getting up. The whole generation they're hanging in there, man. We're lucky to have them, but man, it's caused a logjam.
Justin Cooper told me earlier this year that he really likes having you as a teammate. Really likes practicing with you. I don't know if that meant he was chasing you because sometimes you're faster than him, or if he learns from you. You're a pretty technical guy. Obviously, he had a great Supercross season. But whatever it is, Justin, Webb really gels with you, really likes you as a teammate. I'm sure personally you guys get along really well. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I keep him on his toes in practice, and then he just goes out and whoops me on the weekend. So.
Yeah, really, right? Yeah.
I'm trying to get some experience, and no, it's been good.
Yep.
I push him as much as I can.
Yep.
And I think he respects that, and we both try to be better for each other, and sometimes in that Supercross season, it was just us two, pushing each other, and that's, if it wasn't for us, it would kind of be lonely,
Is that what it is though? Do you think that's why he obviously you guys get along as friends, but do you think he likes the fact that you're faster than him and he chases you?
Yeah, I think he just likes the fact that I push him, and I always try to give it 100% in the practice days, to try to prepare us for the weekend. And me not so much. I'm just trying to do my thing, and he was obviously in the championship battle, so I think he gets enjoyed the push.
Isn't it strange though too, Justin? Like you said, like you've set fast qualifiers in Supercross. We know you can lay down the heaters. You know, you've been on the podium and everything else. And on some of the days, like High Point or in Supercross, where you're just not feeling the track, not feeling the bike setup, whatever it is. But guys like Webb, and I was there at Yamaha too, like Ferry and Villeman were faster than Chad on a Wednesday, like a lot of times. And we would go to the race, and guess who would win? Chad, right? Guys like Chad, guys like Coop, no matter what's going on, they raise their game. And I don't know why that is, and I don't know what it is these guys find it. But, J. Coop, you got to get there, and hopefully you will one day. But it is pretty amazing, isn't it, that these guys figure it out?
Yeah, and I think part of it is they've done this for so long, so they're not going to be 100% in practice. There's no point in doing that.
Yep.
I think they're just clicking off their laps and doing what they need to do to feel like they're ready for the weekend, where they leave it on the line. So I think for me, I've been giving it pretty much 100% in practice and the race, just trying to get my feet wet in this class. But as we become more of a veteran of the class, we tone it down during the week sometimes and let it go on the weekend.
So you will be toning it down at some point here in practice during the week.
He's mentioned 21 weeks a couple times. So that might be now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like in my career, 250. Once I had it figured out, like you get all that experience, the class. You don't have to push during the week to, be confident going into the weekend.
Do you feel like, because practicing is such a controlled environment, right? But the racing, just the intensity, kind of the moment, does that make you, I guess, ride more on that, be capable of riding that edge more and be a little bit more riskier and kind of live in the moment, because it is such a moment where in practice it's just seems like it'd be hard to be so sendy in practice if you're by yourself, because it's such a controlled environment. There's no real tension around. Is that true at all?
Yeah, everything gets flipped upside down in a race. It's a whole different thing. Like, it's not even close. So you got a practice track where exactly how the lines are going to form and how the track's going to be and, all this stuff. And then you get into a race situation where the track's just destroyed. You have 22 guys around you. Everything's changing each lap. And that's just where the experience comes into, where when you feel comfortable in those situations, that's when you excel.
Hey, now that you're a big time 450 guy, what's the best thing about being like a factory superstar rider, and like what's the worst thing? Maybe the travel, you've already mentioned it, but what is the best thing and the worst thing?
Best thing is the bike, the resources, the people.
Yep.
The worst thing at times, definitely with Star, can be the pressure.
Yeah.
You have to take it in a positive way and not let it get to you when it is a negative.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a fine balance there, but the sport's definitely, from an outside point of view, it's not easy to do what we do, especially like me in the 450 class. Like we're going on race 22 now, and we still got like 10 more weekends of this.
Yep.
And then if you think about it, we get 8 weeks off, and then we do it all over again. So
yeah.
If you look at it that way, that's not the good part of the sport. There's not much break, so
yeah,
it's definitely a warm welcome to the 450 class for sure.
Hey, so Hunter, Jet, and Jay Coop are all top 4 in points.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of them are going through their first full season, because Jet, remember, did 250 last year Supercross, so he came in somewhat fresh.
Yep.
But 3 of the top 4 in points are all feeling this right now for the first time, which is holy crap. This is a lot, which is pretty cool though to see that kind of youth movement up top. But you guys are all about to hit that hot month of July at the same time after not having a break at all. So good luck this next month.
Yeah, I say we're in for the worst coming up.
Motocross the Nations, you down? I'm guessing, and if you're selected, you're going to be on the list. Like, you look at Chase, you look at yourself, AP, and then Deegs or whoever. You're going to be on the short list, Jay Coop, and I'm guessing no problem.
Yeah, 31 races. Why not make it 32?
Why not? Yeah, and you get so much. You get paid for it, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So,
Just
yes.
keep doing outdoor for another couple weeks too. Just keep riding outdoor.
Yeah.
I might as well just go out on top at Redbud.
Yeah. You know what? It does suck for you guys a little bit. Those SMX races, it's good money. We know that. There's a lot of money to be made, but I mean, yeah, you're not getting paid anymore like on your contracts. None of these guys are. I think some agents are trying to do that going forward. Like, hey, if you pay me, $500,000 for 28 races, well, now you need to be paying me, per race,
50 or 60 whatever
it is. But it does. But I mean, again, there's money to be made, Jay Coop. But it does kind of suck to throw an extra 2 races, right?
I mean, for the money, I don't think so. I mean, it's just. I mean, they should get rid of maybe some of the supercrosses. That would be pretty nice. Maybe make it like a 14 race series or something. I mean, 17 is definitely a long haul, and then we got all the nationals. So just something to give us a little bit more of a break for the off season.
Would you rather have 31, if you have to have 31 races, because that seems to be what the plan is, would you rather have 31 races the way we have it now, or 31 with more weeks off, so we're going later into October?
Like all the way to October,
Yeah.
end of October, so you just have a 2-month break.
Yeah, which would you like better?
No, we gotta, we definitely gotta keep it.
Okay.
So get it over with.
Yeah, get it over with.
Yeah, we gotta get it over with.
That's a good question. I never thought about that, but yeah, which one? Because let me ask you this: is the travel the hardest part, or is it the grind of the continuous weeks and having to do the same thing over and over? Like, which one of those is, I would say, would eat you up more?
It depends. I mean, there's stages of the series, like if you're staying in Florida and you got to go to I don't know, one of the California rounds, and then you fly back to Florida, and like for the first in between the round 1 and 2 of that nationals, I stayed in California for that week just because I can't, going across the country is what really wears you out. So
yeah,
at least for me, I think that just, spending all day traveling, 2 times a week is definitely adds up, and definitely something you want to stay away from once you've done 17 rounds of Supercross. So I think just kind of scheduling where you're staying at, and not making the travel as long as it could be is definitely important.
Okay, a couple questions before we wrap this thing up here. Weisco Pistons bringing you Justin Cooper on the show. Your favorite teammate, 250 and 450 guys. Favorite teammate?
Now or ever?
No, like now. We're gonna go now.
And then ever.
Now?
Yeah, now.
But you just said 125, 250.
Yeah, I meant the whole team of Star. Like don't pick your 450 guys. Like everybody at Star.
He meant the 125 guys.
Well, I meant the 250 guys, but I'm so old I say 125s. So the whole team of Star.
I'll go with Coop.
Okay, messiest teammate.
Messiest.
Yep.
Let's go with Dax.
Okay. Funniest teammate.
Probably Dax.
Teammate you know the least. Because I feel like there's just guys coming and going at Star.
Who's that?
I mean, Mosman's there apparently somewhere. Teammate you know the least. Like you speak to the least.
Yeah, probably Mosman. He hasn't been around much,
Right.
so, and we don't train together. So
yeah, he's there, and
you don't know him much from the past either.
No, I mean I know him on the track, but
Yeah,
that's about it.
Okay, all right. Any other categories? Did I miss any, DB?
I wish I would have been prepared for that.
Sorry,
Like,
I should have prepped you.
Yeah, there's a few other ones that could have been there, but
Okay.
not off the top of the
All
head.
right, okay. Thanks, man. Thanks, Justin. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Good summer this year.
Yep.
DB and I can be your agents going forward. We'll try to get you that deal.
We're working on it.
Yeah, we'll work on that. But man, you've been doing a great job, and thank you for the time tonight on an off Monday. Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
All right,
Thanks.
Thank you, man.
Later.
Appreciate it. That's Justin Cooper. Everybody, brought to you by the folks at Weisco.
It's good. Good
Yeah.
interview.
Yeah.
Transparent too. He is honest, which is good.
Yeah, and I'm happy that it sounds like he can go back there, and but I just you he's not getting paid what he's supposed to. He didn't want to say that, but and I don't know that. I'm just thinking that.
Because it's a third spot.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
a
they pay
team that
Webb, they pay
is,
Eli,
and it's not
right.
like the other two aren't cheap.
No.
So it's that makes sense. But at the same time, sometimes chemistry fits. Like he said, the pressure there is tough, but he's obviously still there, so
Yeah.
he's been able to handle it. Not many
Right.
can. So it's like a chemistry thing that fits, but at the same time, he's more valuable probably.
Well,
than
what
he
we
is.
talked about on our show is, let's say you sign Tomac because he's obviously awesome and he's comes to the fan base and he's great, and then you lose Justin Cooper, but then Tomac hangs it up at the end of 25, and you're like, boy, I wish we had a guy named Justin Cooper here.
Yeah, that's the tough part because it's a gamble a little bit, right? And Eli, what do you do? Tell him no? I mean, it's he kind of has a pass forever almost.
You
and
sign him.
If he wants to do it, he'll give you his best. And indoors, he's Eli. So it's just one of those weird situations. Again, the generation right now that's hanging in there, they're so good, and they're still in their 30s, and they're still crushing it, which has Hampshire and Jay Coop, a lot of these guys that typically would have already been in there, probably on rides for a couple of years now, they're held back because of the logjam with these badass 31-year-olds. So,
all right, we got some phone calls. Tony's on one. What's up, Tony?
Hey guys, I hear people talking about Master Pool being on a TM, and I have a buddy who him and his brother are in the weird bikes, and he got a TM, and I rode it, and it's pretty good. I mean, I'm wondering why there's no racing, why they don't race in America at all.
First
really.
of all, Master Pool and a TM. What are you talking about?
he won Loretta's.
he did
Super Mini 1 and 2 on a TM.
Okay, that's on brand.
Yeah, and I was wondering if you guys ever had any experience
Well,
with them.
Tony, that would be up to TM to homologate their bikes, spend money on racing, right? Support a racer, do all of that. Like, it would be up to them to do that, because you can't go racing unless you give an AMA a bike and produce 400 units and I think pay money.
I don't know.
I don't know if you have to pay money or not.
Technical
but
part of it, but
you
have to meet certain minimums for sure.
Yeah. So, Tony, it would be up to TM to be like, hey, we want to go racing,
So there's no way you could even race one in a professional
I don't
race
think
at
so.
all.
Don't quote me on that, because maybe they already homologate them and I don't know that, but I don't believe so. Like, I've never heard of someone racing them or anything. So
I've seen them around.
Honestly, it's pretty good. Like, I was impressed. I thought it was going to be janky, but
I rode one
nice.
I rode one in the late 90s. It sucked, but I mean, it's 25 years ago, but it was terrible.
I mean, this was like a 2019 or something.
Yeah. So, I think it's up to TM, Tony. Honestly, it's up to them.
Huh. Well,
so
thank you.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Damon's got. Speaking of weirdo OEMs, Damon's got a Ducati question. What's up, Damon?
Hey, I'm just curious, when is Ducati coming into the U.S.? And also, shout out to Tom Pound.
They are coming in 2025.
Next year?
Sorry.
2026.
The teams will have them, or the team will be based late summer 2025. So they will be testing and riding then, and then 2026 they'll come in for Supercross.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Acherbys. Thanks to the folks at Acherbys. Speaking of Oland, Acherbys is the world leader in accessory dirt bike plastics. Love the Acherbys stuff. Whether you're simply needing a new fender or you want to personalize your bike, Acherbys is there for you. Check out the latest styles and colors at Acherbys USA. Super cool website as well, with Bike Builder, where you can put your bike in there, the color plastic you want, Daniel, and Acherbys USA. You've probably used Acherbys for sure.
Oh, yeah. Many times.
So thanks to the folks at Acherbys for coming on board. 702-586-7857 if you want to give us a call. And our next guest brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save, whether it's the 9800, the old trusty 9800, whether it's the 9800 dozer bag, whether it's the 9800 rig bag. They got you all covered with the folks at OGO. Backpacks as well, carry-ons as well. Please check out OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save with those guys. They got bags for everybody and everything and everyone. And welcoming our next guest from Troll Training, trolltraining.com, Alex Martin. What's up, man?
Fellas, how we doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. Can't complain. Been busy, but
dude,
the sun's finally out in Minnesota. It's been raining like crazy up here.
DB, he's a marathon guy now.
Really?
He just runs marathons.
Full 26s?
I'm sure. Yeah.
What are you doing, Alex? What's the schedule look like?
Man, I kind of got the bug, the marathon bug.
What? You and your brother are weird, man. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I've done 5.
You've done 5 of them?
Yeah. Yeah, I just did my 5th one over the weekend. I was up in Duluth, Minnesota. Probably one of the bigger ones in the U.S. There was like almost 10,000 runners. So, yeah, we had a good time up there.
Think about the steps, Steve. Like twice as many as most.
How do you feel after a marathon? Are you just done? Is it like Southwick 2 motos? Is it tougher? Is it rougher? What's it like?
Well, it's interesting because I've been thinking about that a lot, like how it relates. And I know we were talking earlier today, Steve, and it's like I'm actually training way less now for marathons than I was for my racing career. You know, because it's more cross training, like you're doing more cycling and gym, and it's a little more well-rounded. And plus, you're riding a dirt bike. Obviously, that's the priority. But I mean, you're typically training like 2 or 3 times a day for motocross, or at least I was. Whereas, like, you know, with running, I'm like, I'll get out for an hour or, you know, sometimes hour and a half a day. So, I mean, sometimes I'll do double run days, but for the most part, it's like it's not the main priority, you know? But, I mean, I definitely have gotten the bug, and I feel like my mileage has creeped up quite a bit to where, like, earlier when I first started, I could barely handle probably 30 to 40 miles a week, and now, like, this last build, I was up around 70 to 80 miles a week.
Jeez.
So...
Wow.
Yeah, we're kind of
hard.
I've hit some century marks in the week on a bicycle, and I've hit more than a few, and I really want to do a century ride. You know,
in one shot?
In one shot, you know, rest up for it, everything else. But, Alex, I can kind of see, like, it gets to be addictive, and you start looking at your miles or miles ridden or miles ran, and you're like, just a little more, and then before you know it, it's like taking over your life, right?
Well, that's kind of where I'm at. I was like, I really wanted to qualify for Boston, so I did that. With my time in Arizona, I ran a 250 in February, but it's just kind of like, how fast can I go? You know, how fast can these little troll legs go? So I don't just
you don't have the body of a runner, right? I mean, like there is such a thing as a body of a swimmer, a body of a runner, a body of a motocross.
I'm saying he has to do twice as many steps.
Yeah, you don't. Oh, that's why you were saying that.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Right.
I know.
Right, Alex? You don't have a runner's body, right?
Oh, no, dude. Every time, like, I was just looking at photos from the weekend, I'm like, dude, I look like a water buffalo out there. Dude. Like, I'm like 40 pounds overweight compared to these guys. You know, they're like twigs out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been trying, and I haven't really been doing a lot of strength training because I'm, you know, not really trying to put on mass. But, like, I have so much, like, dirt bike muscle still, like 2 years later.
Yeah.
I just won't go away.
Hey, I got a question for him based off of something Jay Cooper just said. He talked about practicing during the week and how you obviously tame it down as you get older and smarter. Alex, I remember hearing this about you back in the day that they would try to get you to like level up on practice day. Like, come on, man, and you would just durably do your motos, but then on weekends you would show up and wax everybody. Was that by design? Was that just the way you practice, or were you saving yourself? Because I remember hearing that back then, and Justin just mentioned the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, like I always felt like my best effort was on race day. You know, like I was willing to push to 100, 110% on race day, and I just wasn't willing to do it during the week. I kind of wanted to, like, you know, I feel like we only had so many matches to burn, and you know, as a racer, like you're racing 30 times a year anyways, so that's already like 30 efforts. You know, in outdoors, you got 2 efforts in a day, like where you're like pushing yourself to the limit. And if you're pushing yourself to the limit like 3 days a week and then on the weekend, it's just a lot to do. And I felt like I could still push in the work and go, you know, decently hard during the week, and it was good enough for the weekend. And honestly, like I've kind of been going down this rabbit hole, but like I'm more focused with like running training now, and like a lot of top runners, like they're not necessarily going to the well every time they run. Like they are kind of like, they take blood lactate and they kind of measure that lactate, and they try to kind of flirt with like not going over the limit. So I feel like there is actually a science component to it as well.
Maybe just like the adrenaline and the intensity of a real race gives you that extra bit where, like, again, I do think there is something to that, because I remember even in my day when I did train, Steve, I did at one point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was hard to push hard on practice days too, because you want to get it done. You want to do it. You want to do it right. You don't want to have a problem, and you just want to be really good. And then on race day, your instincts kick in, and you're doing more than you thought. Sometimes you'll run out of breath, but I always felt that way too. That race day, something kicked in that gave you the bump, or on practice day, it was hard to do that.
Yeah. Well, I think also too, it's like on practice day, there's maybe like 3 people watching you ride, or, you know, if you're a Baker's factory, like maybe 10. But like on race day, you have 30,000 fans cheering you on.
Right.
You know, so like I think that adrenaline comes in and kind of just, you know, gives you that extra 5% or whatever.
Trolltraining.com, how's it going?
Oh, we're doing good, man.
Yeah.
We're quads are a little sore from the race on Saturday, but yeah, now we're focusing on Millville and working on vending stuff and MPG. That's my life now. So.
And I'm guessing you got a lot of riders gearing up for Loretta's and regionals and the Loretta's itself as far as training going.
Yeah. Troll training's going good. Continuing to grow, and I mean, honestly, that's my real passion. With John and I, we just love health and fitness, and yeah, I mean, it's cool. We have a lot of privateer guys, some good pro guys, and kind of a good mix. It seems like we've kind of went into like flat track and snowcross, and some GNCC guys. So it's cool to kind of have a little diversity, as well as I feel like, I mean, to be honest, like Daniel knows, like training's pretty general for the most part. So like having a higher level of fitness kind of just applies across the board.
Yep.
But yeah, it's been good and it's fun, and I feel like we're getting it's just fun to be able to work with guys.
Question for you. I use Arma stuff, right? So I got like their caffeine fire that's called, kind of like the pure caffeine from the root or whatever that kind of gives you energy, right? When you ride. And then I mix it with like Blitz or Hydrate, which is their electrolyte stuff for sweat and all that, and that's what I put in my bottle. Should I also be, when I'm done pedaling, Alex, should I do protein as well, Arma protein stuff, or like because I'm not lifting, right? I don't do any lifting, so I always associate protein with weights and muscles and all that. Do I need protein after a ride?
I mean, it's good to just help with recovery. Yeah, I mean, you're giving your muscles kind of the amino acids and stuff to help recover, expedite that process. But like I will say, before exercise or like before riding, before running, I really try and stay away from like protein, fiber, and fat, and just kind of go with carbs.
Yep.
To help kind of fuel that, that workout. But then afterwards, by all means, amp up the protein.
All right. Well, maybe I'll start doing that, because I kind of have the vanilla stuff. It's just sitting in the cabinet, and I look at it, and I'm like, do I need protein? Should I take protein? I don't know.
I think so. When I get done riding, I go right to Zaxby's.
Okay.
They have super good chicken, protein. Alex just said you got to get that protein amino acids in there.
Okay, fair enough.
So,
trolltraining.com, check it out. John Wessling, Alex Martin, helping people out. And whether you're a vet rider, whether you're like an up-and-coming amateur, like a woods guy, a vet guy, you just want to bounce questions off people, like my protein question. You want to bounce stuff off, sign up for Troll Training, and John and Alex will personally answer your emails. So check it out, everybody, trolltraining.com. Couldn't do much with Darkside over the weekend at the regional, Alex, but, I mean, there's only so much you can do. So
yeah, dude, I sent him his own video of where he sat on the gate for 45 seconds wide open. I think Phil actually was like, dude, you got to go check out Dark's video. And I watched it, and I was like, I put him in a group chat with John. I was like, what is going on here, man? You can do all the training in the world, man, but you can't be sleeping on the gate.
It's such a Dark thing that as soon as he looks up and relaxes, the gate drops. Immediately. It's just fantastic. He's on later tonight, so we'll get to the bottom of that. Hey, how's Jeremy? What's new with Jeremy? What's going on? Obviously, taking a break from racing right now. I know he's maybe doing some mountain bike stuff and all that. But what's J Mart up to?
Yeah, he's definitely hit. This last concussion he had was pretty scary. He came back because it was probably within like less than 6 weeks from the Detroit concussion everybody saw on TV there. And he came back home and just tried to recover. He was really kind of fighting a lot of concussion symptoms, just nausea, dizziness, and I mean, it honestly took him like at least a month where he was just like somewhat, not blurry vision. And
wow, yeah.
So at this point, it was just like, guys, he's not going to get back till he wouldn't even be back on the bike till like halfway through outdoors. And then, I mean, the doctor that he saw up in the Twin Cities, he went and saw a concussion specialist, and he's like, man, you should probably take like 4 months off.
Yeah.
Just to let your brain heal, Because, let's face it, it's not like even just these 2 concussions, it's not the first time he's had a concussion. We all kind of start to rack them up the older we get, So, yeah, he's just trying to stay fit, stay in shape, and he's helping out a little bit at Millville. And on his off days, he comes out here, and he's already weed whacked Mount Martin once, the finish line hillside.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, so he's just staying busy.
It's a big hill, too.
And how's the track looking for the National? We got less than a month coming up.
Yeah, we got Schaefer Track coming in a few weeks here. Fixed it up. We actually just had a local race over the weekend, and it was actually a miracle we pulled it off. There was like 5 inches of rain just Friday, Saturday, and then I don't know if you guys have been watching the news, but we've had like unbelievable amounts of rain.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
This spring, and so it's like, it's been wet for sure. So
are you worried about your friend Phil his criticism of tracks and track prep lately. Are you worried about his Millville, if he's ready for Millville and then he comes on our show Monday and rips Schaefer and Millville a new one? Are you worried about this?
No. We've been doing our homework, Steve. I've really been going down the rabbit hole of like finding a good tractor that can rip Millville. And we went through 3 different demo units, and we ended up with I actually called Tim Ridgely, and I was like, Tim, how much horsepower do you need to rip a track? And we started with a 90 horsepower tractor, wasn't enough. Went to 115, wasn't enough. Ended with a 135 horsepower tractor, and we finally were able to pull the chisel plow. So it really just came down to having
because that was the problem,
equipment.
right? That was the issue last year, right? The tractor or something. He was yelling and screaming.
Yeah, it was my parents had a 1998 tractor with 7,000 hours on it. So it's not ideal.
So now we got a new tractor, so Phil will be happier. We think
we got a new tractor, and we're making making gains for sure. But it's actually kind of crazy. You can't just buy a tractor off the lot and just put it on Millville.
Really?
We had to add fluid to the tires. I think it's got 3,000 pounds in the tires, and we added 1,500 pounds to the front end so it doesn't wheelie over backwards. I mean, it's been a process.
Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. I just thought any tractor would be good enough, right? Yeah. Who knew? Alex Martin here on the show, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Pulp15 is the code to save with OGO Power Sports. Great company, and whether it's gear bags or carry-on bags, backpacks, all of that, check out OGOPowersports.com. Daniel Blair here. Alex, I want to talk to you a little bit about Millville and working with MX Sports and putting on a race and everything else. There's a lot of discourse out there lately about Glen Helen and MX Sports and Davey and all of this. And I put something on my Twitter earlier this week, and I basically was like, look, man, I understand that Bud and Glen Helen and MX Sports can't work together. I side with MX Sports. Obviously I work for Racer X, but I've raced Glen Helen World Vets enough to know what they're like. I've practiced there enough to know what they're like. And then I've talked to people who sponsor the outdoors, and then they would show up at Glen Helen, and Bud would sell spots to competing sponsors and just say, fuck off. And I've heard the stories about Bud freaking out on people, freaking out on riders, all of that stuff. Their parking was shitty, all of this stuff. I tend to side with MX Sports. And then even if you want to look at Mathis and be like, he's a Racer X shill, he lows Davey, of course he's going to say that. My point to these people is okay, Bud's mad. He doesn't get a national. That's understandable. He's upset. He's throwing all these accusations about. I get that. But Millville, Unadilla, Red Bud, Bud's Creek for a long time, David Claybon now for 15 years. These are independent track owners like yourself and John and your mom, Greta, who continue to sign up with MX Sports for 30, 40 years to be on the schedule. If MX Sports was so bad, and if the deal they make is so bad, why do you guys keep signing up to Held Nationals for 30, 40 years? It almost seems like maybe the one guy is out to lunch and the other track guys know what they're doing. So if you want, just expand a little bit. And again, MX Sports, they're a for-profit company. Are they perfect? Probably not. But, Alex, take us through a little bit about working with MX Sports, holding a national, how it's profitable, how you do, and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, it's a whole rabbit hole, that I love to go down. And I feel like I can speak to this from multiple angles because, I was a racer for 15 years. I raced Glen Helen. I got my first ever win at Glen Helen.
Yeah.
Glen Helen National 2016. So, I have fond memories of G8. But at the same time, for the last, since I retired these last year and a half, I've been a part of the MPG meetings we have each week and kind of learning. I'm ultimately still learning. I tell the, Jill Robinson and Unadilla, Red Bud, and these guys, they've been doing it for a long time. I think Millville's coming up on our 42nd annual national. So I'm still very much learning how things operate, and Carrie and Tim and Davey, and what I see is, they're trying to just give us these opportunities, right? And I think ultimately all of these pro nationals are multi-million-dollar opportunities. But it's up to the promoters to make it successful. And yes, there are some, parameters that MX Sports wants you to abide by. For example, when I went out and tried to get FXR as our title sponsor, like I had to make sure that, Parts Unlimited or Fly, like it was not competing, you know what I mean?
Right.
And so it worked out where FXR was able to be the title sponsor. But I know there are like vending situations like that where you kind of need to check with Davey and Carrie. But like at the same time, they're still providing us with a hell of an opportunity to make money.
Yeah.
But it's up to the promoter too to like make the event successful. Like I was telling you earlier, like for my parents, like having Thursday amateur practice. We open the gates Wednesday. Thursday amateur practice, Friday amateur race, Saturday pro race, and then Sunday amateur race again. So, like between camping and the amateurs and the pro day, like it becomes a very profitable event. But I know there are some races that just do the Saturday race or whatever, and I do feel like they're missing out on a lot of money by doing that. But yeah, there's a lot to it for sure. And
and also you guys are working your balls off. Like you are working hard. I know what you do. I've talked to you about the work put in before National, right? So I'm not trying to, begrudge it, but it's a lot of work, but there's also a lot of money to be made.
Yeah, for sure. And like from what I've seen, like the Coombs it's, they have like a whole like ready to race, like all the things that you need, like, you have enough medics on staff, security, even porta potties, like everything it takes to kind of make sure these promoters like are ready, for race day. Because there's so many things that go into an event of this magnitude.
Sure.
Like as a racer, I think we're all kind of oblivious to that. Like track prep and like how the track is on race day is like almost a very small piece compared to everything else, because like, dude, if you don't have enough porta potties or like you don't have security, like that's a whole other problem. Or like making sure we have Wi-Fi so we can scan tickets when people come in the gate.
Yeah, I don't understand why, like, if this was such a bad deal and MX Sports sucks and the Coomses suck, and why do the same promoters keep signing up for races for 40 years, right? Like, it obviously works well. Are they perfect? No. But, like, it obviously works, except for this one guy, Glenn Helen, who's proven to be kind of shitty at running races. I've been to World Vets. Trust me. I've been to World Vets. I've been to the National where the parking lot, the rental parking lot was like Anaheim 1 whoop section. Like, like it was terrible. So the guy doesn't have flaggers on practice days. Like there's a lot of things that Glenn Helen does wrong, in my opinion, and they make a lot of money, and that's fine. I choose to ride there. I know the risks. I take it, all of that stuff. I get it. But I'm baffled by these people that are hitting me up in the DMs or on Twitter saying that MX Sports is evil and Coombs is evil and Glenn Helen needs a national. Like, wait, what? Like, what about the other track promoters that seem to be fine with these deals? I don't get that part. I don't know why everyone would take the one guy who's proven to be tough to work with. I mean, he grabbed MXGP for a while. No one went. He went back to the motocross series. Like, is Glenn Helen a better track than Paula? 100%. No one's arguing that. But you gotta have business partners that want to work with you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's, like I said, there's a lot to it. I mean, yeah, like the promoters, because I was from listening to what Davey had to say and stuff, like, yes, the promoters do make concessions sometimes with sponsorship or vending, but it's like, I think over the last 40 years, and God, Hangtown, I feel like has been going for like 70.
Yeah.
Like, it can't be that bad of concessions that these promoters are making if they're still doing it. Redbud, Unadilla, Hangtown, like all these tracks have been around for a long time. And I mean, I think looking at like knowing now like ticket sales and like spectator count for even Supercross and motocross combined, like I think the merger of Feld and MX Sports has been absolutely huge for our sport. I feel like it's kind of went up like 3 notches since I retired even. And it's kind of like, he's kind of out in the cold now. Like he missed his opportunity, and now the sport is huge. Ticket sales are huge, and yes, it'd be cool to have Glenn Helen back, but it's like you kind of like got to play with everybody.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like Glenn Helen used to be packed with people more so than Paula. That dude made a lot of money at Glen Helen Nationals, without a doubt. There was so many people there, but he just can't play nice. He just, like if you're Jason Thomas, and at one point Fly was exclusive gear of the Nationals, and they show up, WPS people show up, and there's Troy Lee designs all on the side of the track, and Bud just goes, I sold it to him, Oh, cool, thanks, man. Thanks,
well,
bud.
It's like, you know,
Yeah.
what is, so you sell TLD for, like, let's say you make $5 or $10 for that vending spot.
Yeah.
But it's like, for most of these nationals, my parents included, like, there's 18 other events that we run throughout the summer, you know? So, like, it's almost kind of, in my mind, like, okay, I'll give up $5 get to the Coombs,
Yeah.
you know, on that vending thing. But, like, we have local races and hare scrambles and Loretta qualifiers and
Yeah.
all this other stuff. Like, we have signage we sell around the track, and there's sponsorship packages, you know? So it's like, in the long run, you do just fine, you know?
Of course, yeah. No, absolutely. And again, if you guys didn't, you wouldn't keep holding nationals. Everybody would be like, your dad, John, would have been like, you know what? This just isn't worth it. I'm doing all this work, and I got to pay MX Sports all this money, and I got nobody here at the races, and, you know, screw it. I'm not making any money. And he'd be out, but he's not. So, you know, I don't know. I just feel like sometimes I don't know why everyone's so hung up on Glen Helen. Great track.
Just because the track is
Great
why.
track.
If the track wasn't good, no one would care, but it's iconic and it's rad. And like even Alex said, he won there. I mean, there's so many, like, moments that have come from that place.
Oh,
and
it's a better
because
track
the
than Paula, yeah.
I mean, it might be one of the best ones, period, as far as just what it's done, what's been done there.
You know, when I ride these World Vet races, I meet people from all over the world, right? They love the show, and they come see me. 3/4 of them are like, I just can't believe I'm at Glen Helen.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're just in awe of Glen Helen because the photos and the history and all that. And I get it, but it's a huge draw. But again, like, I don't know. So let's flip this around a little bit, Alex. What is one thing that MX Sports could be better at?
Yeah, that's right. Let's go, Alex.
No, I mean, like, for real though. What would you like to see them be a bit better at?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for that question.
No, I mean, no. Listen, all honesty, like, I'm sure they think that you and your dad could be better at something too. I mean, it all happens. You know, it's all part of part of working together.
Like, honestly, I feel like I'm still very much in the stage of, like, a promoter where, like, you know, I'm around, like, Unadilla, Red Butter, my parents, like, they've been doing it for so long, I'm still learning, like, what could be better. Like, even what I know this year for track prep and, like, taking on the vending stuff. And that's why I do feel like the Coombs are doing a pretty good job. Like, they're doing a good job of keeping everybody organized. And it's just, there's a lot of moving parts. And, you know, I mean, yes, maybe the TV package could be better, which I feel like the TV package is good this year. God, I don't know. There's so many things. I don't even know where to start, Steve.
Okay, all right. It is neat to see Feld and MX Sports working together. I've been around long enough where they used to hate each other and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And like, I used to just shake my head at it, but it's great to see them working together. And, you know, the sport's been elevated from that. SMX money's great for these guys. So yeah, things, you know, generally are on the up and up, Alex.
Well, I will say as, like, a racer, that's, like, one thing that I was always, like, just bummed about is, especially when I went 450, like, I was making pretty good money just making the main event as a 450 guy in Supercross. And then you go outdoors and you're just, like, riding your dick off for 75 minutes and you're making less than $1,000 and you're just, you're going like 10, 10, 11, 11 in 450 class. And it was just like, God, the purse money sucks, you know?
Yep.
So, but then, of course, I retire, and then the next year it's the biggest purse ever, and you have 3 playoff rounds. You know what I mean? So, but, like, having said that, you know, now seeing it, like, the promoters themselves, like, pay the purse money, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I know the promoters are making a lot of money, but, like, for the, you know, let's just say the purse money is $100,000.
It is. No, it is 100. It's $100,000 every race. Yeah, but divided with 80 guys. So
yeah, and so, like, the promoters have to pay all that, you know.
Yeah.
Plus the sanctioning fee and stuff. So, I mean, you're well into 6 figures just to get the event up and going. You know? So that is a big paycheck there. But
if you get rain or horrible weather, you know, you're out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one thing where I'm like, I don't know, but you know, there's a lot going out to have a national, that's for sure. And that's why I say, like, if you want to have a national event be successful, you have to do camping, you have to do amateur racing, you know, and you have to try and grow the event that way.
And those are the hard things, right? Those are the add-on hard difficulties. Amateurs, I mean, we had a call at the beginning of the show about their lack of happiness towards an amateur national. So you have to deal with a lot of that, which obviously that's part of it, though, right, Alex? It's just dealing with the whole entirety of the project, not just Pro Day.
Right. No, there's a lot of moving pieces for sure, and I think as a racer, you're totally kind of oblivious to that.
Right, yeah, you're just like Phil yelling about track prep.
Or as a fan too.
Sucks, man.
As a fan, you're oblivious too, because again, I haven't thought about this part. I don't typically sit there and watch the Nationals and think about the complications of running it. I'm just watching the product, and the product is good. Yeah. So it's like you watch it, but you don't realize that behind that is gnarly.
When we did our Pulp Ride Day at Millville last year, I went in early. It was raining. Alex took me on a tour, told me about being bigger part of the promotion now with his dad, now that he's retired. And I would open my eyes to all the little stuff like that. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, oh yeah, like I didn't even think about that and this. And Alex, you were telling me things about, the bathrooms and the tractors. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, yeah, you don't think about that stuff. You just sit back like Phil and complain.
Yeah. Well, even like flaggers, every single weekend you have to find flaggers. And like you saw at Paula press day, like, there's that pile up with Marshbanks and some of the guys that, like, there wasn't a flagger there, like on a blind single jump there. And it's like, but, how do we get good flaggers to be there every single weekend? Because it's not really a position that we pay a lot of money for. And you're just expected to sit in this flagger hut for 12 hours a day,
Yeah, there was a flagger there, but the PA said clear the track because there were team guys standing on jumps. So the PA said clear the track, and the flagger was like, okay, cool. So, yes, not great communication there.
But that goes back to, like, you pay for what you get, And
yeah, sure.
If you have an experienced flagger, he's not going to just, like, leave his post because the PA guy is like, clear the track.
Yeah. Alex, right now, you represented Team USA at the Motocross of the Nations. Right now, what's your MXDN team? USA.
Oh.
Yeah, what do you think?
Man, they haven't even been on my radar yet. Are we talking about this already?
Yeah, we are.
It's time. Time to fire it up.
Yeah. Wait.
Man, I'm too into marathons right now, I guess. Man, Chase and, Deegan, I feel like, obviously.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go with troll training athlete Jason Anderson.
Okay, all right. Not biased at all.
No,
not biased at all.
Way to be honest.
Yeah, not biased at all. He's fit. He's been doing his reps, doing his laps, and then he's grinding.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, trolltraining.com, everybody. By the way, check it out. Basically, they're going to give you the program that's the anti-Darkside.
Yeah,
that's the program that you can ask for the anti-Darkside.
It's more like the Jason Anderson program, not like the Darkside program.
Poor Dark.
Keep your eye on the gate, man.
OGO Power Sports, by the way, bringing you Alex Martin on the show. Pulp 15 is the code to save with OGO. All right, so what's your take on 450 class, Alex? Hunter's got the red plate. You saw the Hangtown crash with Jet. Chase has been all over the place because 1 week after Hangtown, he has that Thunder Valley race. What's your take on 450s?
Yeah, it's wild. Like, as much as Jet made it really boring last year, this year it's, like, totally the opposite, I mean, if it hadn't been for that Hangtown crash, maybe we would be seeing more 1-1 from Jet, but, like, he's honestly lucky to just be okay after that Hangtown crash. I don't know what he was thinking doing that.
Yep.
But, yeah, and the chase was unbelievable. Sakamoto at Hangtown, that was really cool. And, the Lawrences and Chase, like, they're just on another level. The way Jet and Chase were riding that track, Sakamoto to High Point, was unbelievable how fast they were going. Yep. It makes me kind of like retired or happy that I'm retired and I don't have to like figure out how to go that fast anymore,
Especially through that. That track was brutal. It was who could make only 4 mistakes a lap. You know what I mean? Like they were dabbing feet left and right. And it just seemed like just a grind compared to the first few rounds that seemed to flow a little bit better. And I don't know. That's what it looked like to me, was just they were having to fight way, way harder than normal, and they were having to figure each other out back and forth. Like, they went back and forth a few times. So it was like a learning moto where I was like, whoever learned the next thing the quickest was going to make the move, with line choice or whatever. To me, I was one of the more entertaining weekends, I'd say, in a while, especially the 450 class. That second moto was one of the best we've seen in a couple of years, since the Eli Chase battles, which were pretty damn good that whole summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was stoked to see Masterpool get up there and take the win. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's a cool story. He rode the bike at Paris for like an hour on Friday after press day, and now he's on the team and he won. It's crazy.
Yeah. Those are the cool stories for sure.
And then Deegs was phenomenal, like just phenomenal at High Point. So it's impressive.
No, I mean, there's a lot of hype around him, but it's like, dude, he kind of just keeps delivering, and it's kind of impressive for his age, because I feel like Phil and I talk about this. It's like, dude, we were just grinding in our early 20s for like, 9th, 10th, training our asses off, and like, some kids just kind of like have it, and it comes a little bit easier to them, but
Well,
kudos to him for like backing it up.
We said this on the show, like he grew up with means, he grew up with everything. We've seen that doesn't always work with guys. He is he's putting the work off the bike, clearly. He's gritty, all of that. So I'm still don't know what the hell he's doing on the podium speeches, but on the track, you're like, this kid's legit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no doubt. You can't.
You know what, though? I've seen people too talk about the upbringing, right? And how he had everything. He had the best bikes and all that.
Yeah.
He also had a camera in his face the entire time with the pressure of an entire fan base to be good all the time. Like, that's a lot of pressure. I mean, think about that from being a young kid and everyone's watching your whole life. That means every moto's being documented. You don't really take a moto off. So to me, as much as he did have some advantages, he also had a lot of pressure growing up that he's always been able to overcome. So to me, it almost prepped him for this because he doesn't seem too fazed by the moment and the bright lights of this whole thing.
Yeah.
He seems like he doesn't really he's not fazed by it at all. And that's from that childhood too. That's part of his youth was being under a camera the whole time.
Well, and I feel like it's changed kind of my perception on social media because when he was on 85 Super Minis and you saw his YouTube channel and all the following, it was kind of like, well, he's not going to make it because he's not serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you have this kind of preconceived notion that because you were doing a lot of social media, kind of almost like Dino, like they're just having fun and they're not serious. But he's been able to like turn it around and like you see at races, like his autograph line is longer than Tomac's and stuff. And it's like, and he's winning. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty crazy. He's definitely kind of put the social media thing on its head.
No, he's for real for sure. And I mean, I don't know how anybody can beat him right now because he can win from up front, he can win from the back. Short of an injury, I'm not sure how he loses this title. He's been really good, and he's going to tracks that he was at really good before. Maybe not Southwick.
Yeah, I think he loses this weekend, but I think Red Bud, Millville, Washougal are freaking good for him.
Absolutely. So, Alex, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. Keep running. You're like Forrest Gump. You're just running, dude. You're just running.
Just running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Trolltraining.com. Everybody, check out the website. And again, Alex, John, do good work, and they can help you out no matter what you're doing, and they can answer some of your fitness and food questions and that kind of stuff. So anybody can benefit from it. Trolltraining.com. Thanks, Alex.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right.
Later, bro.
See you, man. Thanks. That's Alex Martin, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. Pulp20, the code to save with Maxima, whether it's 927, whether it's chain oil, whether it's four-stroke engine oil, whatever it is, Pulp20 is the code to save with MaximaUSA.com. Monster Energy Pro Circuit, speaking of Master Pool, Monster Energy Kawasaki using Maxima. Pulp20 is the code to save at ProFilter 2, ProFilter.com. Pick a pre-oiled, ready-to-use air and oil filter for your side-by-side, for your dirt bike, whatever it is. ProFilter.com. Please check it out. All right, we got questions for DB here. Ryan, what's up? What's your question for Daniel Blair?
Hey, yeah. So I know Daniel Blair talked about this a little bit on his like YouTube show about the 250 class and how he had a plan to make it partially regional, but then end it with around 5 or 6 like national East and West combined. My question is, have you guys heard anything about Fell like actually planning on making any changes to the 250 class? And additionally, how would you kind of regulate that plan for Daniel to make it so that it would still work? Because some can make the argument that, hey, if a coast is more stacked, it's unfair for them because they're fighting for like less points because it's really easy for someone to go 5th and 1st, whereas the East Coast, it's almost guaranteed that they're going to get a podium every weekend because it's less stacked.
I mean, I haven't heard anything
I don't
on
think
things happening like that. That was, I think, just creative discussions, I mean, I think it would be simple. And we've talked about the numbers, right, Steve? It could be a number of different ways.
Yep.
But I just think that a 4, 5, 6 round runoff, in April and May would be cool for a 250 national championship. You do the coast before that. Start with the West, then you do the East, and then you put together 5 or 6 rounds and you do a national championship. I don't think it's that complicated.
I like my idea better, but that's fine.
What was yours again?
East and West rookies, and vets 250 Supercross.
I haven't heard.
One coast is rookies, one coast is vets. Yes, you have. You've sat here. We've said this.
That one?
Yeah. So one East or West is year 1 to 4, and then you have years 5 and up in 250 class on the other coast, and you rotate them. So you have kids versus kids, vets versus vets. So you have 30-year-old RJ Hampshire. He's 28. I get it. But 28-year-old RJ Hampshire versus, 28-year-old Jordan Smith. And then you have Hayden Deegan versus other kids his age. Yeah.
You'd have to look at the 250 lineup and see what the ages are, because there's there's more young than old.
Okay.
There's some good old, but there's not that many
We
old.
got one more question before commercial break, and it comes from Dustin on one again for Daniel Blair. What's up, Dustin? What's your question for Daniel Blair?
What's up, Daniel? Hey, it's Dustin Roach. I used to ride with you out at Troy's house.
What's up, dude?
Morris and Harold and those guys.
Yeah, what's
up,
happening?
Man? Oh, nothing much. I was just wondering, since you've been around quite a bit, if you were going to open up a local track with maybe the aspirations of making it a big national track or something like that. What state would you open it in, and why?
Oh man, that's a hard one for me to be fair. I feel like every time I come on here, Steve, I'm like pitching South Carolina to everybody. But South Carolina is, man, it's freaking awesome back there. So I don't know. I haven't been to enough places, I guess, and seen local tracks to know what each like little market is like. But man, the Carolinas is just. It's just where I'm at right now, and I love it so much that I'm blinded by that. So I'll go North Carolina, South Carolina, or Eastern Tennessee.
All right.
Right on. Appreciate it.
All right,
thanks guys.
man.
Good to hear from you, bro.
Thank you. All right, everybody, go to commercial break here on the show. Producer Nick is going to take us to commercial break, and we got Darkside. We have Denny Debo coming up. Tits Legendary over there, 702-586-7057. 1-1, Game 7 right now.
JT coming on?
No JT tonight. What? We're packed, man. We're giving him a week off. Give him a Monday off. Sorry. Right. I know you racers like to talk.
I like JT. I like when he calls
I like JT, too. Maybe we can see what he's doing. I bet you he's in bed already.
Yeah,
he's probably too late.
He's calling up.
Lots more to talk to Daniel Blair tonight on the PulpMX Show. Be right back after this, everybody.
"25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Here's to 25 years of never missing a ride. To celebrate 25 years of greatness, Motosport and KTM are teaming up to give away a 2024 KTM 250 SX 2-stroke. Don't miss out on weekly prizes and check out the bike at each round of the Pro Motocross Championship. Scan the QR code on the bike during the broadcast or enter online at motosport.com/win. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by FCPRacing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride
your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Here's to 25 years of never missing a ride. To celebrate 25 years of greatness, Motosport and KTM are teaming up to give away a 2024 KTM 250 SX 2-stroke. Don't miss out on weekly prizes and check out the bike at each round of the Pro Motocross Championship. Scan the QR code on the bike during the broadcast or enter online at motosport.com/win. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch Start Device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins. Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges.
And I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP Racing Engine Mount Kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross. Driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show, presented by motorsport.com. Please check them out if you can. OEM and aftermarket parts. Fly Racing, 25 years of fly. You look at Chance Hymas. Gear looks pretty sweet. RJ Hampshire winning championships with Fly Racing. And Daniel Blair, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works and decalmx.com. Denny Stephenson coming right up here on the show. Another former arena cross competitor like J. Coop. Daniel. All right, we're going to go through the 450 points. Like I said, not right now. But so I found out through a source about Cole Davies. You talked to me about him at Anaheim this year. You told me his story. A New Zealand kid, used to ride for Josh Coppins, and him and the family came over, really took a gamble, like it was like a futures only deal, and he can outperform it and this and that, and the kid did. He rode really well. He was very good, and Star Racing signed him. So multi-year deal for him through amateurs into pro. So also, I mean, like I said on Twitter, you got to find another Cole Davies, I guess. But look, Star throws their money around. They throw their facility, their money. They've done really good things with Deegs and a lot of their riders, right? So this is what they did again. Pissed off level high or no? like where are you at with this Cole Davies going to Star?
Oh man, this is hard for me because I'm coming at it from two different angles. One is team manager, and from that angle I'm bummed, like more than bummed. I'd say closer to pissed. Because I like him a lot, and the gamble was mutual. They came here and took a shot at this thing and hoped that it would work. And, I'll tell you how it all happened. I get a text from Will Hahn last year at Ironman. He says, hey, man, will you meet me over this area of the pits? I want you to meet the Davies family. I'm working with him. I think there's something there. And I knew who he was from Supercross. He did futures, and he snuck in some decent results, but he was a good starter, and he was weirdly good at whoops for being little and new. And I was like, damn, okay, check those 2 boxes off. And I went and met him that day and the family and just kind of looked at their program, and I was like, oh, my God, like this kid's pretty good, and this is not put together very well. And so it was a gamble on our end because, I mean, I'm the amateur racing manager in the U.S. I have all these American amateur kids that are coming up, but at the same exact time, I'm looking for a diamond in the rough that could potentially do what he did. So we took the gamble. I knew it would be good because he was with Will. I knew being with Will that part would be taken care of, and I knew our bikes were good because Juju and Casey Cochran and McNabb, they were all on that platform the year before, so I knew it was good. And my hope, honestly, was that he would go and be on the podium because my roster is young. I have a bunch of B riders right now. I'm really loaded in B and down. So he was supposed to kind of go in there and maybe just get a podium and be like up there and kind of give us some battling up front while my next generation grows up. And then Anaheim. I mean, you saw Anaheim. That was one of the best races of the season. Let alone at that point, it was probably the best moto of the year. You know, we're coming off a couple mud races, and then him and Towers go at it in this dramatic back and forth. So that was huge, and that was not expected. Again, we were blown away by that, and then. Goes on to, he had a little rough patch in the middle just because, bad start here. It's chaos out there a little bit. So he was a little off, but never really thought he wasn't going to get it together. And we all kind of knew, even talking to the dad the last week or two, we're like, this is going to be the one. Like, it's coming around. It's going to be West Coast, hard pack. Like, here it comes. So he did. He had a great Salt Lake City, and that ends up being the linchpin for him, which is he really performed in the race that mattered. And to be fair, the Star Yamaha guys had a shot at him before I did. They had seen him; he was riding down there, so they had a upfront viewing of what his potential was, and they passed on him.
Yep.
So on the manager side, I'm bummed because we didn't pass, and we took a shot, and it worked. And we, as a collective, as a group, we all believed in him, top to bottom.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And we made him an offer, or were in the discussions of the framework of an offer that reflected what we thought of him, which was A+ prospect. But still a year away from being pro. And that was, everyone agreed with that. Even the family, they knew that he needed some time. He's little. He needs 10 pounds and 2 inches is going to do a lot for him. So, but if you're Star Yamaha, it's more of a shotgun approach. I mean, they signed Pierce Brown and Max Anstie this month too. They go for it. Yeah. And they just, honestly, full transparency, their offer was incredible.
So it was a more money and opportunity.
I wouldn't even say it was just the money. It was just the entire investment around. I mean, the whole package was it's a big investment in him, and multi-year, and they've been able to get away with the last couple of years not having to do that. Deegan cost them to get him, but with Bennick and with Towers, that was a different type of amateur program. They were earning their way on whatever. Well, this kid had already done the job, so they had to invest heavy, and it just, I mean, in its simplest, they just went way past as far as we would go. That's all. And honestly, the dad, me and him bonded through this whole exchange, a couple of weeks of back and forth, and that's where it's hard for me, because as a dad, watching him come over here with his kid, he's flying over here just for the weekends, and for it to happen for them as a family, like, my heart is like satisfied for their family, but at the same time, now he's in that truck, and now I have to go and find a way to beat him. So you
got to find
sucks.
another Davies, right? You got to find another Cole Davies. That's the goal, right? That's what you need to do.
Yep. That's I pride myself on that. So we'll have someone.
Look, the Steegs is awesome, but he would be awesome on any bike. Star's results haven't been great for a while. Romano looks like he's on his way out. Jared Fry, right? LeBlanc, right? Masterpool years ago. They kind of Towers now. Towers is in Europe. He's not done or anything, but certainly he doesn't look on the path, right? So they eat him up, they chew him up, and they spit him out. Is this something that you conveyed to the Davies family?
Yeah,
because if they hit it, they hit it. But
they do. Yeah. Here was the cool part: the conversations were very open and honest with his dad, Wayne, and we went over everything. We were all well aware that our offer wasn't at that level, but we had different things to offer. But I think ultimately they had to take the gamble because it was just a lot of security. It was so much security, and
Yeah,
they're over
yeah.
here from the other side of the
Yeah,
world.
sure.
So I
So if
think
you
they
look at it
had
that
to
way, right?
gamble.
Yep.
And I think the kid's very good. So I think the skill set's there to succeed, but that environment is tough. And that would be my one concern is how does he handle the bad days, because they all have them. Every rider has bad days.
Yeah.
And it's hard to have bad days over there.
Yep.
And so I'm just that would be my only concern. I'm not worried about him on the bike. Just
Yeah.
the environment's tough.
Right.
And
it is. Yeah,
and
you're sort of selling out. You're taking the deal. You're loving that, but you better perform. Right.
Yeah. And obviously it's hard to sit here and say like Star's program isn't good. They got a lot of number ones on the door. But their success in recent years has come from the older guys,
Yeah.
Greg, Ferrandis, Colton Nichols. So they find
Yeah,
these
that's a good
mature
point,
guys
too.
that can handle
Yeah.
that environment and succeed on it, where the younger guys haven't as much. But I don't know. I'd say on its face, in the short term, it's a loss for us. It's a super high prospect and a good kid, and I mean he won for us. So it's a loss, but I think it takes 3 years before you can really judge a move like this, because you get to see what he does through next year,
Yeah.
turn pro. How do you handle a rookie
When will he
year,
turn
sophomore?
pro, do you think, then? I don't even know,
Next summer,
After Loretta's?
maybe.
Yeah.
Next summer, at the earliest, maybe round 1 of summer, maybe at the latest after Loretta's
Okay.
next year.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he'll have to go, and he's going to race, I think, Loretta's this year too.
Yep.
So no, we're going up against him, and that's going to suck because he's really good, and,
Yeah.
and he's a tough competitor.
At the end of the day, look, you were a racer. You had contracts, that kind of stuff, and I guess you get it, right? You understand it.
Well,
So.
and there is the positive in this, because I'm obviously my first reaction is all negative, but the positive is this is now 2 years in a row that we've proven our amateur program out like very well. Juju jumped on the bike, succeeded. Cochran won futures, won the combine, won Loretta's.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if you want to look at the whole roster last year, even Finnis and Baseflug and McNabb, like everyone on our program last year all got on teams this year. We put 5 riders on teams. Not all ours, but
yeah,
you know, and to me that's a success though, to give these kids a shot. I mean, 5 kids out of 5 kids got it. So
I had an amateur or a pro rider team manager tell me, I'm not trying to groom kids anymore. I'm just going to take them once they're decent in pros.
Yeah. Well,
I'm like, I get it.
And my world's the opposite. My job is to
Yeah.
scout, negotiate, get them on board, and try to succeed with these kids. And so I think in the short term, it does make our amateur program look good because we did it again. We came back around, found a kid that no one knew about, had no resume, and he won. So our bike's good, and that's the last thing I'll say on Cole too is the Will Hahn thing. I think that might be the bigger loss for him because they had something pretty special, and Cole's different. He's a young kid. He's very shy.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
Will
I
and
asked
him,
you to put him on the show, and you're like, I don't know if he's that ready.
That was early. You wanted him after Anaheim, and
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, no,
Yeah.
not yet. Like,
Right.
let's wait a minute. But that'll be tough, and I think
Yeah.
it's probably tough on Will too because they bonded and we succeeded.
They were the
as a
same
group.
size, so they bonded. that
Same
way.
here. I mean,
Yeah.
it was like 3 real little people. All we did some things. So it's a bummer, but hey, this dirt bike racing, and you just go back to the board and put together a roster, and gonna go try to beat him next year.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. That's
it.
all you can do. Renegade Race Fuels, Renegade Supercross Mini 50 is the latest addition to the championship-winning Power Sports lineup. AMA legal, auctionated, high-performance, unleaded, and ethanol-free fuel, designed specifically for the 50cc machines. Supercross Mini 50 is a premix with a proprietary synthetic JSO certified 2-stroke oil, giving it the performance advantage to get you on the podium. RenegadeRaceFuels.com. PulpMX24 is the code to save with Renegade. Races that win, pour it in. Bringing you our next guest on the show, 125 Supercross champion. He's been a co-host in here more than a few times. It's Denny Stephenson. Hi, Debo.
What's happening, brother? Nice to, thanks for having me. Nice to have Daniel on the show. I love telling the story that I've known him since he was Budman's ring bearer. So, yeah.
And you put on social that you and Budman were just talking about Daniel or something, or laughing.
Yeah, what were you talking about?
I don't remember. I think we're just. I was just listening, obviously, to the last couple of minutes of the show, and the fact that you had brought up an awesome amateur and then lost him to Star. I was going to give you a little shit about that, but yeah, I don't know. Budman just called me about whatever. Who knows what Budman talks about?
yeah. Who knows? Hey, no weekend of racing for you, and on social media you were very upset.
Yeah, bored Saturday.
I was very upset. So no Supercross, no motocross, no MXGP. So we threw ourselves into our friend Matt Biden's Loretta Lynn's regional qualifier at Thunder Valley, and that didn't turn out very well, as we've learned. And yeah, it's just been a tough 24 hours. You know, when one of your friends gets hurt badly.
How's he hanging in there mentally? How's the attitude with the current?
He's wide open, so he's accepting. His wife can't get out there. He's things aren't looking great as far as him ever walking again, possibly, which has been tough. But we've road to recovery's been awesome. We have a GoFund going to be coming out real soon. I'm going to be auctioning out some gear. We're going to make some positive. Darkside, I think. Have you talked to Darkside yet?
No.
Yeah, he was like, he dove right in. He helped he called me, got Matt's van all packed up. He's at the hospital. So, so that's pretty awesome. So I want to thank him for that. He's pretty awesome, as you guys know.
Awesome. Denny Stephenson here on the show. What's the latest? Last time you were in, you told the getting stabbed story. Still nuts, by the way. What's the latest?
So insane. I finally talked to the prosecutor, and the individual, they're going full bore at him. So they're looking at anywhere from 7.5 to 15 to 20 years. And she was pretty rad, and I just thanked them for, not blowing it off, not trying to plead a deal. Yeah, it's been crazy. I've been feeling. I was so angry at the world, then I started feeling good, and now one of my best friends got hurt, so now I'm pissed off at the world again. But
yeah.
It sucks. But the racing's been so good. I'm so stoked on the Nationals has been fantastic. I mean, you guys, I don't know what you've been talking about, but man, I think this might be one of the best years we've witnessed in a long time.
Well, it took Jet trying to do that triple down the hill to really brighten things up. Unfortunately,
thanks, Jet.
Yeah, thanks, Jet.
And have we cleaned that up yet? That he knew that face had been shaved, or what?
Well, he had a parade lap. I mean, he had a parade lap.
I've heard about it, multiple different stories of that, and well, in the 2D classes with Hayden and Chance and Tom, it's fun. It's just to be a fan. I'm watching at home with my dad, and it's been fucking just fantastic. I'm just stoked about it.
What's it been like being back home?
It's been nice, get back to Omaha from Arizona and being around my dad. And I come over on Saturdays. We watch the races together. And I know it's like a 6-hour window of just watching racing. And we're so fortunate to have this now. And it's funny to watch people bitch about the greatness of what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's odd for sure. But that's the age we live in now. Everyone bitches about everything.
Everyone bitches, yeah, exactly.
Let's talk about the Chase Sexton enigma. Hangtown, incredible.
What is going on with that?
I don't know. You tell me, Denny.
Well, what's crazy to watch is I've been a critic of James Stewart, the way he announces Chase's, racing during the Nationals last year. Round one, he was just like so busting his chops, and then all of a sudden he's like, okay, look at Jet's bike. The bike handling like shit. It's handling, it's dancing. Look at Chase's bike. It's working so good. And then the next round he's like, oh fuck, it's so funny to follow. James is obviously amazing, and but the way he explains it, I think it's just so crazy. And Chase is nuts. I mean, we literally witnessed one of the greatest motos in history, and then 7 days later he just grenades himself. So,
I did not have that on a bingo card. If you told me, hey, Lakewood, Sexton's not going to make the podium, I would have been like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what?
It was so maddening to you finally have him under, Jet under where you want him. So,
yeah, I don't know, man.
Get it done. And he just, God, it was such a failure. And I was so bummed. I was so bummed to see it because, I love Jet, but I bust his chops. I don't want to see greatness. I don't want to see domination. I don't want to see him winning every fucking moto. And Chase finally had him under the ropes, man, and just took his knee off his throat.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Seemed like to me, I mean, Paula's second moto was good, right? That you could see he was getting into that Sendy, all right, I'm comfortable, let's go. Hangtown first moto, Jet goes down, he sees it, and it seemed like he had 10 minutes where he was like, whoa, what just happened? Flip the switch, great 20 minutes, and then I think that second moto at Hangtown, he falls in the first lap. He's like, oh, my God, this is my opportunity. And to me, it looked like he just flipped a switch and went into full instinct mode, degaff, whatever it's going to be, but I'm not letting off. And it worked. And to me, it's like that set him up weird for Thunder Valley, where you would think he'd go in there and just do it again because he found something. But I think that second moto at Hangtown was outside of like normal finding something. I think a lot of that was instinct and emotion, and it tied together, and he almost crashed a bunch of times that moto. But it's almost like you could see that that's not going to work every time. And I don't know what happened the first moto at Thunder Valley, but second moto at Thunder Valley, he was going for it again. I mean, he went into full send mode, and that one got him. High Point second moto got him. So to me, it's that edge that he needs to make it work.
Yeah.
Also
Absolutely.
is what gets him. And it's like flip a coin. Do you want to go for it and pull it off, or do you want to go for it and crash? We're to the flip a coin point pretty much with that.
Was that moto an anomaly that we might never see again? Like the way the bike was flexing underneath him, how many times he almost crashed, the way the front end pushed, the rear end kicked out, like everything worked out perfectly for Chase that moto, obviously.
Yeah.
And then you might be getting like, okay, well, I can maybe do this again.
Yeah.
Push the bike further than I'm used to. But we've all come from last, and whether it be a local race, whether it be Loretta's, whether it be a national, whether it be a Supercross, like your mind just shuts off. Anything kicks in, you feel this, this just flow that that the bike's doing everything you want right, even though it might not be doing right. But you're like, I feel it, I know it's going to go. And I think Chase maybe in that second moto at Lakewood went, oh well, maybe the bike isn't perfect that I feel for,
But he went for it still.
He went for it, and you got to go for it. I mean, we all know that Chase has to get outside his comfort zone and stop pushing the front end, doing these different things. He's stronger, he's mentally, but it's the flow he had and the positivity. Fuck, it's gone, man.
Let me ask you this though. So Moto 2 at High Point, obviously, and we know Jet's not 100%. He's laboring a little bit. We get it. But he passed him 3 times. Jason helped him with one. But he passed him back and forth. I mean, he made passes, which was he hasn't done that. If he stays up and wins that moto that way, just that moto, I think we're feeling so different if he just closes down High Point Moto 2. And I think Lakewood's it was a weird one, but okay. But the fact that High Point, after passing him 3 times, having him on the ropes, then falling, that's the deflating one to me. Because it's like, dude, you had him again. You were going to do it again.
Up on the ropes, and we've all watched, these boxing, fights and all this shit. And, man, when you let him off the ropes, it's hard to get him back down. And one of the smartest things I've ever heard was when David Bullen was on your show, and he spoke about the comfort level of Jet riding 85, 90%.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as he can feel like he can just run that level and not try that stupid downhill triple again, man, he's just going to own you time and time again.
Now he's got a week off to get a little healthier.
And he's walking into good tracks.
Yep.
Really good tracks.
Yeah.
And
how about the flood at Southwick we just watched on Instagram? My God.
Yeah, poor KJ. I don't know what's going on, but they got some rain.
They got rebuilding to do.
Yeah.
Mother Nature pissed. And just Hayden. I obviously I know his dad very well. Grew up with him, since we were little kids. And but the way Hayden just rides a track, I've never seen anyone. It's been a while since I've seen anyone that could just take any line you wanted to take, any lap you wanted to, any corner you wanted to. We all kind of get settled into a groove, and we know what the best line is, and we want to try that. Hayden don't give a fuck, man. He's just like, I'm going wherever my bike takes me, wherever that fucker in front of me is not in front of me.
I said this after High Point. Honestly, I'm not saying he's Carmichael, but he reminds me of Carmichael on 125s. Ricky could do that. Ricky could just bounce around, ragged, have some crashes, run any line he wanted, carry more speed, just blow by guys. And he reminds me a little bit of that. I'm not saying he's that, but his riding style reminds me of that because it's not
a lot of those traits are there.
It's not perfect. It's not technical. It's a little more ragged, a little more hang it off, and make things work. And Ricky did that.
As my dad said, he calls him it's like Bob Hanna. Like Bob was that way.
Yeah. Denny, you obviously you raced in a great era and with a lot of characters back then. But do you have any issues or shaking your head at some of his podium interviews and what he says?
It's funny. I mean, was it Hangtown where he took his jersey off and tried talking with Jason, and JT was like trying to talk to him, and he didn't really want to talk to JT.
Well,
and
JT said
felt
Vial
frustrated.
was catching you, and then he got a little miffed at
Yeah,
that.
it was fun, and even sitting, like I said, I always watch the race with my dad, and my dad's like, his sponsor's got to be pissed off. He doesn't have his jersey on, and that's another thing. Like MXGP riders, they literally put on like a fresh jersey for their interviews and stuff. They take off the dirty one, and Hayden's just like, fuck it, man. I'm me. This is me, and
he's pretty buff too, man. I'm not gonna lie. He's pretty yoked for an 18-year-old.
He's a big kid.
So, Danny, do you care about this stuff or no? Doesn't matter. Like, say whatever you want.
I don't think, look at his marketing value. I mean, he has 1 million followers on YouTube and stuff. I don't really think at that point, he's not, Tom is, more subtle and whatnot. I don't think, do you think fans give a shit if he drops Star, Thor, and, Dunlop on the podium? I don't.
No, he has lost
really.
fans from his podium interviews and the way he's acted.
Yeah.
100%. But I'm just asking you, Danny, like not overall, because we know
No, of course.
the Deegan fans they outnumber, and he could say anything on there. He could say Heil Hitler, and the fans would be like, cool, man, right on.
The edges are pretty on the edge. Like
Yeah.
some people can't stand anything he says, and then some it don't even matter. They love it no matter what. It's that big middle area.
Yeah, but Denny's from a different era, right?
Yeah.
He's not from the era where you put a trophy girl on your face or you tongue a trophy girl. That's the era Denny Stephenson's from. So Denny, you yourself, like no problems, or do you shake your head a little bit?
No, I've honestly known his dad again forever. I know how Brian acts. I know how good he is in a corporate room. I've watched him, and I was an agent with him, and let's be honest, Justin Cooper is crushing the outdoors. Tom is fantastic. Who gives a fuck what they say on the podium?
Okay.
Like, they're literally dropping nothing that I give a shit to listen to.
Okay.
But it's also interesting to watch Hayden. He does. He's just trying to. I think he just wants to win, and he doesn't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. And that, I'm sorry, I said, and that's good and it's great. And I think we need some flair right now. So
sure.
I don't have a problem with it in the least. Whether he pisses people off, I think we're in the pinnacle of the sport right now. I think we're bringing a lot of attention. The racing's fantastic. Sometimes you need a guy in a black jacket, or sometimes whatever.
Yeah.
When do we decide that AP waving a flag is cool, and Hayden not waving a flag is cool? So I think bring some attitude. Let's see where this sport takes us, because we love it. It's our life. We follow it, and see what happens next.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Denny Stephenson, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. Check out Renegade Race Fuels. Racers that win, pour it in. JB, Dean Wilson, Max Yancey winning championships with the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. PulpMX 24 is the code to save.
What do we think about Max? So Yancey's dropping a star bomb this week, I guess.
He's riding Star this weekend. Yeah, he's on the team. That's it.
He's obviously incredibly talented. Where do we think Max might finish in his debut?
Top 3.
Oh, you got podium.
Oh yeah, he's good at Southwick.
I'm there.
Dude.
He's going to be good, and I don't think he just got on the bike.
No, he did not.
Oh, no,
he's ready.
No.
They wouldn't go if he wasn't ready. It's
he's
specific timing.
Do you think he's top 3, Daniel, or like?
I mean, If I'm not, I guess that's not where I'd put him. But if he got third, I'd be like not shocked 1%.
Sure.
So
what about Tony LaRusso?
Dude, how old is he?
52.
Tony's racing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. He'll be in. Well, what order are they running practice?
Well, he'll be in 250 unseated, smooth track.
Oh, dude, he's gonna qualify sixth overall.
He'll probably qualify top 10.
Sixth gate pick, dude.
Really cool story though. Yeah, he's giving it. 52 years old.
Is Dakota's done? He's not Jimmy.
I don't think Jimmy's racing. I haven't heard. He wanted to, but maybe not prepped or whatever. But
your prediction for Yancey top 3 podium is that's pretty intense.
Remember he showed up a few years ago, firepower out of the blue, and I think he got 4th in a moto or 5th in a moto in a 450 class.
Yeah, no, Max is strong and he can drop bombs, but that's 250. I mean, you got a good start, and it's funny.
See, Denny, it's making more sense, isn't it? It's making more sense to you now that you're thinking about it.
Well, my Suzuki days, I remember there's knowledge about where even starting on the gate. Ed Longacre was Larry Ward's mechanic, and Ed is from that area. And he would tell Larry where to start on the gate to prefer, to get in the first turn. And I just watched I know, but Doug Duba, or not Doug, John Dowd, 16 on Suzuki Southwick, and I think he ran. He gets the whole shot. Just knowing that track is so big.
You know, speaking of Larry Ward, he called me the other day, Denny, and we were bench racing, and he brought up the fact that he never won a 450 outdoor national, and I'm like, yeah, you never won one. He's like, no. He goes, in 1990, I don't know which track it was. I don't think he said which track it was. He said, all I needed to do, I won the first moto, and all I needed to do was pass Doug Dubach in Moto 2 for the overall, and I couldn't do it. He goes, I followed Dubach the whole race. I couldn't get Dubach. And I'm like, yeah, dude, Dubach, man. He's crafty even back then in 1990.
Oh, yeah. He just, and Larry is, it's funny, I've known Larry, again, since we raced amateur together since we were 10 years old. And there was a funny story. I was on X, Twitter, and I'm kind of bantering with Ricky Carmichael. And, just kind of giving each other shit a little bit back and forth. And Larry all of a sudden just starts blows up my phone. I'm like, I don't even know who's calling me. Finally answered the phone. He's like, hey, man, you got to be careful. Ricky will lure you in, and he'll just talk shit about you. And he'll get you all fired up. And I'm like, where did you even see this in come from?
He's like Tomac. He's just on Twitter all day. No one knows.
He's got that small account. He's just
little burner account.
In the shadows, exactly. And Larry, Larry was so good in Europe. He's one of those guys who just would shine over there. But there was one year, again, at Racing Factory Suzuki, he hated the forks. He hated the suspension. So he ran box stock forks every week. He had to have
brand new stock forks. Yeah,
we've told this story before. So he's funny.
It's insane. Yeah, and Larry still denies that he was like a pain in the ass to his mechanics over these years. And I know
he's no pain in the ass.
I know.
Oh yeah.
The guy from Honda Troy about had a mental breakdown over Larry. Like he honestly needed help. Like Larry was tormenting him.
The funniest thing is I remember Larry is when we were racing amateurs as kids, he would come in, and obviously he had his stepdad Harry, who was very intense and awesome, but he would go sit on his mom's lap between motos, like sit on her lap, and I'd go, dude, you're just soft, boy.
All right, we got Nick on one. He's got a Deegan comment. Let's get right into Nick. Nick, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So my big thing is I want to have a question about Deegan's post-race interviews and stuff.
Uh-huh.
He goes from a few weeks ago yelling about Vial's pass and how it was too aggressive, and then in his post-race interview he goes on saying, I was going to take him out or we were both going down. Like, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I don't know. He's all over the place with his post-race stuff. Like, I can't keep track of it because it's glory to God, and I'm humble, and I'm just living in the moment, and then I'm a warrior, and I'm out for blood.
Was once.
Yeah, I know.
That was to recover from the earlier
Yeah, but
ones.
I'm just like,
he's leveled back out.
I'm so confused. Like, and then, I don't know, man. He just, I don't get it. I'm just too old. I mean, Denny's older than I am. But
I would just say, you raced 30+2. You just went through hell. Like, you went through the summer. I call this summer of pain.
Mm-hmm.
You've been through hell. Every moto is a different mentality, a different feeling, a different sense. Like, you just the one moto, I'm like, okay, everything was easy, everything was great, and then the next one you're like, motherfucker, that was gnarly. So I'm not explaining what Hayden's thinking. I'm just saying what I thought. Racing Nationals, Daniel knows, It's you reach a point in your life, in your consciousness, you I have to push past this pain, or everything's going really well. And sometimes, when someone shoves a mic in your face, 30 seconds after, you're going to say some weird shit.
I'm not doubting you, Denny, but we don't see this from other racers. I just want the kid to be himself. That's all. I don't want that WWE. Just be yourself.
Now. I think he is now. So here's my theory.
All right.
He came out way hot on the Faulkner one, and I was pissed off at that because, dude, Faulkner weeded. He's on the concrete and you're danger zoning and all that. That pissed me off. Then he over-recovered right when he is now leveled out as himself.
Okay.
That is him, and I think he is 100% fueled by rivalry, by smack talk, by saying something, by messing. I think that's just it's fuel for him, and I think he likes it.
I think he's even said these are for the people who don't believe in me. It's like, dude, you're super fast.
Yeah, no, but
like there's no reasonable, sane person to be like, yeah, Deegan can't win.
But it might be the more extreme version of Cooper Webb who could create a chip. Like at any moment he can find a way. Like I think Deegan lives with like he wants to spar and be in a rivalry, and it wants to be intense. Think about it. He goes after Vial when he had to. Then he goes right at round 1.
Now he's at Chance. Now he's
at
Chance.
It was Kitchen. First it was, he faded. I mean,
right.
then it's Chance thought he had a chance, but had to show me he didn't.
Right.
And I'm telling you right now, if Ty Masterpool gives him some Moto 1 at Southwick,
boy.
Moto 2, he's going to say something to Ty or do something. I think he's fueled by it, and it's natural to him now. I think he's authentic.
My comeback to that would be what Kehoe told Barsha when Barsha was a rookie. Dude, why are you making enemies? You're going to need these guys one day if you're passing them or you're lapping them or whatever's going on. Why incite these dudes to be like, I hate this kid? Why bother?
Because it may be fuel.
Okay.
He may like that.
The mental game is strong. Exactly.
Yeah. And it ain't going to simmer. I mean, think about it last year at Washougal. He didn't say much until he won Washougal, and it took a half an interview, and he was chirping at Hunter already.
Right.
It's in there, and guess what? He's going to do it in the 450 class immediately, too, all the way up. I mean, as far as he goes in that class, he'll be at war with someone at all times, too, because I truly think he likes it. If you look at him in the press conference, when they asked Hymus about it, Deegan's smiling and like giggling. He likes it.
Yeah.
And I think he has found his rut, and he is in it, and it's authentic.
Thanks for the call, Nick. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've known Brian for fucking forever, man. It's just his personality. It's just like, man, you don't create in this persona and this business that he did with Metal Militia and this whole this crazy shit without piping off and creating things and getting under people's skins.
And then backing it up.
And backing it up. And Brian has always backed it up. I always say that. Brian, we would race local races, and I was the king of Nebraska, as I felt, and so I would never let Brian ever think that he could get under my skin. So I would knock him down in practice. I would knock him down in every moto. I would just fucking clean him out. Like this is my world, and Brian would just fucking hated it. And I knew it, but he always backs it up. He would always come back. We'd laugh. We'd have a conversation. We were friends, and so I think, Hayden is feeding from that same knowledge. I mean, I've gone back. I have a post from, 10 years ago where I posted Hayden on a KTM 60. I go, this kid is going to be the shit. He's grown up with some of the baddest fuckers ever, in freestyle with Twitch and Feist and Brian, and he just knows. He has a feeling and a knowledge. I'm going to get it done because I've seen the best. I've been around the best. I've rode the tracks of the best, and he's like, Brian took him to places to ride these local races like the Lessies did, but Mike had Tony, which Tony's great, but Hayden has Brian, and Brian is just he's just fucking stronger, man.
And they did something very, very different, which was the Supercross angle. I mean, I remember racing Arena Cross in Austin, Texas, or Cedar Park, Texas, and he was there on a 50, racing Arena Cross.
Exactly.
So it was
muscle memory.
Yeah, it's very Alessi-like, but add the Supercross part, and that's why this whole thing's working out even better on motocross. He's very good at both, but. It's a machine that started a long time ago, and we're just seeing the effects of it coming out now. This is the amateur world all over again, but now in the pros.
Well, and Wygant was like, I remember Wygant a few years ago. He's like, just wait, man.
Oh, yeah.
Just wait, because it's a circus in amateurs, and they're coming.
Absolutely.
But if you are watching this sport, it's because at the end of the day, it's entertainment, right? We want to be entertained, and as long as you're not related to him where you have to be embarrassed by the things he says. Other than that, I don't see how you could be against it because it makes it more entertaining. It makes the next week I want to watch more because of what he's saying towards people in the press.
I think I'm just old and grouchy. I don't care.
I feed off it. I love it.
I don't.
But Tom's a badass. Vial is fucking a beast. He's won 2 world titles. He's yard sold himself a dozen times and pissed away races. I remember watching the races. So. I think Hayden's got to kind of mess with him a little bit if that's what he feels he's got to do. Tom's over here still. It's not. I can only imagine changing your whole program up and coming to the U.S. Mm-hmm. Tom has a Supercross title. I think Hayden's time. It's time to mess with it. I don't think Kitchen's for real. I think I'm a big fan of Levi, but he's only worth as good as a start. Hymas is unbelievable right now.
Well, that's what I want to talk about Hymas, because we went through the points earlier, and Daniel and I touched on him. But, this kid changed his diet up, and he's like a new dude, and he's figured out what he's allergic to or whatever's going on, whatever was sapping some energy, Denny, and now the guy's unreal.
Unreal. I didn't realize that people called him Chunk. Like, it reminded me when Oz was little, and Pingree was picking on him a little bit. But, obviously Chance is riding every day with greatness with Jet and Hunter, who were fucking fantastic. And he just is quiet. I was so happy to see him win. It's just, do you think that he is, is this something that we're going to see every weekend out of Chance? Obviously, we've already seen it pretty
so far,
yeah.
Like it's been that way. He's second in points right now. I think so.
I felt like High Point would have been the one to break, get him off the West Coast stuff, and see if the East Coast stuff takes as well. And I thought he was really good at High Point too. So I think he's there for the whole year. But there's another angle to the Deegan-Hymas thing too, because obviously Deegan had to let him know he doesn't have a chance, right? He had to let him know.
Right. Want to kick him. Want to get a little kick there.
But if you look at the amateur days, Hayden's younger than Chance, which means that they would race each other sometimes when the ages would match up, and Hymas beat up on him a lot in amateurs, if you go back and look.
Oh, really?
Because you had, remember the whole Ryder D, we'll race him when it's time?
Yeah.
It's because Ryder and Chance,
we'll race Ryder D, we'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
It's time.
Yeah.
But those two were better than him, older than him. They beat on him a little bit in the amateurs. Romano did too. So to me, Deegan's probably got a little extra at them, those two specifically, because they did beat him in amateurs a lot.
Yeah.
So
and obviously I speak a lot about my amateur kids, racing and stuff. So yeah, I agree with you, Daniel. It sticks with you. You remember these moments, these when you're 14, 15 years old. That shit sticks with you for sure.
Renegade Race Fuels bringing you Denny Stephenson, 1990 125 Supercross champion. Long fucking time ago, Debo.
Hey, the best.
53 years old right now, man. Unreal.
1990, the best year in Supercross history, in my opinion.
1990 was a good year. It was a good year.
Man. Atlanta 90.
Yes.
I still love it.
Some guy named Ty Davis beat McGrath in Supercross.
Hey, hold on, Denny.
The West region was way more stacked than the East in 90. And, I mean, the names that came out of 90 West Supercross are unbelievable.
Yeah.
And they all got beat by an off-road ride.
Yeah, crazy. Denny, we did want to ask you this before we let you go here on the show. MXDN, we know that, you don't care about this event at all. You have no feelings. You're very emotionless about this event, right?
Hey,
who do you send?
Stabbed, so I'm always right. Remember that.
Who do you send?
What we got? It's in England.
We go Deeg Sexton, right? Deeg Sexton. Who's your third?
Man, I'm just really bummed that Tomac got hurt and we didn't get a full season of him. Anderson, I love the death of him, but I don't think the USA, Cowie's US is going to take him.
J. Coop.
Fuck, I don't know, man. I'm kind of off. I think Tomac's going to come back, and I would love him to just run fifth or sixth, because I think he could definitely do, because he's experienced, he knows the sport. So
if Tomac comes back for Coker was on the show a few weeks ago, Webb and Tomac may be back for Unadilla, Bud's Ironman. If they come back and Tomac is a 5'6" guy or better, you take him?
I definitely take Eli, definitely.
Oh, see, I don't.
I go J. Coop no matter
what.
Yeah,
I go Justin Cooper. Yeah.
It's team chemistry. Team chemistry matters more than just a super team. You know what I mean? Like Eli is Eli, but Justin Cooper has proven to be so reliable at that race. He won Red Bud. He gets starts.
So at Red Bud, man. I remember running around the track yelling and cheering, and like all of us. And God, he did. He stepped up so clutch. Won his qualifier. Won everything. Yeah, that's a good point. But
I trust him in MX3 to do that job. And just do that job right.
Sure.
And then it's on Chase and Hayden to go and do their job, which would be to win their classes,
And how do you think Chase, Chase obviously was under a ton of pressure at Donations again, and I've never seen someone wear the pressure that Chase wears on his shoulders, Is he the guy? I mean, obviously he's got to.
You have to take him. You do. You have to. Yeah.
And I think that chemistry would work. Think about it, Deegan and J. Coop, they're already pitting together now, which is funny. And then I think they all get along with Chase too. So I just think that those three it's easy to see, barring any injury. You just sign them up and you go, and I think the odds are pretty good that you could win it.
And Justin's, he's been riding fantastic. You know, he obviously seems like he's not finishing his last 4 laps or whatever yet, which I think he'll figure it out. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, strength. Someone brought up this fact that he's trained with Swanepoel, and Swanepoel has a record of not being able to train 450 guys. Is that something relevant? I don't even know.
I don't think that's relevant. I don't know.
I just read that someone posted that, and I'm like, well,
what? I mean. Yeah, what would be the evidence of that? I don't know. Where would the evidence be of that? I mean, Cooper Webb just about won Supercross title this year on Swanepoel. So,
Well, that was Supercross. I'm just saying outdoors, like
outdoors.
The 450 outdoors is, those last 5 laps, 4 laps, they're pretty heartbreaking sometimes, and we've seen.
I think people
talk
too much about these trainers. I think the trainers get too much credit or blame, including
credit
Alden
or
Baker.
blame.
Yeah, I think so. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, Denny.
Alden is Alden not a training god or not? I don't know.
Well, no, and then so now Alden hasn't won a title. Now is he a bad trainer? No, of course not.
He
right?
got a 250 West title this year.
Yeah, sure, okay, good point. Yeah, I just mean generally, right? Like he went for so long with RV and Dunge and. It was like, oh my God, Alden, and then it's like he's not winning 450s now. But I don't know, whatever.
But the mentality, I think, of riders changes. Of people, of human nature. The mentality changes. So, are some willing to pay that price? Weekly that Alden used to put everybody through, or I don't know. It's an interesting story because as growing up in the '90s with no trainer, I think I Chicken let me train with Spencer for a few months, and to be able to have someone to just tell you what to do every day. And I've heard Alden is gnarly. A lot of the guys aren't even training with him right now. I think the mentality of the rider, whether it be how they want to exist or how they want to live, and you listen to RV's video interviews, and Villapoto's just like, man, I just needed a fucking change, or my career might have been longer. So
yeah, but when Dunge and RV retired early, Alden took a bit of a hit because of the burnout, but they had $30 million in the bank.
Right.
Now we have guys going longer and longer.
Sure.
So I also wonder, I'm not saying RV is wrong. I understand it. He's told me the same thing over and over, but it's a lot easier to be like, I'm out with $30 million in the bank, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Do I want to last on 32 and make $2 million more, or just get the fuck out when I'm 26 and be loaded?
Yeah, and everything else. So
must be nice to be
be safe. Be safe. Be safe. I mean, obviously dirt bikes are fucking gnarly. Go back to my friend Matt Biden, just got hurt. Sometimes it's good to get out when you can, and we're seeing that with Eli right now, I think too, as well, right? I mean, he's trying to push the limits, and he's getting older. The body starts getting mistakes happen, and it's just a gnarly sport, man. I mean, we are watching one of the greatest, gnarliest things I've ever been a part of, and I love it. But it's crazy. There's no roll cage. These guys are going faster. They're jumping further. Injuries are getting bigger.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is a scary time. All right, Denny, give us your winners for Southwick.
So no John Dowd or Doug Henry then?
No, but Tony LaRusso.
450. I would love to pick Hunter. Yeah, I really want Hunter to break his brother.
Me too. Just straight up though, for real, just beat him.
I just begged for it. I'm watching him out front and chasing him. He's coming up on it behind him, and we've all seen so many little brothers beat big brothers. It's just kind of historical in moto. But I've been a longtime fan of Hunter since 2018 Redbud donations, and he's coming to his own. And I felt like I always thought he should go to his own team and be his own boss. But I feel like he's kind of become the sacrificial lamb at Honda. Like he's testing, he's doing all the work for Jet, but now he's leading the points. He's the guy.
Yeah.
Like when the fuck are you going to beat your brother, bro?
Yeah. He still don't have an overall too, which is. He's a points leader, but no overall yet.
Yeah.
But I here's where I'm nervous. Jets won 3 motos in a row, and you could tell he was riding the way he needed to, and now he's had a week off, and he's going to Southwick. Like it sets up for a really bad 3 weeks for everybody, I think. I think that, and Washougal, who knows, but I think the next 3 weeks are going to be tough for everybody with Jet. So.
Yeah, I mean, Southwick's gnarly. I mean, it breaks you. It's not quite as rough as sandy as it used to be, but the weight, you got the sand going down to your back, going to crack your ass and stuff. It's a grinder, and but Jet's so.
Can we get some winners here, Denny? Can we get some winners?
Oh fuck! Okay, I'm gonna go with. I'm going Hunter, and I'm going Bial.
That's fair.
Because Hayden has not proved himself in the sand yet, and
right.
and it's a different beast. All of a sudden, obviously he's living in Florida, but I just haven't seen that sand confidence. And Tom's been all over the world. The worst, gnarliest sand world in Belgium and all this.
Last year was pretty impressive for Tom.
It was his first win.
Yeah.
He was. It wasn't luck. It was like he was good.
Congratulations to the Florida Panthers, who just won the Stanley Cup, Game 7.
Oh, that's funny. I was going to comment on that. You post on X or Twitter, where the fuck it is, that you were hoping to watch Game 7, and I remember when last time I was in the studio, you had hockey on the TV.
Yeah, I know we got hockey on again. Game 7. I really thought the Panthers were going to win, but I was hoping for the Oilers. So
when I think of hockey, I think of the state of Florida.
They listen. They've had a team in the final 5 straight years. Marks between the Lightning and 5 straight years. Florida's team, either Florida or Tampa, have been in the final.
There's your ticket right there.
Yep. So.
Well, I was just in Phoenix, and they had a big meltdown with their hockey.
Yeah,
team.
They went to Utah. They went to Utah. Debo, thank you as always, buddy. Thank you. Good to bench race with you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the time. I hope the guy goes to prison. Hope the stabber goes to prison.
Yep.
So.
Yep. I hope that goes well. And please check my social media, Debo360, whatever. We're going to post some stuff about Matt Byton. I'm going to try and get him some. We're going to try and raise some more money. Thank you to Darkside for his help. Race, road to recovery, everything. And Daniel, I think the world of you always. So you guys have a great rest of the night.
All right. Thanks buddy. Appreciate it. Thank
Later.
you, Danny. Thank you. He thinks the world of you, but then
What?
Nothing but me?
Oh, nothing. No, he didn't give you no love on the way out, huh?
Factory Chassis Parts, bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. FCP, PulpMX-chassis is the code to save. They make the motor mounts for Phoenix Honda, Starling, Rock River, Mad Parts Kawasaki. They also just come out with the race cups as well. Chris Kiefer just reviewed these on PulpMX.com. Adjustable races, Daniel, something that was factory only for years. Well, FCP's making them now. And PulpMX-chassis is the code to save. You can read Kiefer's review. And thank you to FCP for bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. Thank you to Denny Stephenson, Renegade Race Fuel as well. Ryan's on 4. He's got a rant. What's up, Ryan?
What's up, y'all? I've got a rant, and then I've got a hot take. So I'll start off with the rant. So on the starting line over the last couple of years, I've seen guys kind of copying each other on their warm-ups. There's like the flex thing that I think Chase Sexton kind of started that, where he just like really flexes. But now I'm seeing all the guys adjust their junk like multiple times.
You know what they're doing, right? Do you know what they're doing on that?
No, tell me.
So the pants these days are so stretchy. They're all made with such stretchy material. First guy to teach me this was Paul Parabinos. So what they're doing is they're grabbing their pants and pulling them up so that there's no more no slide in the pants when they go off the gate. So they're like straight balls on seat. So you know what I mean? They're taking up the extra material because the pants are so stretchy. So they don't want to move when that bike launches. So they're all doing that. They're pulling up on the material of their pants.
Yeah, because I would see them do it like 3 or 4 times.
Oh, yeah,
yeah. Is it once enough?
No, they're trying to just take all the slack out of. They're trying to take all the slack out of their pants so that they don't move on the seat.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks for informing me.
No problem.
My hot take is I think the guard for the 450 class is officially changed. Okay. I don't think any of the guys that are 26 and older, so like Eli, Webb, Roxon, Anderson, I don't think they win a championship again, indoor or out. I think it's the Jet, Sexton, Hunter, Coops time. J. Coop's time.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Is that a hot take or
no? It's not a hot take because we just had a guy go 24-0 and then win a championship in Supercross. So not a hot take at all. No,
it's the generation switch. It's been coming. I mean, look at the points. Hunter, Chase, Jet, J. Coop, AP. I mean, those are all under 30
old guys
dudes.
are hurt.
Yeah, well, they're all hurt, of course, but I'm just saying next is Anderson, Barsha, Ferrandis, Stewart. Like, that's that past generation. The new generation is coming in and kind of taking advantage of, Eli being gone, Cooper, Kenny not there, but it's still happening. In Supercross, I don't think it'll happen as fast because those guys are so damn crafty and smart. But outdoors is proving right now that it's the younger generation's turn to make their run. And I was thinking about this too. Think back to like when Villapoto left. It was like, oh my God, it felt so empty, right? Like, what's going to happen now? We don't have him. Then it was Dungey. You always have this like worry of the emptiness, but then the next generation comes and fills that void really quickly. Well, take a look at this next generation we have. Jet and Hunter, Chase, Jorge Prado, Hayden Deegan. Like, I'm good with those 5. If that's our 5 for the next 7 years of this thing, like, dude, we are set for another incredible generation, and I think it's an incredible handoff, to be honest.
Yeah.
No. Well, thanks for taking my question.
Thanks,
guys.
buddy.
I'll hop off here, bring back Ralph.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Curtis, what's up, man?
Yeah, I had an idea for raising a little bit more money for the Privateer Challenge next year.
I mean, Kurt, I got over $140,000. I mean, is it not enough?
It's not enough.
I'm kidding, but no, all right, let me hear it.
I just noticed the last 2 years have been less than what it's been before.
No. Last year was the most, and this year we were slightly short.
Okay.
Anyways, go ahead.
Well, the idea is to add another raffle and charge double the price for this raffle, and whoever wins that gets to come into your studio for half a show or something.
Okay, so I'm actually going to be doing something about that, like that, but not for the Privateer raffle, but for something else. I'm going to auction off a chance for 2 people to come in here, sit in on a show, and I'll fly them to Vegas, put them up, and everything else, and the money will go to charity.
That is badass.
So I'm working on that. So I'm going to do something like that.
That's cool.
I got to figure out, like, I want to do it on eBay, but eBay takes a chunk of the money. So I got to register on eBay as a nonprofit. How do I do that? I'm working on that. I got to figure this stuff out. But that is the plan.
I like it.
So
okay, that's good.
All right,
I
Curtis.
like it.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
And even all those guys on Twitter today that called me a lot of names for simply believing in different politics than them, you're also eligible to come on in.
Can I ask you a question? But
Yes.
you only get 30 seconds to answer,
Okay.
and we're going to go right back to dirt bikes.
Okay.
Why
You
do
wanna
you
time me?
every once in a while just
Yeah.
decide today's the day that I'm going to go at it on Twitter?
Uh,
Like, why was that today?
Oh, no reason, no planning.
it just
hits
just
me.
hit?
Maybe it hits me on a bicycle ride. Maybe it hits me, just comes into my head. And
Because it's like every few months or
yeah.
so, all of a sudden I'm like, oh, today's one of these days.
No, listen, I don't know. I don't know. It's not a planned thing. I'm not that smart. I just come up with something that I feel passionate about or think about, and I try to have logical discussions. Can't really do that.
Well, not on Twitter.
No, I know. Yeah. You and I could or whatever, but
Yeah.
it's hard on Twitter to do that. So yeah, that's no plans.
Just curious of why today was the day, because you lit off a little bit on there today.
All right, everybody. Renthal, bringing you our next guest. This gentleman, I think he uses Renthal. I think he does, and now that I said that, maybe not now. But Renthal.com, Honda HRC, Kawasaki, of course, Red Bull KTM, Renthal.com, whether it's a twin wall bar, whether it's Fat Bar 36, whatever it is, helps you out with Renthal, Renthal.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board, and they're bringing you our next guest. Here he is, Mr. Side.
Oh, shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Mr. Side, what's up?
Oh, always great to talk to my good friend, Daniel Blair.
What's up, bro? How are you?
What's up, DB?
Did she come in, Mark?
672, Rental 672.
Oh, so you are a Renthal guy. Okay, I thought so.
Yeah.
What's
yeah,
what's
I'm
the
currently wearing
672?
rentals.
Which one's?
I don't think a 672 is a real bend.
Is that a bend?
Well, unless I have my number wrong, I'm almost positive that's what it is.
Okay, I don't. 672 sounds fucked up, which is perfect for you. Fucked up.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what bar you
who
run when the gate goes down and you don't go.
Dark. So, so much like my start that was unfortunately filmed.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one, too.
Someone unfortunately filmed your start, Dark. But, Dark, not all your fault, right? Like, what the fuck was going on there?
Yeah.
Take us through that start that's on Twitter.
Okay, so first of all, even the gate before us, the motor before us, which Shorty was in, got held forever. Yeah, dude, typical start. Gate guy's up the hill, does the whole point at everybody. Everybody shakes their head. He walks to the doghouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking, you can see me looking to the left because he's standing outside the doghouse for a minute. He's waiting for the class in front of us. He's on the radio, and they're going to tell him, okay, you can let him go. So he kind of did the whole thing early, in my opinion, but I'm watching him. He goes in the doghouse.
Yep.
That's when, and we sit there, I don't know, I didn't time it, 20 seconds it feels like, and I'm looking over because I'm like, what the fuck? And there's clutches smoking, and eventually I put it in neutral, and I sit up, and the gate drops.
It's not great. So, there's a light system, or what?
Yes. So after the moto, I said, I'm going to go talk to this guy. I'm not going to throw a fit. I'm just going to, hey, man,
yeah.
I just need to know if this is what I need to expect for the rest of the day. And he goes, no, there's a light system. I was like, well, okay. And a couple other guys were there. None of us, well, the locals knew. Nobody else knew. But, yeah, there's a light. As he's walking down the hill, it goes yellow. And then he goes in the box and eventually hits a button and it goes green. And,
But
1
wait,
to 5
green.
seconds.
Oh, green is 5-second card.
Yes.
Got it.
But I didn't even see this light until.
Now,
I shouldn't say that.
Okay. Do you
Go ahead.
think that you missed this at Riders meeting, or do you think that you?
No.
Like,
no, I definitely
so you're
paid attention at
You're
Riders meeting
paying
and
all
other-
this money. You're paying all this money to go to regional. It's a huge deal. It's super serious, and no one
Yeah.
tells anybody that's not a local about a fucking light.
Yeah, there was a bunch of us that said that didn't hear it, and I think. I think Kiefer said he talked to LeMay. They were just texting about. Yeah, you guys were in a group text, I guess, and somebody told me that LeMay had some things to say. Like it just wasn't communicated properly.
Yeah, like you can't. This goes back to my clothespins at Loretta's. Like this is huge business. This is very serious for a lot of people. A lot of money is spent, and Davey and I will forever agree to disagree that when you show up at the ranch, you pick a clothespin for your gate position for Moto 1. Like, that is ridiculous. And going back to this, you pay a lot of money to go to the regional. It's very serious. And no one tells you about a light start that they do? Like, come on, man.
Let's go one step before that. Why is there a light? Like, why is there a light?
It's the second track I've ever been to that's used this system. I can't remember. Somewhere in Texas there was one of those.
What happened to turn the board sideways and have the guy kick it?
Yeah, what happened to that?
What happened
Yeah.
to that? It's simple.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I did actually see the yellow. Like while I was sitting there in that long gate, I looked up and I saw that light, and I see the yellow. I'm like, oh yeah, there must be a caution, right? That's why it's taking so long.
Oh yeah, sure, right.
Certainly he's gonna come out and reset this thing. So I sat up, and yeah, there we
Dude,
go.
and you, like Daniel said, it couldn't have been any more perfect.
It seemed fake. It was so damn good.
Dude, Amber was up the hill and has video from the other direction, and you see him go in the doghouse, and he's in there forever, and guys are just looking around like, what the fuck?
So was that your first moto on Saturday?
Yes.
And then and then you got the rest of it down pat.
Yeah, after we figured out the light system, stars were much, much better.
So 14-9, 14-12-9?
No. 14-12-9 for 11th overall, yeah.
And they took 6?
6, yep. And we were kind of looking at the points. Had I been able to go, say, 9-9-9, I actually probably would have made it because that top 6 was pretty – or 6-10 or 6-12 was pretty inconsistent in general. So, yeah.
Well –
it is what it is. I mean, I felt good about my day. I improved every moto, and had a blast. Track was awesome. So supposedly same prep you're going to get in August for the full Friday.
What are we talking? LeMay sent me an Instagram DM at midnight, watering this place up that looked tilled up perfectly, and I was like, "Is that my prep?" And he's like, "Yep."
I mean,
low
key, that place is so sick. I think it's one of the better nationals.
So I guess
too.
locals, when it's not prepped, it's not very good.
Oh, that's everywhere. That's all of them.
Yeah. So dark, it's good.
It could definitely get concrete if they don't take care of it. But that was kind of the weird thing is they're watering the entire day. You know, there's hoses all throughout that track, and as you're going by, they're shutting the water off, and then they kick it back on as you go by. But they did a great job. I felt like the track prep was pretty prime.
August 31st, September 1st, PulpMX Ride Day at Lakewood. Everyone's welcome to come out. We're going to do a Pulp show on Saturday night. And, come on out and ride the track. And apparently, are the jumps okay? Or do we need to knock the jumps more down from our
No, jumps are good. I mean, honestly, I really pushed out on the triple step up. That's kind of the upper level one before you go down the hill.
Yeah, the one going to the back, yeah.
You can tell it's super easy. Like you have to slow down to not case it, but I just never pulled the trigger. And then the uphill triple, I'm out on that altogether. But everything else it's all fine.
What uphill triple?
After the big one that I was just talking about, you make the left, go down the hill, and then make a left. You come back,
coming out of the hill, coming out of the valley. There.
Yeah. That one's feels pretty big, especially at elevation. So there's never a chance I was going for that. But
did you notice?
Yeah, I think
did you notice your bike slower and all that?
Oh yeah. It was quite a bit different, but I was on the 350 Husky last year, and I really liked that. That's about what the 450 felt like. So I actually kind of enjoyed the elevation, the lack of power.
So, Dark, this whole Loretta's thing is just a terrible failure across the board, whether it was Paula, whether it was Lakewood. You knew you would be – now, to be fair, you knew it would be really tough for you to make it. So
I was realistic.
Any regrets?
No. Actually, after Fox, I was pretty negative, but thankfully, Kiefer really pushed me to go do this one, and – it was a blast. I felt like I learned a lot. I improved. So, no, I'm stoked. I know Denny was just on. The only negative of the whole time was obviously Matt getting hurt. That sucks. Stay tuned for Road to Recovery there. But overall, I'm glad I did it. I'm going to do it next year.
Wow. Randy Richardson got right into Loretta's. Dark.
Yeah, Randy's good, though. I mean, Randy's ripped.
I love Randy's big message to you on Instagram. Easy for him to say. The guy who makes it's got a lot to say.
He does.
Yeah.
Hey, he's on the grind, though. He showed up last week at Next Level, and he's DMing our group this week. What are the times? He's committed, doing long motos, everything.
Wow. And he's on a two-stroke?
Two-stroke 250.
Yeah. So, Dark, okay, next question. So not a failure to you.
No.
You made the difficult decision to jump from C to B class. You generally race C. You jumped up to B to race me at World Vets. I got smoked. I smoked you. We're not going to dwell on that, but yeah, beat you bad. We're not going to talk about it too much, but I absolutely never saw you all weekend. Worked you in all 6 motos.
I showed you the picture in Racer X on your story where I was in front of you.
Okay.
Anyways, Racer X.
We're not going to dwell on that, but yeah, I beat you like a rendered mule. So. Should you have raced C for Loretta's though? Like, for reals, like, I mean, because you were.
There is no.
No, it's just it's age. It's pure age.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
What did you ride?
Okay.
Did you ride 40?
So there.
45.
Oh, 45.
But there are, as long as you don't my best friend Michael Gage won that class. He's a Texas A rider. So I'm racing guys like that.
Yeah.
And then next year I'm eligible for 50, so I will be racing Emig and Kiefer and Brownie, and if I do the 50 class.
What are the years? Is 40
and 50 are
Yeah, so you are on the edge of 40 type deal, right?
Yeah.
So
45, but so I'll be.
Wait, how can you race 50?
49,
I'll
be 49 next month, July. So that next year, that's 50 AMA or whatever, because I'll be 50 by the time Loretta gets here.
It's different for the older group than the younger.
Are you going to do World Vets this year?
I hope so. We got to see if ML will allow me to come out there and be there for that time period, and then I want to do it. If you're doing it, are you doing it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, you're doing it. Yeah, we're doing it.
What about, how did Shorty do? Did Shorty make it?
Crushed it, dude. He's Jeff Rowe. He beat Fro by like 30-something seconds. I think.
Really?
Shorty's ripping. Yeah,
dude.
Oh, wow.
Shorty raced Spring Nationals in the Pro class and
That's
was
true.
legit
He beat.
too. So
he won it, didn't he? He won the Texas Pro.
I think he won
class?
Springeting. I think he won Springeting in the A class, and even in the Freestone one, he was all up in the top A dude's business. So yeah, he's not like a. I mean, he's a vet, but
so
he's
will
still
he
him.
Win? Well, so Fro won, right? Fro won.
But I think Brownie had a bad moto. If I'm not mistaken,
Brownie had so can Shorty run with Brownie though?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a hell of a fight.
Okay.
But what's he going to ride? 25 and 40?
So
because he's my age.
Oh, yeah, he can't ride 50, so Brownie's going to ride 50.
Yeah,
but Brownie
he's
will
in
ride
for
40 also.
and I think he did like Pro Sport or something like that. One of the Pro Sport I can't remember what the other class was he did, but
Okay.
he doesn't know for sure he's doing it. We'll find that out tomorrow night on the Moto X-Pod show. He'll be on.
Oh, because his kid didn't make it, right?
Yeah.
So he wasn't.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he said he would like to do some more rally, but he doesn't have a deal to do that. So he's kind of up in the air whether he's actually going to go to Loretta's or not.
And Amber made it out to see you, to cheer you on?
She did. She drove 14 hours from the West Coast to meet me up there, yep.
So she's seen you just fail at these 2 regionals.
Time and time again.
And she's fine with this? She's okay?
Dude, she was actually very proud of the effort I put in this weekend because I improved in every moto. And actually, all 3 motos, I had different guys in all 3 motos, but a one-on-one battle with guys for 4 or 5 laps with multiple passes. So it was a blast.
This could be my race tech rant. Like, I love Pookie. She's awesome, right? She's great. I don't think she could drive. I don't think she would drive 14 minutes to watch me race.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Same.
Your chick too?
My wife won't even go watch my son race because she's still mad at me for racing as long as I did and get hurt, so she won't even watch him.
Okay. So, I mean, 14 hours. Dark's chick, just grinding it out.
Yeah,
to,
but
to
I mean,
watch
it's they're Twitter pated. It's early puppy love stages, dude. She had 14 hours. Shit, it could have been 24, dude.
Yeah.
She's going. 2 years from now.
Like, hey, Pookie, I'm racing 14 minutes away. I'll call you an Uber. She's like, I'm out.
Yeah. 2 years from now, dude, he won't even get her to go to a practice night.
Okay.
Well, there may be some truth to that, right? It is early in the relationship, but there's a little bit of Heather Kiefer in her where she's like, hey, pushing me, and she's cleaning my helmet and getting me water, and I think she's a good one, man. She's a good one. So, she was very supportive, and she drove home by herself. She drove up with Heather because Heather had to take the dog to her mom's house because she's in Washougal with Aiden now. Long story, but her and Heather drove up together, and then she drove home by herself.
Yeah, Aiden's shooting. Aiden's doing. Hello, buddy.
250. They call it like a 250 shoot.
Yeah, Aiden's doing a Cowie 2025 shoot.
Sweet.
Yeah. So, okay. We got some calls for you, Dark. We got a call for you.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's go.
Here we go. It is John on 1. John was at Lakewood. What's up, John?
Hey, Doc. I met you at Lakewood from Massachusetts. How you doing, bud?
Doing good, buddy. How are you doing, man? Good to meet you.
We're doing good. We're just heading back to the East Coast from over there. You rode awesome, bud, and you were very competitive all weekend. Just figured I'd stick up for you. I know the results didn't qualify, but you did pretty good. And Shorty is gnarly, like you were saying.
Yeah.
That guy won the Open Pro Sport class, so he's no joke.
Did you make it, John?
What?
Did you make it?
No, I was there with a kid.
Okay.
That's a tough luck, but we're good. We punched a ticket down in Georgia, so we're all
okay.
right.
So you're all right. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
Did you watch Dark Start on Twitter?
Yeah. So I saw it live. I was wondering what was happening because I was up on the hill, so I was kind of far away.
Yeah.
And I didn't really get much of an explanation, but I'm gonna have to check it out on Twitter.
Yeah. Well. All right. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, John. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks, John.
You too. Have a good to meet you, Jamie.
Thank you.
You too, buddy.
Did people call you Jamie or Dark?
I got both, actually. Definitely got some dark sides, and then a couple guys that just know, yes. Hey, what's up, Jamie? Yeah, took some pictures. There was definitely some listeners there.
Did you get some dark?
Got a couple of those, yeah. There's a group of guys that we kind of parked with all weekend that are fans of yours and like our show, and we got some darks.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good. Just going back to your ride day, just for anybody that wants to come up, another reason to come up Friday night, Red Rocks, right down the road, Lamb of God.
Oh, my God, dude.
Dark's a metalhead.
Dark will be going there.
He's a metalhead.
Are you going to go? You going to go Lamb of God?
I mean, if I can make it up, I plan on coming. I'll definitely have to come the day early. Yeah, I got to go see Lamb of God and get fired up before we ride, and then I'm gonna hook. Friday morning got to hook, or Saturday morning got to hook that triple that I didn't do.
Yeah, Galdy's coming out too. Galdy's going to drive out with me to the ride
Hell
day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Yeah, he mentioned.
Can you imagine his blood alcohol limit on Saturday night?
He may not ride, huh?
No.
Yeah, he'll skip ride day.
Yeah. Jamie Guida, a.k.a. Darkside, a.k.a. Dag, a.k.a. Mr. Side, here on the show, brought to you by the folks at Renthal, renthal.com, official bar of Mr. Guida, renthal.com. Factory
627.
Honda. 627, Bend.
whatever that is.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, look that up. That might actually
I think
be
it's 672 is what I thought it was.
Paul. If you're out there, what's the one? What's the stock KTM
it's
bar?
KTM 672. That's stock KTM.
Okay, that's the same bar I run. That's the same bend my son runs. Same bend.
That's what Kiefer's running too, but
It's a good
cuts
bend.
it down.
Yeah,
I like it.
Did Ben race?
He did not, man. He was working his ass off all
Okay.
weekend. He was almost never not on the track.
Oh, really?
Watering or
Yeah.
working. He was a busy guy, man. The whole crew, honestly, Dave and the crew did a great job minus the gate situation.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked. Did David make it?
No, I don't believe so. I talked to him after, and he said he was behind me, so I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Bummer. Yeah, he was trying to make it again. I told him about those jumps at the Nationals being too high, and he said, yeah, I know I got to knock him down because I want to make it too. So,
yeah.
All right, got another question from Steve on 3. Steve, you got a rant about amateur racing?
Yeah, you guys kind of, your conversation is making me thinking of it, and I think Darkside or Jamie would be like a great person to ask, because you've done these moto qualifier races, and then you've done some GNCCs. It seems like every year, I see some videos from the Mammoth Motocross, and like some classes, the start gets just really hairy, and people are banging bars and stuff, and I don't know. It seems just like there's a lot of focus on getting into Loretta's or these kind of more prestigious amateur races where guys are taking people out and stuff on the start line, and I don't know. Like you've done both, Jamie, with the GNCCs. Like you guys have talked about the moto numbers falling, at races and stuff like that. Like people not wanting to go to these motor races because they're paying a lot of money to do a few laps, and then within those few laps they're banging bars and getting hurt. You take out an accountant or a billboard baron on the start line, and all hell breaks loose. Where you go to a GNCC and it's probably a little more laid back vibe. People are there to take care of each other and all that. And
okay, so
it just kind of bothers me. Like I just see those clips every year from the Mammoth, and people getting pushed wide and clipping bars.
All right, we got it. Steve, we got it. Dark, what are your thoughts on this amateur racing?
I mean, he's in one aspect. I think he's right. It is more laid back at these off-road races. Everybody's there to help out. Even the fans are out there to help and cheer you on. But I don't think it has anything to do with the national races or amateur national races. People getting hurt in the first turn. That's just motocross, right? Everybody's charging into one little spot. I didn't notice it any different at these events than any events I've ever raced throughout my racing career. But and in my age group, we all kind of give each other our space. So I don't think it has anything to do with the events in particular. It's just the sport. But I do
maybe
agree
it's like an age group thing.
Yeah. I think like the pro sport, the kids, and then they're very, very serious, and they're willing to kill each other for it. Guys in my class, not so much, man. I mean, the guys I battle with, we were very, very respectful, and there was some elbow rubbing and stuff, but nothing too aggressive.
I think it goes back, Stephen. It goes back, Stephen, to what we said off the top of the show. It's the money spent for the lack of laps and sitting around a motocross track for 14 hours to race. 8 laps versus like GNCC. You show up at 10. Your race is at 11. It's 2 hours. You're done at 1. You're on the road, and you pay $40 or whatever. Like, I could see, like, obviously, at one time, I've barely ever raced off road. Even when I hate off road right now. Like, Talon wants to take me out in a desert. I'm a motocross guy, but I can definitely see the allure to an average guy of just riding hair scrambles or GNCC. Like, I can see it.
But it goes the other way too, though, because think about it. There's competitive riders at the track that are there for all the competitive reasons. Like they're trying to chase a career, right? The younger kids, whatever.
Yeah.
But everyone else who's just there racing on the gate, they're doing it because they watch Supercross and motocross. They get the feeling. They get that rush and that feeling, and they want to go do it. I watch these kids in the beginner class when they walk in staging to the gate. They're walking with style, and they're looking at their gate. They're playing into that because they love what they see, and they want to go do that. So even though they spend a bunch of money, don't do a lot of laps, it's that whole thing that they love. I mean, I see it in the beginner novice classes the most. They feel it like the pros do, and they walk up, and it's big to them.
I guess because I'm old, but I just raced at Glen Helen, right? The Yamaha RV thing where RV was fucking with me. I just raced, and I'm on the line with the 40 plus guys, and like I'm riding, and I'm just like, ultra cautious and ultra aware of like, is anybody going to take me out? Is this guy going to jump on me? I better go over here because like I don't want to get hurt.
But were you there for competitive reasons, or were you there to be a part of it and
yeah,
a little bit
right.
of competitive?
A little bit. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't there to be competitive.
Yeah.
But
So
my
you're going to take the
my whole
chances.
mindset was like, just please someone don't go wide open into the side of me.
Yeah.
You know,
that was
like,
the priority for you was
Right.
more about safety
Right.
than actually like competing hardcore. But I think a lot of the draw for a lot of people is the feeling that they get and the similarities that they get to the pros. When
Thanks,
they
Steve.
walk
That's a
up.
great answer. I appreciate it. I have a future headlines for you, Steve.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Future headlines. We love it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious about this one too. It's about Triumph, and I'd be curious to see like how their success plays into these races. You know, if you're going to start seeing the Triumph bikes, offloaded out of Glen Helen or something like that. Okay, Triumph Racing budget trick.
Oh, you broke up.
5.
You broke up. Your phone broke up. Go ahead. Start over.
Oh no.
Triumph.
Okay. Triumph Racing budget trickles in, tallying multiple top 5s, or Triumph tumbles too soon and racing budget tightens.
Nah, the first one. If I had to
I love
pick.
it.
But honestly, Triumph's kind of dropping the ball here. We did this intro in March at Gainesville, and they're good bikes. They're great bikes. Savachi Swole are doing well. No media has them as far as I know. Like, I've seen there's some in dealers. I've seen on Twitter that they're available.
I've seen them out there a little bit.
Have you seen them at the tracks?
Not in person, but I've seen
Okay.
people on Instagram with them.
Okay.
I saw a couple this weekend.
Did you really? Okay. Like,
Yeah,
dude,
cool.
you got to
Cool.
get these things out. Like, you got to get people riding
Yeah.
these bikes, So, thanks, Steven. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, everybody. It's everybody's favorite game. It's the X Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Let's do this.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Jamie, what kind of goggles do you have this weekend?
Lucids, X-Brand.
Fantastic. X Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere, and even guys that fail at 2 regionals, like Jamie Guida. Pulp Show 24 is the code to save at EKSbrand.com. Great goggles, great company, and yeah, fantastic. I'll tell you what, the last time I rode was the RV thing at Glen Helen, or where did I go? And people just want to talk about my purple Lucid goggles. They really like
You don't even need to wear goggles if you don't take off with everyone else on the gate.
Yeah, good point.
So
you're right.
Throwing that out there.
EKSbrand.com, and I'm going to be wearing X Brand at the ride day as well. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
Daniel? You are?
Good dude.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
He's a great guy.
All right, here we go. 30 seconds or less.
All right, first one for Steve.
Yep.
Who will be leaving the GPs and coming to race Supercross, Motocross next year?
Well, the Coonan brothers sound like it's a go.
Next year? Or?
Yeah, next year. So let's go with them. Yeah.
All righty, next question. Let's see here. Boom. For DB, how much is the KTM group downsizing? Is the Orange Brigade on the chopping block?
No. I don't really know all the inner workings, but my program has been pretty solid through this. I mean, we're looking not a lot of changes, so we're pretty good.
Are you looking to pick up an older vet rider that can't make Loretta's? Texas guy?
No.
Okay.
Not on my radar at the moment.
Not on your radar?
Nope.
Okay, because I know a guy.
Yeah. Yeah, if I ever get to that point, I'll call you.
Okay.
Next question for Darkside. Where do you need to improve the most to get to the LL qualifying speed?
Well, let's start with the start, and let's end with finishing strong. Honestly, everywhere. I have improvement to do everywhere.
Keys to the race everywhere.
Be better everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, next question for Steve. What was a misconception you had about David Luongo since meeting him?
I didn't really have one. I honestly didn't know him at all. I just knew his dad a little bit. His dad stopped me from getting passes at Glen Helen years ago. Didn't know David. So, no, I didn't have any misconceptions really, but really nice guy. And we saw him at Indianapolis, came to Indianapolis, and, yeah, really nice guy.
All right, for DB, does Masterpool get a factory ride next year, and where?
I mean, he won a national, and it wasn't a fluke. I mean, yeah. I mean, to me, it's like you would think Pro Circuit's just going to figure it out. They're gonna find a way to figure it out.
I think I'm with you. I don't
they
know
have
how.
to.
I don't
well,
know.
and here's
Okay.
another thing too. Pro Circuit has had the same issues as Star as far as a lot of injuries. You know, they don't have a full roster all the time, and they also go with the shotgun approach a little bit more than the others. Like, think about Honda, KTM, Husky. Like, they run tight 250 programs. So for Pro Circuit, the odds is that there's going to be openings by summertime. It just happens every year for them. So to me, it's an investment for next summer no matter what, that you're going to have a spot for him.
And two of Mitch's most successful guys the last few years have been fill-in riders, McAdoo and Shimoda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That came in
under
high bidding terms.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
All right. For Jamie, do you miss doing a podcast about a podcast? What was the best and worst part about the wrap-up pods?
No, I honestly don't miss it. The worst part was how long it took to put one together, pulling all the audio. Very, very time-consuming.
But, Dark, I did tell you to not do as much work.
You did, but I felt like it was already not the greatest platform.
Mm-hmm.
So I think doing the audio made it better. So, yeah, I think we needed to do it, so I did it.
Fuck my ass.
I think if you could go back in time, you know what you should have done on that show is just blow out everybody from the show the night before. Like, you guys were too nice, and it was like you should have just torched for the night before and just everything you said wrong, hammered. It should have been just a hammer fest.
There was probably an 80% hatred of Dark's wrap-up show early on, but by the end, he was probably at 50-50.
It's good.
I'll take 50-50.
He was turning some people around onto liking the wrap-up. Yeah.
That's how I live life, man, at a 5.
No, you don't, though.
50-50,
You spike.
halfway.
No, you spike. Hey, how's
some
this?
12s in there.
How's this deck that Kiefer's building?
I mean, it was just a frame when I was there, but it's gonna be nice. Yeah, it's gonna be a cool place to hang out.
Right.
It's good.
Okay.
Kiefer does things right at his house. You know that. It's gonna be good.
He's making a lot of money to build decks.
Yeah, dude, especially out there.
All right, for Steve, when will DB come clean about why he really left the SX announcing gig? What is he hiding?
Well, I think the Mandarin has something to say about that, from what I gather.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I
God.
think the Mandarin has something to say. So.
All right. Well, I guess we'll find out then.
Yeah, the Mandarin is making his return.
Worst segment ever.
Oh, I'm going to tell the Mandarin you said that.
Please do.
All right, for DB, whatever happened to your buddy Nick who walked across the U.S.?
Hobo Nick, dude. I talked to him or text with him a week ago. Doing good. Living up in NorCal. Fishing. Living good, dude. Hobo Nick.
What's he doing for a living?
I'm not sure exactly what he's doing at the moment for work,
right.
but he's good. Nick has really got it together with his life, and it's an incredible story,
I got his
man.
hat somewhere in a Ziploc bag. The hat he wore across the
entire, TLD hat.
Yeah, across the entire America. I got it in a Ziploc bag somewhere.
Oh,
It's
don't open that
no,
thing
I
up.
would
Oh,
never
my
open
God.
It. He gave me his hat, though. That was kind of cool of him. So.
Yeah. 6 months. 6 month walk.
Yeah. So your buddy walked across America for 6 months. We had him.
That's what happens when you're my mechanic for a couple of years.
Yeah.
You just say, you know what? I'll walk home.
Did he have a website? How can we tell people about this? Or was there a website about it?
Look up Hobo Nick Kleckner Walks America, and there's a bunch of articles about it. And you know what's crazy is that story could have been 10 times bigger. I mean, he was in a limo, I think, on the way to do like Ellen or something like that, like a big show, something like that, and he canned it at the last minute and said, nope, I don't want to do it. Turn around. He's like, I didn't do it for fame. I don't want a bunch of fame. And that story could have been 100 times bigger if he would have let it.
Yeah.
But he actually stopped it because he didn't want to deal with what would come from it, because that's not why he did it.
Right.
It wasn't for that. So it's a less known story than it could have been.
Pookie met him for some drinks, or she brought him drinks and food or something somewhere along the line, along the 40.
Somewhere along the 40. He made it 6 months is what it took him. He was with me in Houston. Houston Supercross. It was my last Supercross ever. That was my last one. And the next morning, we dropped him off at the airport, me and Cole Siebler, and he flew to Jacksonville, slept on the beach, woke up in the water, kind of rinsed himself off, and 6 month walk to Huntington Beach, and he made it.
Crazy.
All right, last question for Darkside. How often do you come across a spicy meatball of information that you are hesitant to release as breaking news?
I don't know how often. Regular enough. I try to keep. I leave that to Michael Lindsay, my boss. He can do that. Keep that stuff to myself.
All right. Next round goggles. Choice of champions everywhere. And thank you to the folks at EKSbrand.com. And you can use the code to save at EKSbrand.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. X-Brand Goggle Tariffs. Darkside on the show brought to you by Renthal. Okay, Austin sent us a question on YouTube, but we can get to that later. Our Dark Pony Pod, how's it going? Everything all right?
Yeah, it's going good. Big show tomorrow night.
Who's on tomorrow night? Shorty?
Max Anstey,
okay.
Austin Faulkner, Andrew, and Hudson Short.
Oh, you got little Turd on too.
Yeah. He's you love it because he's out there like as soon as we get there Friday morning. He's like, all right, so the dragon's back. If you just jump into the pocket, you can jump all the way over the whole thing. You know, you should be able to do all the triples, no problem. You want to come down the bottom. You might struggle with it a little bit, but you're fine. I'm like, dude, you've seen me ride, right?
Yeah.
You watched me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hard on me. So he's a funny kid, man, and I like him a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, he's really coming to his own. He's fun to talk to for sure.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to them both tomorrow night, and yeah.
It doesn't get any better than Shorty. Just doesn't. It's not
no,
possible.
The smiley assassin.
Yep.
Smiley face assassin, dude.
If I had planned things better with my friend Lewis, I might have had Max on tonight, but I honestly didn't think about it.
Well, we'll have them tomorrow night. So, you know, if you have any questions, send them my way. We'll get them in there.
Well, top 3 this weekend, Max Anstey, I think, for the Star Racing guys. All right, Dark. Anything else for Mr. Side? Nope. Okay.
No,
all right. Well, listen, sorry about the failures, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad not enjoyed
support,
it, but
Steve.
What's that?
Said I appreciate your support.
Yep. Listen, you said it would be. You said you're like, I'm not going to make it. I don't know why I'm going, and you didn't make it.
I don't think I said it like that. I just was saying I'm going to be realistic. I'm going to do this for the experience. It's going to be very, very difficult to get in.
And what national are you going to next?
I don't think I'm going to any.
Really?
Yeah. And I think maybe SMX, but I think Lewis and we're tightening up the travel budget a little bit at Vital, and I think I'll be staying here doing some local races.
Okay, you coming out to Vegas SMX? There's big plans, you know.
That's the plan. Yeah, I'll do.
Okay.
I think I'll do all 3 of those, and that's as far as I know. No other nationals right now.
All right, buddy. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll talk soon. Thank you.
All right, Daniel, good talking to you, buddy. Steve, thanks.
All right.
Data, bro.
Renthal.com bringing you Mr. Side here on the PulpMX show. Also, by the way, Michelin Starcross 6. Thank you to those guys. They got a full range of tires now. They got more traction than the older generation of Starcross 5s. They got more durability as well, so more traction, more durability. And MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. Mountain bike tires as well. They got the E-Wilds. They've done a big revamp of the E-Wild tires. I've got them on my bike. Thanks to Michelin guys at Michelin Motorcycle. And try the Starcross 6s, man. They work really well. Thank you to Michelin. All things tires. You know anything about the ramps and Michelins? And
Yeah, I have a ramp, and I actually saw the new one. It looked good.
Oh, okay.
But he had it locked to his van.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. So I'll get it, though.
You'll get it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Going to our track like all the time
Yeah,
now. Like
yeah.
I'm going to get it.
He's going to get it,
Yeah, I'll have 2 now.
Yeah.
Practice one in a race.
Right. Nice. Good work. Keep it
One
up.
for the van, one for the truck. So.
Keep it up. MTX Braking, great brake pads available in over 800 power sports dealers around the country. MTXbraking.com, road bike, mountain bikes. The code PulpMX for an introductory pulp deal when buying direct from MTX. Inspired by motocross and power sports, they brought better braking tech into brake pads. Again, I use the red compound on e-bikes, so thank you to the folks at MTX Braking. Use the code PulpMX to save. Question from Austin on YouTube, Daniel. Why is the guy like Kitchen, who's as fast as anyone, can't come through the field and finish where he starts?
It's different progression for everybody. Obviously, his success has come from getting hole shots, getting out front. That's the easier of the 2 ways to do it, and I think he's just on his journey to figuring it out, and he'll get it. I believe he will. Not everyone does, but it's the harder way to do it, and he just hasn't learned it yet. So.
Secondly, do you think Moto will ever get a Netflix series? NHL got one like F1 and PGA.
I mean, needs to happen.
Yeah.
Like badly.
I think they're trying.
Well, the window is now too. Like I was just saying, this next generation of riders is. I mean, it's a gift for the sport, and we better do something with it because we've got the right characters. They're freaking famous already. They have attitudes. It's set up to be great over the next 5 years, and they better do something with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Austin, for the questions. Appreciate it. All right. So the last time the Mandarin, he's a truth teller, drops truth bombs. That's what the Mandarin does. We don't know where he lives. We don't know what his deal is, but he wants to give us the real information behind the scenes. And it was a huge hit last time. Right, Tits? I mean, people couldn't stop talking about it.
In one way or another, yep. Couldn't stop talking about it.
Couldn't stop talking about it. Nick,
it
you aware of
was
the
the
Mandarin?
subject of conversation.
I'm up to speed on the Mandarin, yes.
Would you remember the Mandarin's first appearance, or you didn't watch that show?
I'm still a little bit new to that side of things, so no.
Oh, okay. Well, he sent a new one back.
Okay.
And he's got a lot to say. The Mandarin does.
So is this just like he's going to pour it all out in one shot?
Yeah, he's got truth bombs.
So it's not like a bunch of individual
Listen,
hot takes?
I can't say the things the Mandarin does. He can say these things.
Okay.
Let's
right.
listen. Here we go. Right here. Here we go. Good evening. It's the Mandarin again. Oh my God. Welcome to my lair. The Mandarin is about to drop some truth bombs on you people. Are you ready? Number 1. Jet Lawrence is not human. No. The Mandarin knows. He is a AI conceived robot. Wow. He is a combination of Jeremy McGrath, Ricky Carmichael, and Tim Ferry to make the perfect dirt bike racer. Wow. That is what Jet is. He is AI. He is unstoppable. Hunter Lawrence, however, is human. Mandarin knows. Next. Daniel Blair. About you. He still works for NBC Peacock Supercross TV. Yes. He is a mole put out to get the opinions of the fans and the media and report back to NBC Peacock. Wow. On who is loyal and who is not loyal to NBC. So you're a mole. The Mandarin knows. Wow. Is this true? And lastly, Honda HRC and Lars Lindstrom. They are the reasons behind the starts on Honda. The bikes are remote control from Japan. They just push a button and the bikes just rocket off. Wow. The Mandarin has seen it. He knows. The riders do nothing. It is Lars and HRC. Holy shit. That's the latest song from the Mandarin. You're all welcome. Wow. The Mandarin.
What the hell?
Dude, the Mandarin.
Was that?
You still work for NBC?
Yep. I guess. You know what?
You're calling fucking NBC guys with what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you know, the sad part is
this is
I could buy the AI because Jet could be AI. I could buy that.
Okay, yeah.
The Japan remote control starts.
Yeah.
I could buy that. But credibility completely shot out of the sky with the most inaccurate middle report, which is that I work for NBC still, which is so far from the truth.
The Mandarin knows. He knows a lot of what's going on.
The Mandarin was wrong.
Can you believe
Very
the Mandarin?
wrong.
Tits?
What?
I mean,
the Mandarin.
Oh, yeah. No, the Mandarin.
Unbelievable.
Oof.
Nick, what do you think of the Mandarin? Truth bombs.
Unbelievable.
Thank you. That's the kind of shit that you're not going to get on the Pony Pod.
No, you're not. You're absolutely not.
You're not going to get this kind of information. You're not going to get these kind of transmissions.
And that's what this sport needs more than anything is some truth.
Thank you.
So I'm with you.
He's
for
real.
He was just a little wrong on.
I wonder where he is. That looks deep in like Afghanistan.
He looks like he lost a lot of weight since last time.
Yeah.
Iraq?
He looks like he's got some pet animals that I
don't know what those are.
I may have seen those at some point today.
I don't know what those are, but fuck me, man. The Mandarin comes in hot, and it's something else.
Hey, we're lucky to have him.
We're lucky to have him. Thank you, Mandarin. We await your next transmission anxiously.
I can't wait.
We will be here every day waiting for the Mandarin.
I feel fulfilled
How's
now.
the YouTube comments? Everyone pretty impressed? Nick?
You're stoked?
Lots of Steve's on drugs.
Oh yeah.
It's not me. Mandarin. I'm the vessel for Mandarin's truths.
This might not stick, Steve. I'm just gonna say this might be
It's not
Mandarin's
up to
last
me.
appearance.
It's not up to me. It's up to the Mandarin.
I don't know, Marks. What do you think?
Yeah, he likes it. See, Marks knows.
All right. Well,
people
I don't
will
know- I
be
don't know.
talking about this tomorrow.
They will.
I'm sure.
Hey,
They will
hey,
be talking about it.
Hey, this is prime example. Bad press is good press. So
No such
here we
thing
go.
as bad press.
Yep.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm scared to death of the Mandarin.
Oh, I am too.
That dude looks like he means fucking business, and I hope he doesn't talk anything shit about me. Daniel Blair working for NBC. Who knew?
That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
I mean, I haven't gotten a check, so.
Thank you, Mandarin. We appreciate it. Stay strong. Drop some more truth bombs when you want. I mean, that's all I can say. LuxonMX.com. Same triple clamps that Phil Nicoletti uses over there at the PulpMX team. They make the best triple clamps you can buy. Engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest. Lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort and handling. Freddie Norn, Phil Nicoletti, many others use these in Supercross and motocross and more. Designed, engineered, and made right in the USA. All orders $100 or more, ship free. Save money. Pulp 2024. Pulp 2024 saves you money at LuxonMX.com. Different offsets for your bike, different colors for your bike. Triple clamps, easy to do, easy to change. And they do make a difference. So please check out LuxonMX. They're bringing you the 8 o'clock hour here on the show. And got some phone calls for Daniel Blair. Is this Trevin? Trevin?
This is. Hello.
What do you think of the Mandarin?
It's wild.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Got a lot of hot takes.
He does.
Got a lot of hot takes.
Yeah, what are you going to ask
They're
Daniel?
not takes. It's just truth bombs. They're truth bombs.
Truth bombs. My bad.
Yeah.
So I just had a question for Daniel. So I'm from NorCal. I used to race East Street and Riverfront and Hangtown. And I did a couple of schools with Scott Davis back in 2006. I raced 2005 and 2006. And I just wanted to ask him if he had any stories about Scott or whatever. I never hear anyone talk about him.
Oh, man.
I just remember Brad Kelly and Kramer Patterson, and there was a couple of brothers that used to race East Street that I forget what their names were. I argued with my dad about it because we thought it was you and your brother, but they were on KTMs. And I never remember who they were, but they'd show up randomly. I think they're from the Bay Area or something.
Mertens?
I just didn't know.
Morrison.
Maybe?
Charlie Morrison, Jared Morrison. McCrummon?
Maybe.
McCrummon.
McCrummon, too.
Yeah, there's some other brothers.
Yeah. McCrummon?
Eric McCrummon.
Eric was pretty good.
He was really good.
Yeah, McCrummon. He was fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the question? Was there? Oh,
Scott Davis?
Curious if you had any
Scott
stories about
Davis.
Scott Davis.
Yeah, no,
he
I
had some wild stories.
Yeah.
man.
Okay. So I traveled with Scott in my earliest years. I traveled with Scott Davis and Carter Gurney. Those are the two people that introduced me to the road. And I remember specifically being somewhere in the Nebraska-ish area, and I learned the trick, Steve. The old trick, the outdoor hotels.
Oh yeah.
You just wait around until you find someone on their way out, and then you just say, "Hey, mind if I go in and use a shower?" You grab a couple fresh towels off of the cart ladies thing,
Yep.
and you go right in, quick shower, boom, right out.
I've done that, not asking people. I've just watched people and then just
I only did
got
it
in.
once,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we
I've
asked.
done that. I've slept. I've showered. I've gone in people's rooms. Yeah, a few times. Yeah.
You know what? That actually might have been with Carter. I don't know if that was with Scott, but those two together, I learned a lot from them.
Okay.
It's funny. Yeah, Davis had his full sleeves are all of his destinations he traveled back.
Yeah, it's
in
like
the day.
West Coast, East Coast, one arm and the other arm.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah,
yeah.
it's pretty sick. No, Scott was cool. I
pretty
mean,
cool.
him, Fishbone,
Pistana is from
Yep.
that era.
Pistana.
Yeah, Pistana. Is Pistana still around? Still
Oh yeah,
alive?
he still coaches. He
Is he?
coaches some of my riders.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Good coach.
All right, thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
Yep. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Skippy,
What's up, boys?
what'd you think of the Mandarin?
I'm impressed. Good,
Dude.
Well played.
I'm
Truth
fucking
bombs, man.
Scared of the Mandarin.
He's gnarly. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know where
All
he
right,
gets
Reminds
that
me of
info.
a bad golfer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
First off, Daniel, just wanted to ask about how the music life is. You know, I was a big Hiatus album fan.
Nice.
So wondering how the music life is for you, if you're still keeping up with it. And then second question was, I remember a couple of years ago, Webb seemed to take that summer off. I don't remember if it was last summer or 2 years ago, but he took the summer off and rode a 350. and liked the feeling of the lighter transmission and stuff. So I was curious, how does he kind of, replicate that with the Yamaha? Is that through fuel injection, in your opinion, or, get that lighter, less inertia style feeling?
I don't know. I mean, they have capabilities to do a lot of different things, especially on 450s. It's just moving around power, and so I don't know what their potential is and what he'd be looking for, but I would say they have the resources to figure it out. What was the first question? Oh, the music.
How's the music?
Yeah,
man? I was a big fan of the. What was it? 2011 was Hiatus, right?
Yeah, actually, Steve uses one of our songs in his intro, still from that album.
Right
Song "Stand United."
Yeah. That's right.
So no, I mean here is the most recent. My brother and I actually did put out a song like a year ago. We just haven't really talked about it or advertised it, but. The song "Thunder in Your Heart" from the movie Rad. I don't know if you've ever out there have watched the movie Rad, but the song "Thunder in Your Heart," we actually did a remake of that. So if you look up Main Event "Thunder in Your Heart," that's up on YouTube. We just never told anybody.
Yeah, you told us that you were doing
Did I tell it?
Yeah, you were either just recording it or just getting done in here in the studio. Yeah,
it's a couple of years ago now.
Was it?
But there is, I mean, my brother and I do have plans, and most likely by the end of the year we'll have something out. I don't know what it's going to be. That's up to debate. But no, we have new stuff being written and will come out by the end of the year. So
I love hearing it, man, and always proud of you and your success and everything, man. Love seeing it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers.
702-586-7857. Got a question for Daniel Blair from Main Event Moto. How's that going? Everything good? Main Event Moto? You're all happy with that?
Perfect.
Okay.
Awesome. Fun. Kind of just throwing it out there on the YouTube now.
Yep.
That's a new world for us this year, but loving it. It's been fun.
Did you make money off YouTube?
Yeah, we actually do. I watched it. I'm like, no way. I mean, the first check came and we didn't really know what it was for. We're like, what is this? We figured it out. But it's fun because the sport's cool right now. Like, straight up. I mean, I feel like I'm in a lucky place where, at my core, I'm a fan. But I get to cover it and, like, do fun things and commentate it still in my own way. So I'm kind of blessed at where I get to sit on the couch and really enjoy it, but then also, kind of call. Yeah. In a unique style of commentary. So I'm loving it. It's A+ right now.
We talked about Cole Davies earlier, and then I also wanted to ask you, so this Finnis kid, real breakout actually, I'll be honest, when he was on Gas, I'm like, whatever. And then he went to club, and his futures are like not good, and I'm like, whatever. And then kind of slowly got better in the Nationals, got a couple 13ths, doing all right. High Point.
Got up front.
Guy leads laps, passes back into the lead.
Couple times.
Like, I don't know. Is this another? Did you miss out on this guy too, Daniel? I mean.
Jeez, you want to hear this story? I'll try to make it quick because I don't want to get too into it. But, yeah, he was on our Gas Elite program last year. And after Loretta's, I went to the last two Nationals with him to help him get his start and be with him and his family. I love him and his family. And he did pretty good, but it was kind of like our last-ditch effort to push this thing over the finish line and get the three teams, willing to, like, do something with him, because they were full, but it was like, hey, if this kid forces his way, we'll look at it. And he ended up not doing it. He did okay, but he didn't do perfect. Yeah. He did okay. And so I'm sitting here with a tough decision because he is ready to go pro motocross, not ready for futures. My program... He kind of had timed my program out unless I was going to maybe bring him around for futures only. That was kind of one of the ideas. But he was already training at PulpMX. I mean, there was a lot of good chemistry there. Those guys fit with him. He fit with them. And I ended up making the call to sign Cole Davies instead of Mark Finnis.
Oh, okay.
And called PulpMX, and they were like, no, we'll take him. Like, we'll keep him. Because I want him to make sure he had a home. I mean, I love him and his family. And they were taking care of him already, so it was a seamless fit. Sure. Futures did not go well for him at all.
No. I mean, I'm just like, why did
and so, I mean, at that time...
Was that a surprise? Is he better outdoors than indoors?
Oh, yeah.
Always?
No, he's good outdoor rider.
Right.
I mean, he won Freestone both classes last year.
Okay.
I mean, beat Bennick, beat Ryder McNabb. He's really good at outdoor. But the Supercross thing just didn't come around fast enough, and obviously he kind of timed out of the amateur program, so he found a good home. But ultimately, it was Cole Davies who got the spot that he was kind of
and
hanging
now
on for.
Davies is going to star and finish his leading lap. So yeah, great job.
I mean, I again,
great job, Orange Brigade.
All I do is help develop stars, man. What do you want me to do?
Develop stars for stars.
Shit, walked right into that one. All right, that sucks.
Daniel Blair here. Listen. It was impressive to see that kid do that at High Point. Good job.
I was so emotionally caught up in that. I mean, I was screaming because
Were
I
you
mean,
really? Yeah.
straight up. My wife's downstairs. Shut the. I'm screaming because it's Mark, dude. I mean, these kids are. It's
you get
from
it.
Juju and Casey Cochran and Mark. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I entered that world and they became my world,
Yeah.
and so like they're all graduating now. So I have this crazy soft spot for them, and Mark's a good kid. He's a hard worker, and he's just got a different mentality, and I knew if he got up there, he could run with them. I didn't know he was going to do that, but
yeah.
I'm just super proud of him and super proud of the club guys because they took him last year while he was right on my program and developed the first half of his development, and then they're finishing the job now. So, no, I'm happy for him.
All right, question for you from Frank. He's on one. A lot of questions for you tonight, DB. Like a lot of Pulp fans want to talk to you, not me. Frank, what's your question for DB?
Hey, David. Just wanted to say, Daniel, just wanted to ask you about if you know about any of the Florida riders that aren't on Orange Brigade yet, but you might be looking at them. Didn't know if you were looking at anybody in Florida here.
I have the most extensive database you'd ever believe for every class. So I most likely know all of them.
Sweet. No, yeah, because I live in Claremont, so I see Sexton all the time. Kitchen,
He's definitely looking at Sexton.
I already got him.
Yeah, he's got him. Yeah.
No, yeah, no, I know you do, but yeah, no, I was just wondering about that. So
I got a couple Florida kids on the team too. I mean, Seth Dennis.
Yep.
He's an absolute shredder. He's out of Florida. Brennan Harrison. There's a lot of Southeast kids on my roster, to be honest.
Yeah, I was racing at Dade, and Seth frickin' took my front wheel out like it was butter.
Good. I told him to do that. I said, when you get to the local track, find guys in the way and you put them
the
down.
way, yeah, put 'em down.
Practice for your class. So
pretty much.
sorry.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
Thank you. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. It's the #1 source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates looking for employment opportunities. Great people at MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. You want to get started in the industry, like Daniel Blair or even Travis Marks, deep in the industry. Mandarin might have something to say about Marks soon. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Dealer development specialist, full-time job for American Honda. This is $70 to $90K a year. It's the Honda Powerhouse Specialist will play a pivotal role in driving the growth and success of the Honda Powerhouse network. Responsibilities will encompass various aspects related to Powerhouse dealerships and Powerhouse expansion. Market analysis to facility design and compliance. It says it's a work style hybrid. So you're working from home and traveling.
And on the road a little bit. Dealer development.
Full-time job based out of Georgia, American Honda. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Dealer development specialist for Honda. Good company. Please check that out. Thank you to those guys. All right, Daniel, we talked about the 250 class already. Let's go for it. Let's do this. Meets expectations, exceeds expectations, or not meeting expectations. Underwhelming. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Shane McElrath, 15th in points. Had his best race at High Point. Other than that, it's not been good.
Yeah, High Point was good, but below.
Yeah.
I have Shane on a high. I mean, he's pretty high standard for me. I see him pretty high on a pedestal. So 15th with an average finish of 18.1 is, I'd say, below.
Phil Nicoletti, 14th in the points, missed one race.
God, I mean,
are you kidding me?
Below, but he ain't right.
Just the starts. He
starts as
succeeds.
one thing that's right.
Yeah.
But, isn't he kind of banged up a little bit? I mean.
Well, yeah, High Point, he was banged up. But
I'd say meets. I mean, he's been pulling great hole shots, getting up front, and then the results are, I'll put right in the middle. Meets.
Marshall Welton.
Exceeds, because I didn't even know he was doing this well. Okay. I mean, really, really well. 13th. I mean, and then I guess we'll get right into Harlan right after that.
Harlan, 12th.
I'd say exceeding. I mean, just two privateers out there kind of doing their thing. 12, 13. I'd say exceeding for both.
Okay. Christian Craig, 11th.
This one might come across as weird, but meets. I mean, based on what he's gone through and where he's at, I didn't expect a lot. So I expect more in the second half of the season. I'd like to see more, but I didn't see a lot coming in knowing what he's been through. So
Fast Freddie Noren, 10th overall after 4 rounds.
I mean, you would want to say exceeds, but this is kind of the standard, so just meets.
He was 8th overall last year. So
and look who's in front of him, though. Look at this next 9.
Mm-hmm. Malcolm Stewart, 9th.
Exceeds. And for a really weird reason. Actually, I thought about him a little bit on the flight out here. You know, he's been hosed the last year and a half with some injuries, bad timing, this and that. Rode a couple outdoors last year. I feel like he's had a really bumpy road, and we haven't seen the best of him. And my hope was this summer is he would just get it done. Like, just finish, do 70 minutes, do it, and get it over with, so he could come back next year and try to make another run at it. Because you got to remember, Anaheim of 23, he damn near won that thing. Like, that's not that long ago. So Malcolm still at his ceiling has, I think, the potential to maybe win a race. But he needs to put together a solid, quiet, no BS summer. Just stack your points and get your 70 minutes done, and then go into next year with some momentum, because he's had none. So I actually look at this as exactly what he should be doing, so I'll go exceeds.
Okay, Dylan Ferrandis, 8th?
Below for me. I had him like 3, 4.
Sure.
I mean, I had him beating and being Hunter and Justin Cooper's a big problem to them, and he hasn't been. So
I did
below.
not. I think I was one of the
You
few
were
guys-
one of the ones that wasn't. I was on
and
it.
I was just like, eh. Justin Barsha, 7th. Hurt up, knees banged up, but he's coming off 2 good races.
Meets.
Yeah,
I mean, 7.5 on his qualifying, 5.9 start, 6.9 fin. I mean, he's just doing it. He's just
doing
it, and that's where he's at right now. I say meets.
Jason Anderson, 6th overall.
Meets, but it's good that he's waking up a little bit. He's better, or it's better when he's up front in there, just making things wild. So I would say meets, but leaning towards exceeding here probably pretty soon.
Aaron Plessinger, 5th overall. Almost won a moto. Podium.
Meets, because that gives him a bump, but there's been some that bring it down a little bit, so I'd say meets.
All right. Justin Cooper, Pulp Show guest tonight, 4th overall.
Slightly exceeding. I actually was pretty high on him coming in. I thought he would be good, but visually it's looked better than I thought it would, so I'll go exceeds.
All right. Jet Lawrence, 3rd overall.
I mean, he lost a moto, so
below.
Loser.
Loser.
Yeah, below.
I mean, it kind of is. You got to say below, because he went 24-0 last year.
And he crashed out of one this year, and it wasn't from something random. It was a decision.
It was
I mean, he got caught. I think he was trying to put a spanking on him, that moto, and was like, you guys want to talk about Paula? Everyone was close. Watch this. And I think he went for the absolute spanking, that moto, and got bit. So, below.
Chase Sexton, 2, 2nd overall, 2nd points.
Meets in a way, because the highs are high and the lows are kind of low, but he's in 2nd. So I'd say meets.
Okay. Hunter Lawrence.
Exceeds.
Red plate, yeah.
Exceeds. He is. I always thought he'd be good on a 450, but I thought maybe we'd see a 250 type career where it's like he'd get in there because he's pretty smart, and then it'll come around once he gets comfortable. But if you think back on it now, go back to his 250 days. Like, he was built to ride a 450. You could see that coming from years in advance. So it's now that it's happening, I'm like, oh yeah, this is exactly what it should have looked like. And
I think you're too, like, Jets reached a new level on a 450 because it takes more skill. Right, 250s, you got you're limited to certain lines. You're limited to riding a certain way. Once you have more power, more skill, now Jet's really shining. So
yeah, and there's something to be said about this, because I think we don't dig below the surface enough with Hunter and Jet. Jet's a freak phenom, and Hunter's really good too. But in reality, think about what those two have done for each other. I mean, when you battle with your brother every day, who is also a freak like you, and both are competitive, and the dad's competitive, I mean, that's a pretty good environment, and they've got it in check enough to where they can coexist. That's pretty powerful to make that work, because if they didn't coexist, it wouldn't work. Practice wouldn't be the good. There'd be games, but they've both bought in, and they have pushed each other to some crazy levels, and that's why Hunter is doing what he's doing too. I mean, I think Jet gets credit for Hunter's success. I think Hunter gets some credit for Jet's success, big time.
I agree, and I think I might have underestimated that a bit in talking about Hunter.
Me too.
Because I looked at him like an Osborne or an AP or Tedesco or whatever kind of guy you want to talk about. Older guy who finally wins 250 class, but which is awesome, but it's also sort of your time because everyone's out.
Yeah.
Like it's like
they're out, and the young ones behind you shouldn't beat
you,
you,
so
you should
it's sort of
do
your
it.
time, and you do it. Good job. Congrats. But you should have done that already at your age and experience and factory level. And then you look at Osborne and APs and Tedesco's jump to the premier class, and it took them a little bit to get going. It has taken Hunter less time than I thought.
But if Jet doesn't exist and we're only watching Hunter the last 5 years, Hunter is a freak too. Like, look at the results with Jet not in there, what it would have looked like. He would have won more than what he did.
Yeah.
And the truth is he had a bunch of injuries that slowed him up at first. Once that was all worked out, and the food, remember, he had some weird food issues too. As soon as that got cleaned up, he kind of didn't stop winning. I mean, he started winning and never stopped, just like his brother. So Jet ruins the Hunter hype, but you take him out of it, and he's had a psychotically good last 3 years.
Absolutely. Race Tech Rant of the Night, racetech.com. Thank you to those guys. Great company. Get your motor work done. Get suspension work done. Race Tech does a lot of work. They sign NDAs, and they do some cylinder work for some top teams in the sport, and they can do that for you too. There's Race Tech service centers all across America, and whether it's spring rate or oil change, whatever it is, Race Tech will have you dial. Tell them you listen to Pulp. They'll save you a discount as well. Racetech.com. Thank you to those guys. Race Tech, Daniel Blair, big Race Tech guy for a few years there. And great company, great work they do. Race Tech Rant of the Night. Porta potties was last week. European work, wash bays were one of my rants. I'm just going to keep it simple this week. No race to talk about, and I'm in a good mood. Let's just go with this. Daniel, you're Cowboys. That's my race. So my Race Tech rant is Cowboy fans. And some might flip this, like in one of our group texts, and say that you Cowboy fans are the worst because you guys yell and scream, and how about them boys, and you're very
we dem boys,
all that stuff. Yep. And I don't really like that part either. You guys are kind of irritating of that, but I will tell you this: in the '80s, I'm a huge fan of Toronto Maple Leafs hockey. In the '80s, we had a terrible owner. Now, he wasn't like Jerry, where he didn't spend money, or he spent tons of money, but wrongly. This owner didn't spend money. He was a cheapskate. The Leafs are basically the Cowboys of hockey, so like biggest fan base, most passionate fans, all that stuff. And we were trapped by this owner that was a horrible human being. His name was Harold Ballard. There's tons of documentaries about him, all the things he used to do. He gained control of the Leafs in the late 70s and just ran them into the ground. Okay. There was nothing that could happen to the Toronto Maple Leafs because of this owner. I know this feeling. I understand this. And Al Davis near the end was like this for the Raiders. Al was completely off his rocker the last 10 years and made horrible choices, but he ran everything in the franchise, from drafting to popcorn sales to coaches to everything. So I understand being held hostage by an owner. My Race Tech rant is I feel bad for you Cowboy fans because, again, passionate, huge fan base, good regular seasons. Jerry seems completely gone, like Harold Ballard. He's 80 years old. Is he 80?
Who, Jerry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
78, whatever?
No.
Okay.
There, yeah.
He said you guys are all in free agency, and you've absolutely done nothing. He's probably going to get screwed into paying Dak all this money that's going to handicap the team, and he's got no choice because of prior deals he did with Dak Prescott, who is a good quarterback. Dak is 8 to 12 place quarterback in the league. Good quarterback. Good guy.
Second place in MVP voting last year, but yep.
You wouldn't put him higher than top 6 or 8.
I'd go 8.
Okay, 8. Fine. Anyways, so I love the Raiders, but I feel bad for you, Daniel. You're a huge Cowboy fan, but you guys are fucked until Jerry dies. Like, this is it.
You were right until then.
And I've been
You were right in there until then.
Okay, all right.
Because he has a son who is dumber than he is and more arrogant than he is.
Really?
And
Okay,
he's the problem now.
I've
It's not
read
even
some articles
Jerry's.
that people like Stephen Jones
No.
drafting. Nothing? Okay,
No,
you wouldn't know
drafting.
more.
No. I'll give you.
Okay.
I don't want to have all your fans turn the show off right now.
Okay.
But just give me 2 minutes and I'll get this done.
I mean, Micah Parsons, great draft.
Oh, they're going to lose
Dak?
him. They're going to ruin him and lose him too. Waste his
Dak,
years
great
too.
draft.
Yep, waste his years.
Okay.
No, so they have the most arrogant approach to managing a football team. They're the best owners in all of sports. It's the number one most valuable franchise in all of sports.
Yeah.
They are incredible owners.
And they turned that practice facility into a whole thing.
The whole thing. They top to bottom. It's unbelievable. The problem is they have this arrogance that they're football people and that they know football, and then they're going to make football decisions when really the only good football decision Jerry ever made was to bring in Jimmy, who did it all from there.
Well, Parcells.
Tried it again with Parcells, yes. And
I mean, I felt like Parcells, he let Parcells cook, didn't he?
For a little bit, for a minute. But it eventually fizzled out. So my problem is that, again, I'm just a fan, so I'm not like some football guru, but I study other teams. I see what the Eagles do all the time. I see what the Niners do. I see what the Patriots used to do. I see all these formulas that work all the time. No chance at doing that, though. Let's just stick to doing what we do. We do football our way.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, here's how you do football. You get everyone excited. You get us to 12-5. But at the trade deadline every year when we have 3 glaring holes and everyone knows it, including you act like it doesn't exist. And you do nothing at the trade deadline while the Eagles load up, the Niners load up, Chiefs load up. And then you get in the playoffs and it all falls apart because everyone's tired and these gaping holes all of a sudden are evident in the playoffs. And we lose, and next year we'll go and just do it again. It sucks because I'm a loyal person. I can't shake them. I tried to be a Texans fan in the offseason. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
Because I like C.J. Stroud. I'm stuck.
Yeah.
I am stuck.
No, you're like me with the Leafs. You're stuck.
I'm stuck. And again, Jerry is gonna die one of these days, and then it's just gonna be Steven only. And it's gotten
your
worse.
thing is worse with Steven.
Yeah, because he's even more of a tightwad than Jerry, and he's more arrogant, I think.
You know what's crazy is I get the power of owning a football team, and I get the influence. I myself, if I owned a football team, I mean, Mark Davis is a bit of an idiot, but he at least sort of stays out of it. And I would want to go to Cabo, and in my yacht, I would want to grind day to day on this football team like the Joneses seem to want to do. Like, dude, hire the people you want. Hire the best.
They already have it. They already have the guy.
Oh.
His name's Will McClay. He should be the general manager. And if they would just let him have the whole job and not half, he's in a box.
But wouldn't you want to hire a guy and go back onto your yacht? And sure, you're informed of the decisions and you have a voice.
Yeah, and maybe you make a big one when it comes to a $60 million deal, whatever.
Yeah,
but you're not at the table
why
negotiating.
are you grinding like that?
And losing. It's just
And
like
losing.
try something different. I mean, and again, they have who could be the best GM in the sport working for them, but he's in a box.
I don't want to turn this into pulp football, but I feel for you as a Cowboy fan. I read an article about this 3 days ago, and that's what came to mind, where I was like, these fucking poor guys. Because they got savaged in this article for what they've been doing.
Oh, every move is wrong. I mean, they literally couldn't be dumber.
So and now they're going to pay Dak this money. They will pay Dak the money, right?
Which immediately means no Super Bowl as long as he's there. You can't do it with that. Ask Russell Wilson.
Well, you can. I mean, Mahomes is top dollar quarterback.
He's a freak. That's different. He's a Brady. There's Brady, Manning, Rodgers, Mahomes. Those are the 4. You could do anything with them. Doesn't matter. Outside of them, you can't do it without a roster, and you can't build a roster when your 7 to 8 quarterback is getting paid.
Have you seen the Chiefs roster
million.
Last year that won? I mean, the receivers. I mean, listen,
Mahomes.
You can do it.
Dak ain't Mahomes.
Right.
Dak is whatever.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right. Race Tech round of the night.
Yeah. Rant.
You guys are fucked.
Yeah, and I'm mad because I invest a lot of time in them.
I do too.
I listen to pods. I read articles. Right. I follow them on Twitter. I even say some things sometimes.
Yeah, listen.
I'm in it. I'm a fan.
It's me with
and
the
I'm
Leafs.
mad.
Marks knows. I vent about the Leafs to him on text, and like he's a somewhat hockey fan, and like, yeah, man, like, it's horrible.
Yeah, so
it's horrible. The Leafs are the Cowboys right now, not with a shitty owner. They have good owners now, and they have a guy that means well, trying to make the right decisions for the franchise. It hasn't worked out, but he means well. But at least there's hope. I feel like when you have this crotchety old man that says outrageous stuff but never follows through, and then, like, honestly, the Cowboys, a lot of their stuff is just darts on a dartboard. It seems like.
You know what's crazy, too? Is
now they got Zeke back.
to make Dak happy. Anyways, you know what's funny is Jerry does come out and say, all in. We're going all in. Dude, I was on board because they are close. They had to do. Now it was going to be an absolute 1-year deal because they were going to have to pay the price the next year with the salary cap. But 1 year they could have done. I mean, they was set up, and all they had to do was just go for it, and they would be ready this year to do it. And they went the other way, and now they're getting screwed on CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, and they all see the writing on the wall. They're like, oh, Jerry just waits to the last minute and has to overpay, so we'll just ride this thing out to the very end and get that last bit of bag.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all they've learned.
He never gets the guy early and signs him early.
He screws himself every time.
Yeah, you think he would learn by now.
But they're so arrogant in their interviews about their football knowledge, and it's like, guys, whatever.
Okay. All right, Race Tech Rant. Cowboy fans.
Sorry, all you Moto fans.
All right.
Blame Steve.
Yep, blame me. Money declines, unemployment, COVID-19. Today's headlines can be scary. Edward Jones financial advisor Brian Stone. Remember Brian Stone?
Yeah.
Used to race.
Yeah.
Now he's a financial advisor for Edward Jones. He was a main event guy for a lot of times. Shoot Brian Stone an email. Call him at 816-761-4066, edwardjones.com. Please check out Edward Jones, Brian Stone there. He provides the tools for a reasoned, disciplined approach to investing. Don't let headlines derail your long-term financial strategy. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
And I actually should move some money over to Brian Stone and let him see what he could do with me. And then if he's,
if he does, pour some gas on it and let it go.
Let it go.
Yeah.
Daniel Blair here on the PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works and Fly Racing. 25 years of Fly. Thank you to those guys. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tits segment.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts, great guys. They support the outdoors as well. Carson Brown doing a lot of stuff with Motorsport.com as well. And great prices, free shipping on everything over $79. Thank you to Motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out as well. Thank you to Motorsport.com. These questions submitted at PulpMX show, and the guy in the corner picks the best ones.
Yep. About half of the questions were for Daniel and Orange Brigade, so we kind of whittled those down. But
See, you did that by
what?
Throwing it out on Twitter. Everyone knew that tonight was the night to pile on me.
Pile on? What do you mean? We just asked for questions. What?
I've had a rough month there.
Oh,
you knew that, and
okay.
you opened up a wound tonight. And
they
everyone's
were
diving
all
in.
about Star stealing his guys. So
okay. All right.
Anyway,
thanks, Steve.
We'll get to those in a minute. But to start off, it's from Cage Walker for both of you. If Drew Adams races the last few nationals this year, do you think he can get top 10s?
No.
No, not yet.
Okay. From Scott McElroy. Steve, any word on the Triumph 450? It's been crickets.
It's it's delayed, I guess. Not going to happen. So not going to have 450s next year, which is a real bummer.
What's Joey do?
I don't know, man. I think they're going to try to change the 250 Supercross rule again.
Really?
Well, Triumph's going to try to get it changed so they can keep Joey on the team, but I don't know. So Styles Robertson, Jalik, and Jordan Smith next year. Maybe Joey, maybe not. But yeah, the 450 is being worked on. I know that. They're riding production bikes. They're working on it, but I guess not ready.
Just not race ready.
Yeah. What do you make of that Ducati? You seen it up close or anything? Like on videos? No, but videos and stuff. Have you looked at it?
Yeah, it's hard to tell until I want to hear it in person and see it in person. But they look trick.
Caroli won the first moto on.
I saw that.
Won
Yeah.
The second moto. Yeah.
Who was the other guy?
Lupino.
Lupino. Yeah.
From Riley Tuttle, Daniel and Steve, if a rider does not have social media, do companies that sponsor him require them to actually get them in their contracts?
Rockstar guys do for sure. If you ride for Rockstar, you have to have social media.
Yeah, and they have him post a lot. It's pretty consistent. It's funny you say that because I have some kids in my roster that have social media but don't treat it serious and don't seem to care about it that much. And we've had conversations about, hey, it's time to start doing something with it. I don't think you need to be like a social media superstar, but you need to have it. You need to connect with your fans and your sponsors and represent. It matters to kids and fans. So, yes, it's an absolute must, but I also don't think it's like priority 1 or 2 unless you're that type. I mean, Eli's not. And if you're winning, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, when you're Eli, right?
That's kind of the game. I mean, honestly, if you're really badass and dominant and you could become just an all-timer, then it doesn't matter.
Yep.
But that's only if you get that, so.
All right.
Yeah. Next one is from Matthew Britton. Super random and old, but in 2009, why did Reed only do 1-year contract with Rockstar Suzuki? He did great on it, but...
I don't remember the specifics on why that was.
2009.
Yeah.
He won. Did he win this summer?
You know what? They might have just had...
He won the motocross title.
Remember he got sort of... He put it together himself at the last minute. Brooks signed James. Maybe that's all Suzuki could commit to was 1 year back then.
Yeah, I don't know the reason for the 1 year, but I remember the outdoors he wasn't even supposed to do, and then he did the Lloyds of London thing and said, "No, just give me the bike," and then won it. Chad, man, he's got some championships in there that are gnarly.
From MX Gerald, what are your thoughts on Southwick? Where does it rank among all the national tracks?
Not as good as it used to. A lot of sand is gone. It's gravel, harder base than it ever was. It's just a natural degradation of outdoor tracks. But I like it. It's a different surface. It's old towny. It's right in the middle of Southwick town. It reminds me of Fenway Park a little bit because it's like you'd never know it was there. It's historic. So it's in the middle of the pack for me.
Yeah, I would say Same for me, but I like its existence on the schedule because it is the one different one.
Yeah.
Well, not the one. Washougal and Southwick to me are like those completely unique ones that need to exist. Because I hear people sometimes saying, Washougal, man, Washougal needs to exist. It's worth it to have it on the schedule. It's different. It's cool. There's history. I like them both.
From Sandwich Master, Daniel, what are you doing to counteract Star Racing from poaching all your good riders?
I'm figuring that out right now. I'm working on it.
He's working on it, everybody.
Thinking about it. I don't know.
Okay. From Ginge, for both of you guys, put yourself in Chase's shoes and then put yourself in Jet's shoes. How different was the break for these two guys?
You know what? They're full-time 450 bad dudes. They're not going to bring it home with them in Chase's, situation. I think it's fine. They enjoy the weekend off.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's not like Chase hasn't had rough ones before, too.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's been smooth and this was a bad. I mean, he's pretty emotionally durable for someone who's taken some beatings. So I think he's probably fine. But Jet's benefiting, for sure, just physically.
Yeah, getting healthier. Yeah.
Yeah. So he needed that bad.
From Faulkner's Temper, this is not specifically to Orange Brigade, but amateur stuff in general. What's the point in factories supporting kids through race teams when they just bail at the pro level? Why not just give high contingencies to people who show up on your bike?
I mean, that is a model that exists, but for us, it's like, you got to remember, there's 3 brands. It's KTM, Husqvarna, Gas. We have 50, 65, 85, Super Mini, 125. I mean, we have a big roster and a big lineup because we're trying to represent each bike as best we can. You want the consumer on the fence line to see those kids excelling, and so it's part of like a big umbrella program too, because essentially you're getting these kids that you think have potential, trying to guide them, steer them in the right direction, steer them from wrong, in hopes that they get to the 250B, 250A level and perform, and they can become a factory rider for you. So I know what you're saying. It'd be easier to just say, F it, just throw the contingency out and let them race until they're grown up. But essentially all these kids under our program, there's influence going on all the way in educating. And so there's value in getting them younger and developing them. So that's why.
Even if they don't stay on your team when they go to pros.
Well, I think that's recent history, right? Because of Davies and because of Dax Bennick and Deegan, right? So you're looking at like a recent run. But before that, the kids were going up onto the teams. They were going to TLD. They were going to Husky, just like
Volin and
so it exists. It's not like it doesn't exist. And to be honest, Juju's running 9th right now, and he bridged straight from our amateur program onto the factory team, and he
stole him from Yamaha.
Stole him from Yamaha. Yep, stole him. So it's worth it to have them as representatives of the brand, even though we have 7% market share at the big races. It's still worth it to have kids on the
market share.
67%.
Wow.
It's literally almost on the dot every single big race.
Right. So look at Tits with the follow-up question marks.
Yep. From Louisville, Steve and Daniel, would you rather have one moment in the sport that people will always remember, or a decent amount of wins that go under the radar? People forget you ever had success.
More wins because I have more money.
Yeah. First thought was, what's the bank account look like with those 2 options? So I'll take 10 quiet wins over one big loud one.
All right.
Unless that big one's Osborne's championship, I'll take that one.
Yeah.
From Austin, looking back at the incredible amount of employment variety in Daniel's life, rank enjoyability from A, racing, B, singing, C, grinding up mini eagles to make the perfect amount of grit, D, finding and guiding generational type talent for the Orange guys. What did you enjoy most? Racing, singing, killing eagles, or generational talent at Orange Brigade?
In full transparency, TV was it was the best. It was my favorite of all.
Mandarin says you're still working.
He's wrong.
You're a spy.
He's way wrong.
You're out there like, hey man, what's up with the TV? What do you guys think of the TV? And if somebody's like, these fucking guys, they suck, you're like, you run right to fucking NBC. Hey man, I was just talking to Lars. Guess what he said? Like,
That doesn't happen, but no, TV for sure was the most fun. I mean, the race call itself, not the not all of it, but from gate drop to checkered, there was nothing that felt like that. Because that's like racing to me, but not having to go get hurt. So to me, that was the most thrilling and exciting thing.
Not stoked on the travel.
Just wore out by the end. Just those flights got really long.
From Corey Mosier, would Deegan have had the same amount of success at this point if he would have stayed on KTM?
Yeah, I think he wins on anything, man.
I think I'm with Steve. He's proven to be better than just good. So I think he'd
better
find a way
outdoors than indoors, like Doug Henry. Mm-hmm.
You know, he's on the same trajectory now that Jet is. He's sophomore summer.
Mm-hmm.
If he wins this thing, he literally grabs hold of Jet's timeline. And then if he goes indoors and does it, and then out, I mean, if he wins this, he's starting the exact same point when Jet did. It was his sophomore summer.
Except Jet only raced 2-3 Supercrosses and got injured for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and Jet was younger, so there's differences. But as far as just when it began for Jet was right now is when he started doing this too.
Next one is from Kyle Kraus. Not a question, but a suggestion. You should check in with Regis Harrington and maybe Godbot sometime.
Yeah, I should.
The camera stunt.
I'm gonna call Regis. Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. From Cody, how much do you think a guy like Wilson or Brayton make for these overseas races in Australia and Brazil and other places like that?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I would think for Dino to go to Brazil, probably $20K.
That's what I was thinking.
You know, plus maybe a
20-ish.
win bonus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brayton had a contract for all the Aussie series.
Brayton
and stuff and all that.
Brayton built an unbelievable program for himself. It was different, and that was just a machine. It wasn't just like one-off cash races. He was an absolute machine.
Yeah.
From James Britton, Dino raced in Brazil for their Arena Cross series. Excuse me. The track looked way better than any WSX track. Why can't WSX seem to get a legit-looking track made?
You have to ask WSX that. Daniel, any reaction to the WSX schedule? Doubleheader and Perth and Vancouver and
my thought is,
okay,
if the races go and they run and Ken Roxon is there, that is a success in itself, right there.
Mm-hmm.
It runs, he's there, he defends, it's good. Then from there, it's what does the crowd turnouts look like? Because I think that's the generator that they need some return on. So for me, if those 4 rounds run and Kenny's there, that's a successful start. And I think the expectations have always been super high because they came in so hot that first year. But if the expectations were to go way down and just start over, they could pull this off and do 4, do okay with it, whatever, and grow from there.
And you're in the off season where there's news, so the media was paying attention.
I mean, I'll be watching all 4 of them because what else am I going to? Then nothing's else on.
Yeah.
So that would be my reaction. Is I hope they nail it. I hope Kenny's there, and I hope the crowds are good, and I hope that leads them to another year of it, and it can kind of grow from there the right way. That's my hope.
All right.
Yeah. If you're signing someone for next year, is it going to be Masterpool or Faulkner?
Wow.
I'm still doing Faulkner because Masterpool's Supercross, while better this year on the 450, wasn't awesome, and I just guess even if Faulkner could pull off 1 win in 3 races and then get hurt, I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, Faulkner, let's not forget, the guy's been through hell, 8 years in a row now. He's crashed out of the championship. But the last time he was on the track he was winning the week after he won the opener. So it's like, as long as he is physically capable of being himself, he is outside of Deegan, he's the first pick out of anybody, period, to me. So it's Faulkner for sure.
Daniel from Tanner, why does the Orange Brigade program have by far the most amount of amateur racers every year but haven't had any of them compete for championships on an Australian brand as a pro?
Austrian.
Did I say Australian?
You did.
I'm sorry. It was typed Austrian. My apologies.
Well, first off, again, 3 brands under the umbrella. 50 all the way to 250, which no one else has them all the way from top to bottom. So to cover the board, you have to have a lot of riders just to make it work. And as far as them coming up and winning a championship, I mean, how often does that happen? I mean, I guess the Cowie guys did a run of it there for a while with RV and James and some of them, but it doesn't happen
look,
all
you
the
got
time.
RJ.
Well, and think about this. So here's the thing. I'm going to defend the KTM group here for a second, okay? Because I feel like I've been taking some bullets tonight over this.
Okay.
So I'm gonna throw a little flex out. When I got the job 2 years ago, I met with obviously Nate Ramsey, my boss, Ian and Roger, everyone from John Hines to Robert Pierce to the guys in Austria, and got an idea of what's the plan here, what am I set to do here? Do you want to win amateur titles or what? And they said specifically, we need to turn the 250 program around here. It's not been successful since Marvin Kenny. We need to turn around the 250 program. It's going to come from Europe. It's going to come from amateur. It's going to come from improvements on the bike. It was an identifiable problem that they wanted to fix. Well, with the smallest rosters, 2 KTM guys, 2 Husky, they run a really tight 250 program. They were able to win 250 East, 250 West, and the Futures title this year. So I think that's a pretty good turnaround. And I think, Steve, remember I threw this out on Twitter and you jumped me on this. It's not fixed because it's never fixed. You're always developing. You're always trying to do more, and you're always worried about the next guy. But that's a pretty big turnaround. We won all 3 250 titles in Supercross this year with arguably the smallest rosters. So, to me, and they kind of did it. So, there's my flex.
Okay.
So, just want, yeah.
That's old news, right?
He doesn't seem to care.
No.
But
just have to throw it out there.
Yep.
Motorsport. First thing that comes to your mind. Ready? Motorsport.com.
Bryce.
Fly Racing.
Max Steffens.
Oh, wow.
What's he doing?
He works for
Actually, I saw him.
Concepts.
Where'd I see him?
Salt Lake.
Yep. Salt Lake.
Works for Salt Lake. Works for C Concepts. Decal Works.
The photo they put up of me this year from 08, that was riding on the Wonder Warthog.
Was that Warthog days?
Yeah, but it wasn't Cape days. It was like after they grew up a little bit and stopped doing the Cape thing.
Okay.
But yeah, Warthog days. 08.
X-Brand goggles.
Lucid? Is that what it's called? Okay, Lucid.
Yeah.
Lucid.
Race Tech.
Oh, Checkers and Jake Posey Suspension Solutions.
Renthal.
The 672 bar. Whatever the hell that thing
Michelin.
is. Oh, Randy Richardson.
Acherbis.
Lone Wolf.
Firepower.
Carson Mumford.
Oh, yeah. He's on
How about
the team.
that?
Yeah. Maxima USA.
SC1.
Pro Filter.
Maintenance free.
OGO Power Sports.
Best bags, period.
Renegade Race Fuels.
I don't know much about Renegade Race Fuels, to be honest with you.
Racers who win, pour it in.
Okay. If there it is, then that's it.
Atlas Neck Brace.
The Noof.
Guts Racing.
Andrew Gregg.
FMF.
The first thing that popped in my head was graphics because we're redoing our graphics for Loretta Lynn's, and
Okay.
FMF's a big part of that. So that's literally what I was working on it today.
What about when they dropped the Mega Bomb? That thing was like, oh my God, what is that? What does it do?
Wasn't it just welded on? Wasn't it?
No, it was
It
an
was real?
expansion chamber. Yeah.
I thought I heard later that it wasn't. It was just welded on for looks.
Well, some guys didn't like it, so they would still wanted it on for looks.
Got it.
But if you tested it and you didn't like it, they still put it on your bike.
They'd weld that little thing over.
Yeah,
it.
but it did work.
Okay.
It increased back pressure.
It was. It was what is that?
Yeah.
Kind of like the two mufflers.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
Honda dealer job in Georgia.
Works Connection.
70 to 90K.
Yep. Works Connection.
I'm Ryan at Works Connection.
PulpMX 20 is the code to save at Works Connection. By the way, Get Data.
I got one of those on my kid's 125 right now.
Wow, look
Gotta
at you.
get on there.
Get WUSA.
Great wheels.
Rocky Ridge Trucks.
I don't know.
Trucks.
You saw one. Hey, you saw one today.
I did. I've seen it a few times. Wiseco Piston.
Oh my God! Just like Forever Brand. I feel like I've
giant
been saying,
fork guard stickers.
Yeah, and getting good contingency. I think you got paid good contingency when you did that. Yep.
MTX Braking.
Don't know much about them.
Luxon Clamps.
Don't know much about them.
Ethica.
Wearing some right now.
Troll Training.
Twice as many steps in his marathon run.
I didn't get that when you first said it. And then I got it.
Think about those dudes, the long-legged guys,
Yeah.
man. They coast, dude,
Yeah.
like deer.
Yeah.
And Amar's just fucking
That's
cranking.
why I'm
it.
not a runner. I got short legs. Just can't run. Otherwise, I'd
Same.
definitely be a marathoner.
Same. Yeah.
Without a doubt.
That's all that's holding you back.
Factory chassis parts.
Making races now.
Awesome. Nick, how's it going? Everything good? Nick the Wolf?
Nick the Wolf checking in. Yeah.
You figuring this thing out?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm loving it, though, man.
We're going to need you. We need you to step in, you know?
Pretty soon here.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm your guy.
Yeah. Just pushing Marks out.
Counting down the days.
Pushing him up.
No,
well, now that he got my music thing working for me, one less thing I need him for. So
does that buy him an extra week?
It takes
Or did
away
it-
a
or
week.
He lost a week.
He lost a week.
He's working his way out of this thing quick. Maybe it's by design.
Yep. So. But yeah, Nick, thanks for coming in again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Best interview tonight?
Oh, Mandarin, for sure.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, Nick is
Oh.
hired.
You're a freaking liar is what you are.
Love
Yeah.
Nick.
That's
Love
funny.
it.
That's weird that his pay immediately just went $1 over these two right there.
I mean, I agree. The fucking truth bombs he had, man, that shit's crazy. Tits.
Yep.
Were you paying attention tonight? Best interview?
What?
Okay. Nick, by the way, help Daniel with his camera problem he's got when we go off the air.
Overheating.
He's got a main event moto camera problem.
Yeah, I got a hot one, man.
Will do. I'm your guy.
Is it from your hot takes? Is that
Maybe
what it
maybe the
is?
takes are so hot the camera's like, shh. I turned myself off.
Mark's best interview tonight. You didn't have your headsets on. You didn't have your headphones on. Congrats to the Panthers.
Sure.
Yeah, fucking Panthers. Thank you to the folks, for you folks watching and listening. Daniel, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
Really appreciate it. Always good. Always good to have you in. Anytime you want. Let's do it again. We may or may not have you booked for show 600.
Mhm.
All right, we're working
Word
on
on
that.
the street
Word on the
is
street.
that I'm available.
Mhm.
I'm going to be here.
Yeah.
It's been discussed.
Mhm.
And it would be fun. That'd be 500 and 600.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
becoming
were
a
for-
regular
yeah, you were in for
centurion.
5.
What do you call that?
I don't know.
I like it.
Yeah.
Let me pick the guess.
I'm working on one guest. It's big.
Hombre.
It's big. No, not hombre.
Like, you wouldn't even want him for that one.
I wouldn't.
Like,
no.
like, what if he called and was like, dude, I'll come for 600? Like,
I'd be like, hey, man, what's up? He'd be like, hey. Because, he'd just be, laid back and.
He just wouldn't.
Yeah.
Let's just go with
Yeah,
that. He
let's
just
go with
wouldn't.
that. Thank you, people, for watching and listening on the off week. We'll be back next Monday, of course. Who's in the studio next Monday? I don't even know.
The Mandarin.
Mandarin is co-host, yes. Thanks to the Mandarin
Whole
for
show,
coming
5
on,
hours of
Appreciate that. I know Devin Simonson and TJ Albright Aaron are after Redbud, I believe. Kiefer's coming in after.
Hey, Simonson is low key, like really good.
Yeah. He
Like
is.
it's
Yeah.
sneaky. Like you don't really, if you pay attention, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Yeah, he's good for sure. I appreciate it. Thanks to Roto for his hard work. Swisscore as well. Pookie, who's in Omaha tonight, just partying her ass off probably. Hopefully I'll hold everything down together here. But yes, for Nick, for Tits, for Travis Marks, thank you, Daniel Blair. Appreciate it. Thank you to our guests, Justin Cooper, Troll Train, Denny Stephenson, Dark. And we will see you guys next week.
I do a lot of cocaine and eat some pills, but other than that, no.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame. I will burn